Your Excellency, President of the Republic, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis, Your Royal Highness Prince Al Hassan bin Talal of Jordan, Your Excellency, Mr. Virginius Sinkevicius, EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, Your Excellency, Mr. Laurent Fabius, President of the French Constitutional Council and former Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Kostas Kadis, Minister of Agriculture, Rural Environment and Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the second International Conference, Climate Change in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. Following the success of the first International Conference in 2018, which led to the announcement of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative of the Cyprus government, the 2021 conference is bringing together regional governments and international scientists, policymakers and leaders from the public sector, the private sector and civil society to discuss scientific recommendations which will be the basis for forming a regional climate action plan for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. The conference is hosted in a hybrid format in Cyprus and online, with the commitment to work with all regional and international stakeholders to catalyze and accelerate coordinated regional climate action in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And although the focus of the conference is regional, its intended impacts in regards to climate action are of global significance. We would like to extend our warmest thanks to our sponsor, Metochemi, as well as SDSN Cyprus for their support. Before we begin, I would like to draw your attention to a few operational matters to ensure the smooth running of the event. Please ensure your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. To ensure that the conference proceeds are in accordance with the Ministry of Health guidelines on protecting everyone's health in view of COVID-19, we recommend that you wear a mask for the duration of the conference and avoid handshakes. And now, let us welcome Professor Kostas Papanikolas, Advisor to the President of the Republic of Cyprus and Special Envoy on Climate Change and President of the Cyprus Institute, to introduce the first session of our conference titled Rising to the Challenge. Professor Papanikolas.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, honorable guests. We are experiencing an exacerbating climate crisis, the greatest challenge that humanity has faced in historical times. The time to act meaningfully and substantially is long overdue. We know. This is why we are all here today. In a few weeks, at Glasgow, at the COP26 meeting, the global situation will be reviewed, reassessed, discussed, and hopefully an agreement will be reached for an effective course of action in the coming years. So why do we have a regional conference? The Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East region is a climate hotspot. Robust modeling and data suggest that the climate impacts will manifest in this region in a most intense manner. In addition, the region's per capita emissions contributions to the greenhouse gases is above the global average and unfortunately on an increasing trend. If nothing changes, if we do not act immediately in a concerted effort, then the impacts on the 500 million or so inhabitants of this region are forecasted to be nothing short of devastating. The Eastern Mediterranean Middle East Climate Initiative launched by the Cyprus government is meant to do just that. Get all the countries of the area to cooperate in combating this evolving climate crisis. The Cyprus Institute has been entrusted with the scientific coordination of the initiative, which is both an honor and a huge burden. Over the last 24 months, approximately 240 scientists and experts, mainly from the region, have produced comprehensive reports on the state of the climate crisis in the entire region. Recommendations and concrete measures on how the crisis can be addressed effectively have been formulated. The work culminated in the creation of a solutions toolbox, a set of policy and measure recommendations, scientifically sound, technologically mature, and financially affordable, that can be used to mitigate the crisis and adapt to its impacts. These key recommendations will be presented and discussed during these 2 days of the conference. However, it is for the governments of the region to decide which ones of these measures and recommendations can be adopted and put to action. The conference, the second international conference, is meant to provide the forum, the first forum, where the key findings and recommendations of the scientific and techno-economic phase of the initiative will be presented and debated. This dialogue among the scientific community and the governments, the policymakers, marks the transition of the initiative to the implementation phase and is, as such, constitutes a major step in the road towards an effective action plan. I would like to welcome you to this conference I would have liked to welcome you to this conference with a less worrisome, even bleak outlook than the one emerging from the scientific studies. Scientific findings are what they are. We cannot change them. However, a hopeful assessment is also emerging. We know enough. We have the know-how. We have the mature technologies which are currently available to act decisively, to ameliorate the impacts, and to mitigate the climate change. I do hope we will make significant progress during these next 48 hours at the conference and its aftermath to advance the case for regional cooperation to achieve the aforementioned goals. This conference is a milestone, a major one, in the development of the initiative. The next major milestone will be the ministerial meeting in which the framework for implementation will be discussed and defined. Minister Cadiz, I understand, will tell us more on this phase that will just begin after the conclusion of this conference at the closing session tomorrow here in the same room. A year from now, we hope to have a summit led by the Cyprus government, and perhaps the President of the Republic will tell us more about it, which hopefully will finish the preparatory phase and get down to the business with concerted actions, implementation to tame this crisis. Dear colleagues, thank you for your collaboration and engagement to this most noble course, to this unprecedented challenge to our societies, to our habitat. Thank you for working so hard, pro bono, for the last 2 years to produce this impressive body of work. Your Excellency, Mr. President, representatives of governments and of international organizations, it is an excellent omen that you have entrusted science to provide you with the basis on which to build the initiative. It is a battle we need to win, and we have to win it quickly. We can still prevent the crisis from becoming a catastrophe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Papanikolaou. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Sachs will join us later on. Let us now welcome His Excellency Mr. Virginius Sinkevicius, EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everybody. And of course, I'm very pleased and honored to be here this morning with you. I know that the effects of climate change are already very real in Cyprus, and they are throughout the Mediterranean. But you are not alone. The effects are being felt in every single region in Europe, and many are surprised by the speed, the extent of the change, and the disruption it brings. Once it seemed we had a choice, we could mitigate or adapt. Today, unfortunately, it's blindingly obvious that we have to do both. And in Mediterranean, you know this very well. The IPCC has classed the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East as a hotspot that's particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Unless we act now, climate change could soon lead to intolerable conditions, threatening the livelihoods of the 400 million people in the region, creating massive migration flows. But of course, we are not sitting still. We are acting with ambition and determination. It's late, but it's not too late to make a difference. Europe has set out its plans in the European Green Deal, a strategy to make Europe a climate-neutral continent by the middle of the century. And the recent adoption of the climate law is a huge milestone on this path. When we speak about climate change impacts, we always come back to water. Our fresh waters, oceans and seas are heavily affected by climate change. Floods, droughts and storms are taking a harsh toll on our economy and human life. And there is no way we can solve the climate crisis without dramatically stepping up efforts to secure cleaner and better manage fresh waters and seas. So we are acting here too with a new EU strategy on adaptation to climate change adopted in February this year. It strengthens efforts on climate proofing, resilience building, prevention and preparedness. It also addresses international aspects of climate adaptation, where the EU plans to be more active and align the adaptation policy with international policies such as Sendai framework for disaster and the Sustainable Development Goals. The availability of fresh water across sectors and river basins will become an issue of primary importance. The increasing number and severity of droughts over the last year call for fundamental transitions to more sustainable and resilient practices. For instance, with regards to agriculture, forestry, energy, and water management. And that's a huge task, but we have several instruments to promote and support this. In the EU, for example, with the implementation of the Drinking Water Directive, climate change impact in risk analysis of water management will be factored in. Better allocation mechanism and water pricing policies that incentivize sustainable use of water resources will help to ensure climate resilient management of water across sectors and borders. And the marine environment is area of special attention. The seas and oceans provide a host of ecosystem services that are vital for the well-being of the planet and for sustaining life as we know it. They mean food and income for millions of people around the globe. The ecosystem services they provide contribute something like $28 trillion to the global economy every year. But marine ecosystems are vulnerable to environmental degradation and climate change. Addressing sea level rise, ocean acidification, and warming are high priorities on the EU political agenda. And we are already losing marine biodiversity at an alarming rate. And the consequences could be very far reaching. This is especially true for the Mediterranean, where the impacts are particularly acute, in coastal areas where there is the highest population density, and the oceans mean so much more than food. They are the global climate regulator, providing the oxygen we breathe, as well as countless benefits from food provision and coastal protection to blue carbon storage, recreation, and tourism. If we want these benefits to continue, we have to look after our seas and use them in a sustainable way. We need action at all levels, national, regional, international. And in this context, I really welcome the ministerial meeting on the environment and climate change that took place under the auspices of the Union for the Mediterranean in Cairo earlier this month, and the adoption of an ambitious declaration setting out the objectives for common action on key issues in the region. Climate change and biodiversity loss, they are closely linked, and they make each other even worse. So we can't solve one of these problems, tackle the other as well. And that means we need a systemic approach. In the coming months, the Commission will propose a nature restoration law that asks member states to restore and protect damaged ecosystems. And we will set progressive steps to ensure that by 2050, all ecosystems are restored and adequately protected. And setting up new marine protected areas and improving the management of existing ones, multiple benefits to society, and strengthen our resilience in the face of climate change. Protected areas help restore biodiversity, including for species that are commercially exploited, enhance carbon sequestration. And this is why, in advance of the coming global framework to protect biodiversity, to be agreed in Kunming at COP15 next spring, we have already committed to stepping up efforts on marine protected areas, and we will protect 30% of EU waters, and 1/3 of this will be strictly protected. The EU's framework for marine environmental protection is already fairly comprehensive, but there is still room for improvement, getting from theory to practice. Another challenge is the fight against pollution. It's a fight for a healthier, but also for a fairer and more equal Europe and planet. Our Zero Pollution Action Plan is our approach to this challenge, and it fits closely with our climate, health, biodiversity, and circular economy agenda, and it builds on initiatives in the field of energy, industry, mobility, food, and agriculture. I started talking about the importance of planning. And if you want to increase resilience, you have to plan, and to do it more carefully than ever before. With more and more activities taking place at sea, the equilibrium of marine ecosystems is under threat. And these ecosystems are part of the solution to climate change, as they capture and store carbon in a way that it is sometimes 10 times more efficient than on land. And when we produce food and energy at sea, we alleviate the pressure on the land. But if we don't plan these activities with an integrated approach, then this advantage can be easily lost. And this is why the Commission is also vocal about maritime spatial planning across all Europe's sea basins. So member states had until March this year to adopt a maritime spatial plan. We are now assessing those plans, and next year we will deliver our conclusions. We will look at how these plans relate to key objectives of the European Green Deal, including biodiversity, climate, and offshore renewables. Cyprus is very well placed to address these questions. Cypriot cities are striving for a greener future. Strobolos, for example, is taking great steps to reduce its energy consumption and reduce the use of cars. The island has the potential to play a pivotal role in climate change. You could leverage your position as the only EU member in the region, your excellent relations with surrounding countries, and your advanced expertise and infrastructure. And your role as the scientific capital of the region is widely acknowledged. And the new Center for Excellence in Climate and Atmosphere Research at the Cyprus Institute makes you the regional hub for innovation. So the Cyprus government initiative for coordinating climate change actions in the region is an excellent example of cooperation, exchange of knowledge, and good practice. It also enabling the development of a joint action plan for the climate crisis. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I would like to conclude. Climate change is enormous challenge, an existential challenge, not just for the region, but for our collective future. It's late in many changes, and many changes are now inevitable, but we can still, adequate planning, we can still keep control of our future, provided that we synchronize and that we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinkevicius. Let us now welcome His Royal Highness Prince Al Hassan bin Talal of Jordan.
President Anastasiadis, President of the Republic of Cyprus, thank you for your patience in inviting me, and I deeply regret not being able to attend with you this meeting, which of course is so important to us in the context of regarding climate change and migration. As you know, our region, the Levant region, is characterized by socio-economic and political fragmentation and a high unemployment rate. Yet 12 out of the 17 countries worldwide, which are the most extremely high water stress countries, include, of course, Jordan, which is the most water-stressed country based on the water stress index, followed by Libya and Algeria. When I refer to the Levant or the Mashriq, I am using the European terminology where we are regarded as geopolitically Mediterranean. But in fact, we do not share the Mediterranean littoral with the new countries, whether from the east or from the west, which are rivaling each other for control of what, from a Chinese or a Japanese perspective, might be the Middle West. At the same time, the European policies for the southern Mediterranean appear to stop at Athens. And I do feel that historically, the time has come to talk about the Mediterranean as a thriving human nexus rather than a sea of death. And I thank you, all of you, for having assisted in one way or another in facilitating, wherever possible, the difficulties faced by migrants across this stormy sea. The region's human mobility story can be broadly characterized by three interlinked patterns based on the World Bank report, Ebb and Flow, V2, where West Asia, North Africa provided our institute some of the background. First and foremost, let us bear in mind that wars, political unrest, food scarcity, natural disasters, and climate change are a pattern, followed by the asylum seekers, and the third pattern, that of labor migrants. As far as Syria is concerned, let me choose two examples, Syria and Iraq of our Levant region. Since the beginning of the 20th century, a fluctuation in precipitation events has been noticed associated with frequent drought seasons, 2006 to 2010. The peak was between 2007 2008, as the average precipitation dropped by 50% from north to south in Raqqa, Deir ez-Zor, Hasaka, Homs, and rain-fed farms shifted to GW-based agriculture, decreasing water table and deterioration in the quality, resulting in agricultural failure. And I would like to add here that though the flash floods that occurred in 2018 and 2019 in Al Hol and the Arisha camps led to the fleeing of around 27,000 individuals, the Council for Migrants and Refugees, on which I participate, has not been able to make any predictions about the future of population mobility in our region, which is, of course, a West Asian region and the Levant region, including, if you want to look at the larger picture, Turkey and Iran, which would mean, of course, 280 million people. And if you were to look only at the Arab countries and Arab entities, Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, and Jordan, as well as Syria. In Iraq, of course, we have been directly involved with the basin management of the Euphrates and the Tigris. Iraq, after all, Mesopotamia means between the two rivers. But the drought and salinity cases that hit southern governorates of the Kar, Misan, and Qadisiyah governorates, as I was told as head of the Blue Peace Initiative, or now the Blue-Green Peace Initiative, in Misan governorate alone, rural to urban migration occurred due to water scarcity that has been characterized with poor water management and increased salinity. Around 6,800 families migrated due to several severe conditions, including loss of crops and livestock. I want to ask if there is a link between climate change, water shock, and human mobility. And I would suggest that 25% of IDPs in Iraq cited water scarcity in 2010, according to the World Bank, as the main reason for displacement and the main reason preventing them from their return to their place of origin. In other countries such as Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Syria, and Yemen, we are convinced of other factors related to job security and socio-economic situations of the householders, and these are the most important drivers. Based on a study by the West Asia North Africa Institute, it was found that experts agreed that water factors such as crop failure and drought had affected migration in the region. So the concept of leapfrogging over Jordan, as in the cooperation between Israel and the Gulf countries, is producing a new phenomenon. The high investment in production of new and advanced agricultural processes, hanging fruits in greenhouses, hydroponics, and so forth, make it impossible for us to turn to the Syrian, Iraqi, Palestinian, or Jordanian farmer and say that there is something in it for them, for us, let alone, of course, saying that there is something in it politically. I think that we need a policy which is consistent with the idea that shared waters, particularly after COVID, sharing in a transboundary context, far from being a cause for concern, can be, and indeed is, a cause for partnership. In the arid and semi-arid arid areas, an area where the shared and receding waters of the Nile, Orontes, Tigris, Euphrates, and Jordan, the great African Rift Valley, if you will, can bring us together. We can come together in the Mare Nostrum, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Munich Security Report, the Night Mare Nostrum, reminded us of a harbinger of similar tragedies that have yet to transpire. Home to an estimated 510 million people, the Mediterranean is a region where warming is occurring at a rate 20% faster than the global average. The links between migration on the one hand and climate change on the other are clear, and I think that we have to humanize the stats. Both Syria and Guatemala and others serve as cautionary tales of the disastrous humanitarian and security consequences of climate change. Encouraging the will to stay, for example, through the improvement of sustainable agricultural practices or the strengthening of social safety that can and must appear now more than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, the discursive disconnect between, on the one hand, climate science and on the other, climate policy can and must be addressed. I am told that a comprehensive scientific report will be a product of your proceedings. Allow me, if I may, to emphasize the importance of underlining the fact of that disconnect. Thank you, and good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you. Your Royal Highness Prince Al Hassan bin Talal. Let us now welcome His Excellency Mr. Laurent Fabius, former Prime Minister and President of the French Constitutional Council.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to address you on this second international conference on climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. This conference is important to the unprecedented challenge we are facing in the domain of climate, not only climate change, but climate disruption. The recent very words of our friend, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, quote, "The pathway is catastrophic," unquote. And the incoming meetings, I mean COP26 in Glasgow in 18 days, COP15 on biodiversity in China, are an opportunity to agree and to act on the way forward. But I think this conference as well can be a powerful element on the same road. In this perspective, I will present a few remarks, specially directed to this region. COP21, which I had the honor to chair and to prepare in Paris 6 years ago, was a turning point. Yesterday, Alok Sharma, the president of COP26, was in Paris, and we had a discussion together, and we agreed on this fact. Paris was the landmark COP. Glasgow must be the COP of action. By Glasgow, all countries must submit or enhance their NDCs. It's the first imperative of the Paris Agreement. Yet, some important emitters have not done so. Another decisive issue is finance. Recently, as announced, that they will double their financial contribution to developing countries. This is good. But you know that we need to do more to deliver on $100 billion commitment by developed countries to finance the ecological transition of developing countries. And we haven't reached this figure. Better financed, and adaptation, we need more grants, and not mainly loans. And all of us know that it is essential to prepare the phasing out of traditional sources of energy, which obviously raises big problems. The pledge of President Xi Jinping at the UN General Assembly was important, and about stopping financing coal in the foreign countries, but all in all, to be honest, we are far from being in line with the Paris commitments. In fact, this is not an issue for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It is an issue for today, and we recently have to not only understand but feel in our bodies the reality of climate change. This summer has been marked by a terrible combination of heat and flooding throughout the world. It has been critical in this region. We had catastrophic wildfires, Cyprus, Greece, Turkey, Israel, Lebanon, temperature over 50 degrees in Kuwait, Oman, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran. We have droughts in Turkey, water stress in different countries, particularly in Jordan, accelerated sea level rise. And these tragic events are not from a disaster movie, they are reality and present reality. That these catastrophes due essentially to CO2 emissions linked with human activities, especially coal, oil, and gas. And this region's economy is not only very dependent on fossil fuels, but it is, and it has been eloquently said before me, it is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. A recent draft UN report described it as a climate hotspot, and the estimates are that temperature increase across the Mediterranean will be 20% higher than global averages. And other studies estimate that the Middle East is warming at nearly twice the global average, and that risks experiences temperatures of maybe 60 degrees. The next IPCC report, which will be released in February, alerts us on the highly interconnected climate risks faced by more than 500 million inhabitants of this region. The reality of climate change affects all aspects of life, development for sure, biodiversity, people's health are at stake. With increasing pressures on water and food, security and stability are at risk. As it has been said, climate change could drive forced migration. Many fear that its effects will be the root of future conflicts and violence. The Paris Agreement has set the ambitions and tools indispensable to prevent us from such consequences. And the tools, the toolbox, the solution toolbox, the key recommendation that have been prepared or will be prepared here, very, very important. Since 2015, a lot has been done in that regard. And 190 countries have ratified Paris. But beyond ratification, talks, the key words, level and at a regional level is implementation. Certain countries' ambitions are not sufficient compared to the task ahead. And last month, the UN's red alert was clear. Current pledges, I mean at a global level, would lead us towards a minimum of 2.7 degrees warming by the end of this century. We know what are the solutions. That it has been eloquently summarized by our friend, the European Commissioner. It's late and very late, but not too late. We know the solution, and I would insist on three of them: adaptation, and education, which all of them need new investments because the rhythm, the investments is too low. Mitigation, mitigation. Obviously, it is crucial. Highlighted by Mediterranean Expert on Climate and Environmental Change Program report published last year, ambitious transformation of energy policies is necessary. The region, easy to say, but not easy to implement, has to move away from fossil fuels. It requires many actions, many efforts. And among these efforts, we need social actions, powerful social actions. It requires financing, technology transfer, capacity building, political vision, and courage. There is still a lot of potential for increased use of renewable energy, solar, hydro, geothermal power, bioenergy, wave and tidal stream power, and so on. So it is estimated that renewable energies could represent nearly 25% of these regions' energy mix by 2040. Therefore, mitigation, crucial. Mitigation is a necessity, and it is true in various fields: agriculture, infrastructure, health, economy, in particular regarding tourism, migration, and protection of biodiversity. Water management is a critical issue. More than 180 million people are affected by water stress. These figures could be up to 250 million in 20 years. Adaptation means that more grants are necessary. We must look at all sorts of solutions: technological innovation, nature-based solutions, traditional knowledge. Citizens must be inspired by and aim at protecting nature and culture. And finally, education is decisive. This is important in our conference, as it was in the first conference we had a few years ago. Education is decisive. We explicitly included it in Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. The mobilization of young people is a powerful factor of hope, because they bring their parents and grandparents towards awareness and action. And because we need to give the future generation the tools they need. And I particularly insist on this element, which is decisive for the future. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the approach chosen by Cyprus Climate Change Initiative is positive, and I fully support it. It gathers both scientific and intergovernmental elements. And my experience is that the cooperation between science, society, and politics is an absolute necessity. The success of the Paris Agreement came precisely from the alliance of these three different forces: science, civil society, political leaders. And I want to pay tribute to this approach. I would like to conclude these remarks by focusing your attention to this last major idea: regional and global cooperation. Change issue is an interdisciplinary, intergenerational, international issue. Cooperation is key for the success of what is experienced here, for the success of COP26, and for what will come after Glasgow. And by the way, I would like to stress the fact that Egypt probably welcome COP27, which means a particular accent put on this region. Therefore, regional and global cooperation, also what is at stake here and now for this conference and for the action that will follow. And with this spirit in mind of regional and global cooperation, you all very, very fruitful debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Fabius. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome His Excellency, President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a great pleasure to welcome you at the second International Conference on Climate Change in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, Challenges and Solutions. The participation of so many government representatives, renowned policy makers, and prominent international scientists, scientific experts from our region and beyond is indicative not only of the gravity of the crisis we are facing, but also of our collective resolve to address its dire effects. Distinguished friends, in May 2018, the Cyprus Institute organized the first international conference on climate change in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, and the scientific community conveyed a clear and alarming message. Our region is classified as a global climate change hotspot, being particularly vulnerable to its negative impact, with our countries already witnessing consequent serious challenges which are to a large extent common. Record high temperatures and protracted heat waves, devastating fires and deforestation, increased water scarcity, droughts, floods, and extreme weather patterns. All these phenomena attest the difficult situation we are facing, and we fail to act. And if we fail to act, the impact on public health, ecosystems, agriculture, tourism, and water resources will be unprecedented. Even as we speak, the supply to our citizens of basic needs, such as food and water, is under threat. Hence, if we do not mitigate the effects of climate change, the pressure on our governments will increase dramatically, as our citizens will rightfully demand better health and living conditions, improved air quality, and a clean environment. What is also equally important, dear friends, is to realize that the consequences will be disastrous, not only for our region, with a population of approximately 500 million people, but will have global ramifications as well. Distinguished friends, based on the above-mentioned observations, it became clear to my government that there is urgent need to immediately act and effectively address the negative consequences of climate change based on sound scientific expertise and advice. To this end, in 2019, we undertook the initiative for developing a regional action plan for tackling climate change and its effects in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East in various sectors. To name a few: the environment, agriculture, tourism, health, water, and cultural heritage. In order to achieve the objective, a detailed work program has been developed consisting of two distinct components, a scientific and an intergovernmental one. The scientific component provides the basis for the regional action plan and was led by Professor Kostas Papanikolaou, president at the Cyprus Institute, and my advisor and special envoy on climate change. In this regard, during these past 2 years, the Cyprus Institute has coordinated the work of 13 regional task forces in which more than 240 scientists from our region and international organizations participate on a voluntary basis for the preparation of the thematic reports. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank Professor Papanikolaou for his leadership and to express my gratitude to all the scientists who have contributed to the preparation of the thematic reports. Their findings, along with the policy recommendations they provide, will be invaluable tools for the work of the national contact points of each country during the development of the regional action plan. And referring to the intergovernmental component of our plan, I would like to once more urge all the governments of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region to commit to our initiative and collaborate with the Minister of the Environment, Kostas Kadis, for its finalization. In these regards, a ministerial meeting and a leader summit is expected to take place in the coming months so as to validate and launch the implementation of the action plan via, amongst others, establishing appropriate coordination and monitoring mechanisms. Through the implementation of the regional plan, we expect that Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East countries will first promote action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change impacts. Second, establishing the necessary mechanism for more resilient and competitive economies by switching to renewable and cleaner energy. Third, improve access to climate change financial instruments and mechanisms. Fourth, provide incentives to our businesses and industries so as to adapt and shift to sustainable and green technologies in order to increase their competitiveness in the global markets. And fifth, create new green employment opportunities. We do hope that we will also receive the support of the European Union and of regional and international organizations. In these regards, please allow me to specifically welcome the participation at the opening panel of, or during the works of the conference, of Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and of Mr. Virginius Sinkevicius, EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, as well as, of course, His Royal Highness El Hassan bin Talal and His Excellency Laurent Fabius. Distinguished friends, further to our efforts to promote collaboration on addressing climate change at a regional level, at the national level, we are determined to take all necessary measures so as to achieve the Paris Agreement goals and the ambitious targets set by the European Union. Cyprus was amongst the countries of the EU that supported the transition of the EU to carbon neutrality by 2050, and we have already designed specific policies and that will lead to implementing our obligations. Indicatively, more than 500 million euro, that is 41% of the budget of our National Resilient and Recovery Plan for the years 21 to 26, which aims at strengthening the country's potential for economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable long-term growth and welfare, is devoted to investments and reforms that contribute to climate neutrality and towards green transition. Dear friends, distinguished guests, we are compelled to take on urgent actions to address climate change, and I'm certain that you will agree with me that the time to act is upon us. Our vision is for our region to look to the future with optimism and to use the climate challenge as an opportunity to proudly demonstrate what our countries can achieve when they join forces by cooperating and acting together. In concluding, I wish to once more thank all the participants at the conference, particularly those who joined us from abroad, despite the restrictions that the COVID-19 pandemic has imposed on international traveling. I have no doubt that during the fruitful deliberations that will follow these couple of days, you will have the opportunity to be thoroughly informed by the members of the task forces of the proposed measures, submit suggestions, and jointly elaborate on the benefits from the implementation of specific measures for each country and our region in general. Hoping to see you all tomorrow night. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to address the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Anastasiadis. We now welcome Professor Dan Olofriska, Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Cyprus Research and Educational Foundation, who will chair session 2 titled Climate Change in the EME region.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you to this session on climate change in the EME region. Our distinguished speakers in this session will be Mr. Abdallah Moksit, who is the Secretary of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Professor Petteri Taalas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, Professor Philippe Chiais of the French Laboratory of Climate Science and the Environment, and Professor Jos Lelyveld of the Max Planck Institute of Chemistry in Mainz. Our session will be quite condensed with only 15 minutes per presentation, so let's begin immediately. However, I should note that Mr. Moksit and Professor Chiais will join us over teleconference technology. Professor Petteri Taalas has sent us a pre-recorded message, and Professor Jos Lelyveld is actually physically present here today. It has been suggested to me that it would be nice and natural to first invite Professor Lelyveld to take the floor. Please come to the podium.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, it's my pleasure to report from the Task Force on the Physical Basis of Climate Change, with a focus on climate scenarios for the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean. It's not a nice message, but an important one. And our task force with these scenarios has also provided input to the other task forces, which are looking at adaptation measures. And we have just heard from Mr. Fabius about the Paris Agreement, and also emphasis by several speakers on the fact that this region is a hotspot of climate change. And this is something I will also put scientific evidence behind. But what is very interesting, I'd like to start with this, is that even though the region is a hotspot of climate change, 6 countries in the world have not yet ratified the Paris Agreement. And these 6 countries are indicated here in yellow. And you can see that this is mostly in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. What this means to me is that the awareness of this problem is still not very large. And I'm hoping that this conference and our work can contribute to enhancing this awareness. It's a really important message that we have to convey. If we look at temperature observations, so this is from observations. Many observations have been collected actually since the last 120 years. If we look at observations of temperature, we will find that none of these regions that are indicated here are very conspicuous in terms of comparing to the global average. Even the Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East, the warming has been about 0.1 degrees per decade, which is roughly the global average. But if we look at the last 40 years, since about 1980, climate change is really accelerating. And it is accelerating especially rapidly in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. If we compare with other regions here, we see that in this region, about 0.45 degrees per decade since 1980. Europe is also going quite fast. This was also mentioned by Mr. Fabius. Europe is also quite strongly affected by climate change. Other regions as well. So it's much more than this 0.1 degree per decade that we have seen thus far, on average in the past 120 years. So we see it's going much more rapidly. And so again, I emphasize this is based on observations. Now, scenarios, by definition, cannot be based on observations, but must make use of models. One of the requirements for IPCC and climate change assessments is that we have an ensemble of models. So we cannot just rely on one model, and we rely on an ensemble of models, and we also do different scenarios. And I'm mostly reporting on 2 scenarios, one that's rather optimistic. I would say too optimistic because we have already surpassed it. It's a so-called RCP 2.6 scenario, and the other one is the business as usual one. This is the pessimistic scenario, it's the RCP 8.5. And these little crosses here are indicate models that have contributed to the calculations of these scenarios. And these are CORDEX is the Coordinated Regional Climate Change Downscaling Experiment, which is under the auspices of the World Climate Research Program of the WMO. And all of these models have contributed to scenarios in Africa, in this European and the MENA region, and also West Asia. So there's quite some overlap, which is good for us because then we can construct an ensemble model mean of many contributions. And we can see that here, the number of models that have contributed to the assessment that I'm going to show here. In some regions, like in Libya and in Iran, it's only 11, but still, 11 is quite a good number. In most of the region, it's actually 20, and in actually the Eastern Mediterranean, it is 23. So we have a large number of models that have contributed to these climate change scenario calculations. If we look at these 2 scenarios for the region, this is for land only, and we can see for RCP 8.5 we have 23 models, for 2.6 20, and for the historical period also again 23. And we can see the development of climate change. It would be of the order of 5 to 6 degrees on average if the business as usual scenario becomes reality. It would be only of the order of 1.5 degrees if we could follow the optimistic scenario. As I indicated, I think this scenario is too optimistic because we have already surpassed it. So in reality, hopefully we will be able to take some measures, so it will be below the business as usual, but it will definitely be above the optimistic scenario. And even the optimistic scenario is quite grim already because, as I indicated here above, this is relative to the reference period. If we relative to the pre-industrial period, which is what the Paris Agreement is doing, 2 degrees relative to pre-industrial, we have to add actually 0.8 degrees here. So you can see that even under the most optimistic scenario, we are already reaching the 2 degrees and probably surpassing it. If you look at the temperatures that are that are current, and this is now left is for the reference period. The reference period is prescribed by IPCC. It is between 1986 and 2005. So again, it's actually not to pre-industrial. And then we see to the right, we see the business as usual calculated summer temperatures. And the summer temperatures are very relevant here because it's already quite hot, as you all know who live in this region. And we can see that we have temperature increases in this area of the order of 6 to 7 degrees in the summer, which is tremendous. And you can also see the darkest red areas where the temperatures are highest. You can see, by the way, that in the Gulf region, the temperatures are typically highest overall in the Middle East. If you compare with the winter, and this is an important message because, we are always comparing annual averages, but what's relevant for the region is not the annual average. What's relevant for the region is the summer temperature, because if the winter gets a little bit warmer, I don't think that many of you will complain. But if the summer gets warmer, I think we have a real problem. And this is what you can see here. End of century from this RCP 8.5 scenario is of the order of 3 to 4 degrees. And again, this is the same image that I showed before, is between 6 and 7 for the summer. So this is quite a dramatic change. What is also very important is that the variability of the weather is changing. And this you can see from these curves. The gray curve is the reference period. And you can see these curves represent the Gaussian distribution. The weather is chaotic, and this is what we have. So this is yearly variable weather, and so we have cold years, we have warm years, and you see this is shifting to the right when we get into the future, and it's shifting to the far right if we get into the future under the business as usual scenario. And of course, the middle point is the average temperature. But what matters for heat extremes, for example, and this is what I'm emphasizing very strongly here, is the tails of these curves. And you can see these curves are becoming more platykurtic, as we call them. They're becoming flatter. So the weather will become more variable, which means that we will have relatively cooler years, but you can see also that the cooler years are as warm or even warmer than the hottest years that we already know. And the warmest years will be extremely hot. So we're then talking about 7 to 8 degrees or even more in some instances. So this is really dramatic. If we look at precipitation, things are, what I also wanted to, I should have mentioned that earlier, is that these climate scenarios are evaluated in terms of robustness and significance. Robustness means to what degree do the models agree? So if there is a high level of agreement, we call the scenario calculations robust. For temperature, the scenarios are both highly significant and highly robust, which means that all the models agree. There is not a single model that would really disagree on these heat extremes that are occurring. Of course, it could be slightly different in terms of absolute values. This is slightly different, or it's actually quite different for precipitation, which is more difficult to predict because, as you know, precipitation takes place in quite short periods. when we have cyclones, for example, in the area. And this is extremely variable. And to be significant in a highly variable environment is very difficult. So the significance actually of projected precipitation changes is rather low. But what we also see, and I'm now showing here winter precipitation. Summer precipitation would have little meaning in this area, as you will know. But winter precipitation, when we really rely on water to be replenished in the reservoirs, we see that there are, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean, and that there are significant decreases are being projected. And they are robust, which means that the models agree. To the south more, you see these blue areas, which actually means that we expect in those areas precipitation to increase. But there, as you can see from the left, which mostly a white area, the precipitation is so low that even a relatively large change in precipitation does not mean that the water resources will be really replenished. But some of it actually is also robust. Then look at heat waves. This is something that's of major importance for human health, but also they're always associated with drought conditions and also fires, which is more like in the northern Eastern Mediterranean, the Middle East, like Turkey and also Cyprus and Greece. What we can see is that the model projections, and now here we have a moderate scenario. If we can follow the moderate scenario, we may still prevent the worst. And this has been emphasized by several speakers already. We will experience climate change. It cannot be avoided. But we can perhaps avoid the worst. But still, if we follow this scenario, and this is probably a fairly likely scenario that's going to occur, you see that extreme and very extreme heat waves are starting to occur in the coming decades. So we have had quite some severe heat waves already, but they will become more severe. And in the lower panel, you see indicated in the white area, these are either no heat waves or normal to moderate heat waves. But these bars that are popping up after, say, 2020 or so, are really severe to very severe or extreme heat waves. And by the end of the century, we will have what we call super ultra extreme heat waves, which are heat waves that the world has never seen before. And they will start occurring, although they hopefully will not be very frequent. If we look at the business as usual scenario, you see that these heat waves will become quite common. We see that these dots, these dark dots, are occurring really frequently. And the percentage of land, and this is in the lower panels, that will be affected by these super extreme, ultra extreme heat waves will be about 50%. And by the way, I should have mentioned this. This is the MENA. This is not only Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East, this also includes North Africa. But actually the situation is not much different there from the Middle East. If we look at it from a horizontal geographical perspective, we see on top here, these are the normal or moderate events, which are already quite extreme, as we know. But we see that in the reference period, we would have something like 5 to 10 per 30-year period. These are periods of 30 years. You see that in the middle, so this is the period between 2020 and 50, the number already doubles. And if we go to the end of the century, so top right, we see that in some areas we still have them, but in many areas these quite severe heat waves have disappeared. Reason being that we will have even more severe ones. And you see this in the middle panels. You see it's white in the left. It starts becoming yellow in the middle. So these start appearing since roughly from 2020 to 2050. And at the end of the century, they will be quite common. And these super extreme heat waves, which we have not seen before, have not occurred. This is lower left. And they start occurring towards the end of the century. And actually, they're replacing some of these really extreme other heat waves. I think this is a really strong message. All the models agree on this. And the models have been compared with observations in the historical period. And temperature is something that we can really do well, believe me. What is also important to consider is population. Population density in the Middle East is increasing quite strongly. This is now again MENA, Middle East and North Africa, including the Eastern Mediterranean. And you can see the top curve, the solid curve, gives the total projected population towards the end of the century. And the dashed curve is the part of the population that lives in the urban environment. And you can see that these curves are approaching each other. So now we have something like 700 million, or in the recent past, in the region, and it will increase until 2070 or so by up to 1.3 billion, and then it will go down a little bit towards the end of the century. And the number of the percentage of people living in urban environment will be about 90%. And now you see here these heat waves occurring. You see that the yellow curve is going up, the dashed curve is following, then it will be going down because these sort of moderate heat waves will be vanishing and they will be replaced by severe to very extreme heat waves, which is the second curve, the orange one. Again, you see the dashed curve approaching the solid one, so urban population. And the last one, the darkest one, the lower one, you see is going up very steeply after 2050. So if this scenario becomes true, especially the urban population will be very hard hit by heat waves. And the urban environment, of course, has other problems like, air pollution, also urban heat island effect, and all kinds of things that need to be studied in more detail how this impacts. So let me conclude. Since the 1980s, the EMA area is warming much faster than the global average. And more rapidly than other inhabited parts of the world, as I've shown in the beginning. Even Europe, where climate change is rather fast. Climate projections indicate the strongest warming in summer, with unprecedented heat extremes. And the climate scenarios are both robust and significant. The precipitation will likely decrease in many regions, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, and the latter is also quite robust. It will increase actually in the Sahel and the southern Arabian Peninsula, but there the results are less significant. But perhaps this is still good news for those regions. In our report, we also address sea level rise. I haven't really discussed it, but I can say that it follows the global mean. More is not excluded, it follows the IPCC report. But even the 0.5 to 1 meter is already quite devastating for countries such as Egypt. There are studies showing this. And virtually all socioeconomic sectors will be critically affected by the projected changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lelyveld. I noticed, and I'm grateful for the expressions of appreciation for this presentation. However, I wasn't sure if I should ask even for applause because of the grimness of the content or substance of the presentation. I have been instructed that we can permit one question. Is there someone who would like to address a question to our speaker? I see none.
I see
Oh,
one.
there is
there.
one. Please. Please introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Adriana Bruggeman, I'm a associate professor of hydrology and water management at the Cyprus Institute. Jos, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like you to add, you said that the winter temperatures, people will be happy, but the environment will not be happy. Right, so I would like you to add this. I know you know it, but I think you didn't mention it, but our ecosystems, pests and diseases, right? We need to have also cold temperatures in winter in this area.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, it will become so hot that some of the mosquitoes that carry diseases will move to Europe, out of Cyprus and the region. But you have a good point. For ecosystems, this is not good news. Maybe it's good news for tourism, that we can have more winter tourism. But this is not something that you would want to sell as a happy argument. Yeah.
Thank you for
making the point.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the response. Let us see if we can now have the presentation by Mr. Moksit. Mr. Maksit, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. First of all, I want really to thank the organizer for inviting me. This is the second time I am invited here. I am also want to thank also the scientific committee for this consideration. And also I can say that IPCC is honored to contribute to this excellent event. So I prepared the presentation based on the last funding of our last working group 1 contribution to the IPCC. I will provide some information. Also, I will, run quickly for many slides in the beginning, but I will stop on the region to provide the latest result. So, okay. First, just a quick, history about IPCC. It was established in 1988, and with the mandate to assess research, not doing research, and also to provide the scientific finding to policymakers. And this is very important to highlight, and also to use it as sort of toolbox to inform policymaker and also negotiator. Just a quick process during all this history that it was the first assessment report who was instrumental in the establishment of the United Nations framework of climate change. The second assessment was critical for Kyoto Protocol. The third assessment report was the good tool to introduce adaptation. The fourth one was as the research was advancing, the fourth one start to use these anomalies with numbers, anomaly of 2 degrees C. And by the same, at 2007, IPCC got the Nobel Prize. In 2013-14, it was thanks to the IPCC assessment report to reach the Paris Agreement. And now we are in 6th cycle, the most intense cycle in the history, because we are producing 8 reports. We already approved 5, and we are about to approve the 3 remaining. But I think it is the most intense cycle. Not only this, because the 3 special reports were solution-oriented, and this is why I think the emphasis is focusing more on how to serve stakeholders and also users. And this is, I think, what makes this cycle the most intense. This is what I already said. I can say all the reports were at least one client is UNFCCC, but it is not the only client, because we are providing information to all stakeholders and individuals at any region in the world. So, but as I said already, something specific for IPCC, our role is to assess a comprehensive, objective, and transparent research. But also our IPCC reports are neutral with respect to policy. Those are key elements we should keep in mind, because this is what makes IPCC a little bit as the best interface between science and policy. And I think the preparation of all our reports follow this 10 steps. I am calling them the 10 commandments, but exactly because, and this is what makes also IPCC a sort of good aller-retour between scientists and government. At the end, the outcome of IPCC is also the sharing process between scientists and government. And this is our cycle, as I already said, and we are just waiting at the bottom of this slide that we will approve the working group 2 and working group 3 as contribution to IPCC, and then we will have the sensitivity report to come in September of next year. And all this will be a good input for the UNFCCC global stocktake. Already this special report we already approved, and also we can now this time for IPCC we are coming to some key messages. from special report 1.5, we have just these three main messages. Every bit of warming matters. Every year matters. Every choice matters. From special report about land, key messages is land is undergoing human pressure. Land is a part solution, but land cannot do it all. But one key message is all what you have, the resource we have now can feed all the world if the management is with optimization. From the special report about climate change and ocean, our ocean and the cryosphere they sustain us, they are under pressure, their change affects all our life. The time for action is now. But now, this is a support special report, but now for the last report we published just a couple of weeks ago, this contribution, as I said, is based on 14,000 scientific publications that were assessed. The author team is 234 from 65 countries. There is a sort of balance between women and men, and also we have practically the majority from new authors. But what is specific for this report, that it was under comments. We did have 78,000 comments from countries as well from observer organization, and also that what is important here, that any comment is considered seriously, and this make this report as close as possible to all the verification from experts as well as governments. And what are the key messages? And here I should read, because now those messages are approved word by word by the plenary. So what it says, recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years. And it is spectacular, because for CO2 concentration, it was observed that they were the highest in at least 2 million years. The sea level rise was the fastest in at least 3,000 years. The Arctic sea ice area was the lowest, did have the lowest level in at least 1,000 years, and concerning glaciers and retreat, we have an unprecedented fact in at least 2,000 years. That means it is spectacular, and it is something which was highlighted by observation. Now, what are the implications? What was observed? That now we have extreme heat, more frequent, more intense. We have the heavy rainfall, more frequent, more intense. Drought, increase in some region, not all region, of course, but our region, I think, is interested by this. Now the new aspect is fire weather, because now that the fires are, behaving many where, and even from many developed countries, and they are more frequent and more damaging. And also the life in the ocean is really under stress because of warming, acidifying, and losing oxygen. And this is putting pressure on all the vegetation in the ocean. Another key message, unless immediate, rapid, and large-scale reduction in greenhouse gas emission, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees C will be beyond reach. And this is connected to Paris Agreement. So I think the sentence is well constructed, because it is alarming, but in the same time is letting one window, one door open if we want really to start now, immediately, to start reduction of emissions. And also, this is the third scenario now. I think the previous presenter was based on the scenario RCP. Now they are using SSP. And now this is the latest information. I can see our region here. And this is at 2 degrees C of anomaly, and this is at 4 degrees C of anomaly. And believe me, our region is under, in the situation where the impact is the most intense. And this is something to highlight. And with every additional amount of global warming, changes get larger, and the colors is changing radically. Another key message, it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts more frequent and severe. And this is, as I told you, the text is approved by government in the last plenary. So for what is connection with human role? Human influence, the main driver of hot extreme, which have become more frequent and more intense, ocean warming since 1970s, and ocean acidification, changes we see in the frozen area of the planet, global retreat of glaciers since 1990s, because I think with this, memory of the climate system to keep the anomalies longer. And this is also something that is connected for this climate memory is on ocean and ice sheet. Ocean temperature is increasing, large ice sheet is melting, sea level is rising. However, some changes could be slowed and other could be stopped by limiting warming, that means by reducing emissions. To limit global warming, strong, rapid, and sustained reduction in CO2, methane, and other greenhouse gases are necessary. This will not only reduce consequences of climate change, but also improve air quality. Now, the third of our last report of IPCC is dedicated to regional information. Informed decision related to risk management and adaptation. And as I said, a third of our report dedicated to regional information. And we want this report to be used as a toolbox for any decision maker, any stakeholder. So concerning the regional information, we have the region about, under this event, excellent event, the Middle East and Mediterranean, Central Asia, Asia, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Iran, and Arabian Peninsula, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates states, and Yemen. What this report provides us, that anthropogenic warming has amplified droughts since the 1980s, high confidence, and this is what is really important. Now we are using this language of confidence with high elements. An increase in extreme precipitation has been observed, mostly in elevated area. Annual precipitation totals, intensity, and frequency of heavy precipitation are projected to increase with increase in warming levels. Strong spatiotemporal differences with overall decrease in precipitation are projected in summer with the opposite tendency in winter. For Arabian Peninsula, these projected changes are opposite. Mountain permafrost degradation at high altitude has increased the instability of mountain slopes in the past decade, medium confidence. Reduction of the annual maximum amount of snow increases with elevation in the mountain area. This came from this last report. Now for the regional, information coming from this fact sheet, because as I said, this report also gives many regional fact sheet, and here we have the Mediterranean region and also some part of the eastern part. And we can see, for example, June, July, and August day with daily maximum. You saw how, the color for the daily temperature max above 35 degrees C is really present in this region. So also this sum January, February maximum annual 1 day precipitation, you can see there is a difference between the south and north, but still again, we are under, let's say, well-informed area. Standard is precipitation index, and you saw same thing for the SPI, the indicator. We saw that, you know, around this region, I think we have in the decreased situation. So projected decreases in mean precipitation, increase in fire weather condition, and decreases in mean wind speed. And now I think, though, I want to highlight that for this, the first time, we added what we added to precipitation. Now we are speaking about fire weather, as well as even another variable, which is mean wind speed. And this is new information in this last assessment. Observed and projected increases in aridity, meteorological, hydrological, and agricultural and ecological droughts. And you know this region is the most interested with water cycle, and this is really important for this region. Still again, observed increase in hydrological and agricultural and ecological droughts, medium confidence, increase in aridity and weather condition of global warming of 2 degrees C and above. So I think now we are starting to put, you know, the limits of Paris Agreement, and now for putting this bar as 2 degrees C. Projected combination impact driver changes, and we included this is new parameter, and it is impact the driver changes, warming temperature extremes, increase in drought and aridity, precipitation decrease, increase in fire weather, mean and extreme sea levels, snow cover decrease, and wind speed decrease by mid-century, and the global warming of at least 2 degrees C and above. High confidence. And this is, I think, this came exactly from this last report, and this, you know, give more information, more precision, more confidential level to the region under consideration with this excellent events. Now also, as I said, I think we are in this cycle, a cycle of solution oriented, but not only this, we don't want just to keep the information about this IPCC to the negotiator. It is also there to inform any individual, even citizens. And this is why we thought that it will be good to come with this cycle with eight products as a bouquet, as a package, but not only this, not a static package, but also with a dynamic tool, and to make this as a toolbox that for any government, any segment of the population, this person can open this toolbox and take information. And this is why also we produced the interactive atlas, and you have the link here. And with this interactive atlas, this offers to anyone the possibility to run those simulation model to stay, for example, from any anomaly of temperature. You can run this interactive atlas, and you will see what are the implications in your region, and also in what kind of anomaly of temperature, and also with many time scale above. So I think I should thank you very much once again for inviting me, and also I am really honored with this high quality of this that honored this event. I'm really proud to be part of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We thank the speaker, and now I think we will have the pre-recorded message from Professor Dr. Petteri Talas, who is the Secretary General to the World Meteorological Organization.
Greetings from World Meteorological Organization in Geneva. I'm sorry that I couldn't join you in physical form to your Cyprus Institute event because we have our General Assembly, our Congress going on at the same time. So WMO is the UN Specialized Agency on Weather, Climate and Water, and we are already fairly ancient organization, and we are very much working together with national experts who are coming from the Met and Hydro Services, academic institutions, and nowadays also from private sector. And we are the founding father of IPCC, and we are hosting also IPCC here at our premises. And at the UN we have also climate core group, and I'm one of the members of the Secretary General Guterres core group. So I will show you some slides concerning what we have observed in the climate, and they are a bit complementary material to IPCC report. First of all, last 5 years were the warmest years on record, and dependent on which center is doing this reanalysis, we have seen from about 1.1 to 1.3 degree warming so far. And on the map you can see that Arctic has warmed the most, but the second one clearly is Europe and also the Mediterranean region that you are interested in. Then there's a cold anomaly in North Atlantic, which is likely to be linked to the slowing down of so-called Gulf Stream ocean current. And then we have been storing more than 90% of the excess heat to the oceans, and we have seen warming of the deep sea ice mass, and at the same time we have seen also an increase of the sea level, which is partly coming from this thermal expansion and partly from melting of the glaciers. And during the last century, the sea level rise was typically 1 to 2 millimeters per year, but recently we have seen 3 to 4 millimeters per year sea level rise. And since oceans are serving as a sink of carbon dioxide, we have also changed the chemical composition of seawater, and it's estimated that now the acidity is already lowest in 25 million years, and this is a threat for certain ecosystems. And the IPCC just published its Working Group 1 report, where they showed that the sea level rise estimates by the end of this century are a bit higher than in the previous report. We expect to see about 30 to 70 centimeters increase, besides the already observed less than 30 centimeters sea level rise. And the bad news is that this rise will continue for the coming centuries as well, and in the worst case we could see even several meters of sea level rise. So that's a challenge, of course, for coastal areas. And then now I'd like to show you some slides about rainfall amounts. This is what has been happening to rainfall amounts in the long run. We have seen more drought in Africa, in Middle East, in some parts of Asia, and also some parts of Americas, and at the high northern latitudes we have seen an increase of the rainfall amounts. And if you look at the past 20 years, we have started globally using 1 centimeter per year terrestrial water, and especially we have seen such things happening in the mountain areas, which are the hotspots here. But in general you can see that again the Mediterranean region is getting drier, and that's already a challenge today. And here you can see the global water stress hotspots, and Middle East and Mediterranean region. They are one of those, and some of these are related to mountain glacier melting, like the Southern Asia and some other Asian areas, and also in western part of Americas there's a contribution coming from melting of the glaciers. And already today 2.3 billion people are living in water-stressed countries, and when it comes to Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is related to water, we are clearly lagging behind in the implementation of that goal. And here we have an estimation of where we have combined water availability and population growth, and you can see some fairly dark areas worldwide, and those are the areas where population is growing, and at the same time we are going to see growing amount of water scarcity problems. And again, Africa is obviously a challenging region, and also is Middle East and also southern parts of Asia. And soil moisture, this is coming from most recent IPCC report, where we are estimating what's going to happen to the rainfall as a function of warming. And of course, we all aim at this 1.5, but it may be realism to think of a little bit higher numbers. And you can see that lots of brownish color in Mediterranean region, which means that the rainfall scenarios are indicating more drought in your part of the world. And if you look at the lower panel here, you can see that the soil moisture is, in that case, see even more changes in your part of the world, and there's a contribution of evaporation because of higher temperatures. And in the UN, we are concerned of this water stress, and that's why we have started building a UN-wide coalition to improve the global hydrological observing systems and the related services. And we will launch this Water Climate Accelerator program at the COP26 meeting. And we have also a high-level panel consisting of heads of state and ministers, and also a couple of UN agency heads like myself. IMF has estimated what has happened so far to global economy because of this about 1 degree warming, and you can see lots of reddish color in southern hemisphere and low latitudes of northern hemisphere, and also again in the Mediterranean region, especially in southern and eastern part, it's lots of reddish color. So we have already seen a negative impact because of climate change. That's very much related to rainfall changes and also higher temperatures. And here we have the hydromet value chain. To be able to provide good services, we need to invest in the observing systems, in the forecasting modeling, product development, and final dissemination of the products for various customers. And we have challenges in all of those fields. And first, I would like to show areas where we have gaps in our observing system, and you can see lots of red color in Africa when it comes to ground-based observations, and also even more so when you look at the sounding observations, and also in the Middle East and Central Asia, there are data gaps, and this is having a negative impact on the quality of weather and climate services also in your region, of course worldwide, but since these gaps are so close to your area, you are especially affected by those. And globally, we have seen already during the past 20 years that more than half of the world's population, they have been exposed to major disasters, and the most important one of them has been flooding, with 2 billion inhabitants exposed, and then 1.5 billion have been exposed to major drought event. And these are not only small disasters, but these are major disasters with casualties and major economic losses. And if you look at Mediterranean region, in your case, you have been both exposed to flooding events and drought events, and we have also seen some casualties, and this is based on studies in 8 Mediterranean countries, and you can also see what kind of economic losses we have seen, and those are mainly related to flooding events, but the drought events have been most common in those eight Mediterranean countries. And then we are heading towards the COP26 meeting in Glasgow in the coming weeks, and political aim is to try to reach the low limit of Paris Agreement 1.5, but so far we are not on such a track, and we are more or less moving towards higher temperatures. But at the political level, we have heard lots of promises from major emitters and European Union, China, USA, and even some oil-producing countries, production countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia. And here you can see what's happening at the moment in real world, and at the moment the pledges that we have on the table, they would indicate 2.7 degrees warming, and from the UN side, our desire is that we would be able to move towards at least upper limit of Paris Agreement 2 degrees, or even lower towards this 1.5 degrees. And there's a need for common view of the so-called G20 countries, and also this US-China dilemma is causing problems at the moment. It would be great if those two players could find a common position there. That's what we are aiming at the UN level. And this is the challenge that we are having when it comes to use of energy for industry, energy production, or transport sector. 85% of the energy is based on fossil ones, coal, oil, and gas, and only 15% is based on nuclear, hydro, and renewables. And to be successful in climate mitigation, we should revert those numbers during the coming decades. And now I'd like to show what is the vision of European Union here. European Union has put a fairly ambitious plan on the table, and here you can see the magnitudes of various components in this climate mitigation planning, and you can see that power production is number 1, transport sector number 2, and thereafter industry, and then we have also other components, residential and also agriculture. And the aim is to reduce the emissions by 90% by 2050, and at the same time strengthen the carbon sinks a bit, and also start applying carbon removal technologies, which is this dashed reddish area here. So finally, what are the global challenges? Agriculture is one of the matters of concern. We expect to see major challenges in Africa and Mediterranean region, both Americas, India, and China. And only the high northern latitudes might gain because of the change, but the soil is not the most fertile there, and also the radiation conditions are not optimal for compensating the losses worldwide. And it has been demonstrated already a long time ago that it would be much cheaper to mitigate than to live with the consequences of climate change. And even the big economies, USA and China, are exposed to this negative development. Of course, the African economies are supposed to be hit the hardest, where the basis is very much agriculture. And it's going to be a challenge for the oil and gas dependent economies if we are successful in mitigation, and that's something to keep in mind. And Africa is clearly a hotspot because of climate change, but also because of population growth, and Europe. In Europe, especially the southern part is going to be hit hardest, and also this immigration potential we should keep in mind, so that there's a huge potential, for example, from Africa. With these words, thanks for the opportunity to address you, and I would like to wish you a most successful conference, and hopefully there's a chance for me to visit you during the coming months or years face to face. Thank you.
We cannot ask questions now because Professor Talas sent us a pre-recorded message. So let us invite Professor Philippe Chiais to give his presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear colleagues. It's an honor to offer you a short briefing about greenhouse gas emissions and the trends in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region, and I deeply regret not to be able to be present with you at the conference. We know that emission pathways that will keep the global warming below 2 degrees all share 3 important characteristics. Emissions have to be reduced as soon as possible. They have to be reduced at a high rate of few % per year, and the reductions have to be continued for the upcoming century. As of today, countries have improved their ambition, but we're still heading to a much higher warming. And as you have heard from previous speakers, this will take us to dramatic impacts, in particular in the EME region. The Paris Agreement is also a challenge in terms of reporting because it brings on board all the countries, and many of them did not have a regular inventory system. The enhanced transparency framework of the Paris Agreement will set in place regular reporting by all the signatory countries. And this is clearly a challenge, and it's also a necessity. First of all, to be able to know accurately, with the low latency, how much we emit, to assess the baseline, and also to monitor regional trends, global trends, and therefore the effectiveness of climate mitigation policy. Through the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, we know that this is a global coordinated effort that will require individual actions from different nations, but the effort to be successful will have to encompass also regions, cities, companies, down to individual industrial areas, factories, power plants, and of course, citizens. How to bridge this gap for the region? First of all, this is a diagram showing the emissions of the Eastern Med and Middle East region. As you can see,
Professor CS, apologies, we cannot see your presentation. If it's possible to share it with us.
Yes, of course. I'm trying to do this. Can you see it now?
No, unfortunately not yet. Yes, we can now see it. Thank you very much.
Sorry for that. So, as I was saying, emissions have been growing very quickly in the region over the last 50 years, and they are dominated by one sector, the one of energy production, which encompasses residential, transportation, and power generation. If you look at emissions in terms of gases, clearly the emissions of the region are dominated by the production of CO2 coming from the burning of fossil fuel, but there is also a significant share coming from fugitive emissions of methane that mainly occur from leaks in the oil and gas extraction and distribution sectors. This diagram is showing you the evolution of emissions in the MA region compared to other blocks of emitters. And this is one of the regions of the world where the emissions have been growing very quickly. And as of today, the emissions of the regions altogether are almost equal to those of the entire European Union, which have been decreasing, by the way, over the past 40 years. On the right, you can see the emissions on a per capita basis. And here, the per capita emissions of the MA regions have already outpaced those of the EU, and they are very close now to those of China, and they are still growing with time. So clearly, there is a large mitigation challenge. And here, we have to acknowledge the fact that most of the emissions of CO2 occur because in hot countries, we need electricity for cooling households. As long as the power is coming from the use of fossil fuel, it causes CO2 emissions. The figure is showing for Qatar the daily total power demand as a function of the average daily temperature. And you can see that there is a near doubling of the power demand because of the high cooling requirement during the very hot season. And this takes me to the idea of a possibly bad feedback between more warming, more requirement for cooling, higher CO2 emissions, more warming, etc. In this curve, we have been isolating the effect of temperature on emissions, keeping all other socioeconomic factors constant for the future. And we used climate model outputs provided by the group of Professor Lillefeld. And as you can see, in the most intensive warming scenarios, we expect just from temperature implying more cooling of the residential sectors and buildings, we expect that just temperature alone should cause a rise of emissions of about 25%. What can we do? Well, this region is one of the most sunny in the world. So we are very lucky in a sense that putting solar panels on rooftops has been shown to provide sufficient electricity for meeting all the cooling requirements and even more. The only challenge is to be able to match the supply of electricity from solar panels, which is maximum during the peak radiation at noon, and the demand for more cooling, which occurs slightly later during the day, which implies some kind of storage of electricity or, of course, better insulation of buildings. I would also like to make the case for the power of the sun to help us decarbonize the transportation sector. By coupling solar panels on rooftops with power storage and electric vehicles, it is possible to provide very fast and cost-effective decarbonization. We've been studying this across different cities in the world, and we found, not surprisingly, that cities in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean regions have the most favorable condition. However, we need to implement those decarbonization technologies by building and financing with justice. The figure on the right shows what happened in the United States, where a study has found that the access of white neighborhoods compared to Black and Hispanic people was much better to solar microgrids. And this is a clear inequity, which is not only explained by differences in household incomes or household areas, it's also a fundamental inequity in access to smart microgrid. And this is an important aspect to take in consideration. Now, I showed you that methane emissions were very important in the regions. And thanks to European satellites, it is now possible to have a global view, not of all the leaks of methane, but at least the very large ones, which occur from accidents or very rare maintenance operations. You can see in the picture the systematic detections of the very large methane leaks given by the TRUPOMI instrument. And I would argue that this is clearly a low-hanging fruit for climate mitigation. The picture on the right shows the plume of methane, which is dispersed from an ultraleak over distances larger than several hundreds of kilometers. So with the help of Kairos, it's a French company with the Greek names, we estimated the fraction of methane emissions from the oil and gas sectors, which is due to those leaks, which are basically not reported by national inventories. And we found that for the 6 countries considered in the picture, those large leaks alone amount to about 10% of their average national oil and gas emissions. For specific countries like Turkmenistan, the amount of very large leaks is essentially nearly adding 80% to the national emissions. And they cannot be ignored, of course. We further carried out a cost-benefit analysis using 3 different technological assessments coming from the IEA, the EASA in Austria, and the US Environmental Protection Agencies, where we accounted for the cost for fixing leaks with available technology and also the benefits. Benefits includes, of course, savings of gas for extraction companies, avoiding warming, and also positive human health outcomes, because methane is enhancing the production of ozone, which is a damaging pollutant for health. And for the same 6 countries, we found that the benefits of fixing large leaks were always much higher than the cost. So you have a negative cost, and the total amount of benefits for the 6 countries considered, we estimated it on the order of 11 to 13 billion US dollar a year. So what can we do? Well, technology exists for reducing leaks, in particular large leaks in the oil and gas sector. We did see very large differences in the amount of methane emissions and methane leaks across distinct Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East countries. I argued that Fixing this will deliver an immediate and a very large climate and societal benefit. And to make it happen, I believe that we need improved regulation that would rely on science-based evidence, improved emission inventories, including near real-time satellite monitoring. So with that, I would like to end up the presentation and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Scheis. We can admit one question. If there is anyone in the audience who would like, we have here one question. Could you introduce yourself before asking your question? A microphone is coming up.
My name is Talib Rifai. I'm from the UNWTO, former Secretary General. Thank you so much. I just want to ask a question here. The Middle East and Mediterranean region is particularly affected. But why is that? We're not the most developed countries. And there is no reason for emissions to be high. Can somebody explain to me why is our region more delicate and more affected than other regions? Thank you.
Professor Scheis, did you catch the question?
Yes, I understood the question. Thank you for asking it. But in terms of, let's say, income, if you use, for instance, more solar energy to help cooling habitats or to help decarbonize transportation systems, it requires, of course, an investment that can be supported by green financing schemes. But the point is that the return on investment is very good, and it is very short. On the lapse of a few years, the net financial benefits are already there. So it is, in my opinion, a very appealing mitigation option because it is financially very profitable, and of course, it avoids greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Scheis, again for your very clear and important contribution. I think we are now ready to break for coffee.
Thank you, Professor Riska, for chairing, and our speakers, Professor Ledeveld, Mr. Moxid, Professor Talas, and Professor Sies. Yes, you were correct. We will now take a 30-minute coffee break, which will take place outside of the conference room. Please try to be back on time for our next session, 11:40. Thank you very much and enjoy your coffee. Welcome back, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We now welcome our next session chair, Professor Manolis Plionis, Director and President of the Board of Directors at the National Observatory of Athens. Professor Plionis will chair session 3, titled The Transition Pathway Laying the Groundwork for Mitigation.
Thank you very much.
Esteemed colleagues, representatives of the regional governments, Professor Papanikola, I would like to start the session number 3, which is entitled The Transition Pathway, Laying the Groundwork for Mitigation. We have 3 distinguished speakers, Professor Theodoros Zachariadis of the Cyprus Institute, Dr. Rabia Ferouki of the International Renewable Energy Agency, and Professor Isaac Meir of the Ben-Gurion University. Before I give the floor to Professor Zachariadis, let me just say a few words. Reducing in a relatively short time scale emissions and stabilizing the heat-trapping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is our fundamental goal if we wish to mitigate the effects of climate change. This is something that I don't need to convince you. It's well known, and that's why we are all here. We should reduce dramatically the sources of these gases, for example, as we very well know, burning fossil fuels, for example, and enhance the sinks that accumulate and store greenhouse gases like forests, which unfortunately we are losing at a rapid pace, as we have witnessed this year, but not only this year, the last few decades. Our future, let me say, is at stake. The survival probability of our society and of the global civilization at large is at stake. I will remind that climate change was and has been one of the main drivers for the rise and fall of civilizations in the past, as well as, probably, it has driven Homo sapiens out of Africa in an exodus that helped our species conquer, within quotes, the empty space at that time, the globe. Not completely empty, other species did exist, but at a very low density. However, there's no space free, there's no space left, and therefore we have no such solution in front of us. To conclude, mitigation, as Mr. Fabius pointed out, is extremely important, and we have to act swiftly on that respect. With these worrisome thoughts, I invite the first speaker of our session, Professor Zachariadis, to come to the floor.
Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you, Professor Plionis. This session will be on mitigation. Someone may consider that mitigation may not be that urgent a priority for our region because, as we have seen in several of the previous presentations, we need to adapt to a rapidly changing and almost certainly changing climate and worsening climate conditions. But we cannot live without trying to mitigate the effects of climate change through participating in the international commitments and having our fair share in these. I will mainly summarize the outcome of the Task Force on Energy Systems of the Cyprus Climate Initiative, with due acknowledgement to the members of the task force as well. I will try to present as few numbers and probably no graph, as few numbers as possible. What is the background? We have heard some of these aspects, especially in the presentation of Professor Sies. So 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions in the region, but also worldwide, come from the energy systems, from energy supply and energy use. The region had slightly over 400 million people in recent years, and the projections are already for close to 500 million people already in a few years only. We had a period with increasing GDP, and despite the different political and financial conditions that caused instability, the projections of international organizations are for GDP to grow, and that's an additional challenge, of course, for the energy systems. Obviously, as has been mentioned before, climate change is expected to increase energy needs, especially for cooling in the summer, and also the needs for provision of fresh water through unconventional water systems like desalination and wastewater treatment, which are energy-intensive processes. And of course, the decarbonization targets of the Paris Agreement pose great challenges, especially to countries of the region with huge fossil fuel reserves. So some key points of our energy system in the region: energy demand and supply are growing fast in line with economic developments. Countries are heavily dependent on fossil fuels. For example, renewable energy accounted for less than 1.5% some years ago of total energy supply. The region is, as we know, rich in oil and gas reserves. It accounts for most of the reserves globally. But of course, there is diversity because there are some countries that are very rich in reserves and some countries that are net energy importers. But for fossil fuel exporters, for those who have these reserves, These exports and their revenues are crucial for the fiscal balances of these countries. And certainly, as already shown by Professor Sies, I think, most countries are far off the trajectory required to meet the Paris Agreement and other global decarbonization objectives. We emit, in absolute terms, as much as the EU, and per capita, the emissions of most of the countries of the region are much higher than not only the global average, but the average of most developed countries as well. Our task force, which depended on about 15 people, mostly from the area experts, scientific and professional experts, who provided inputs, identified gaps in knowledge, in policy, and in regional cooperation. What about the gaps in knowledge? We need to improve the foundations on which we can develop mitigation strategies. It's not to be taken for granted that we have appropriate quality of energy system data in all countries. It's not to be taken for granted that we can create reliable roadmaps and scenario analysis for decarbonization pathways of the energy systems in the absence of the good foundations with data. And apart from national plans, a certain gap in knowledge is regional assessment studies, which are necessary to identify solutions that could help mitigate, reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the energy systems in a more cost-effective manner instead of acting in an isolated manner at national level. As regards the gaps in policy that we have identified, of course there are many. There are certainly regional differences in the design and implementation of policies. Our region has member states of the European Union, which have a more comprehensive and perhaps coherent policy design for the energy system. And as shown before, there are countries that have not even ratified the Paris Agreement in the region. So currently we have found that there is minimal, very little decarbonization effort overall, with some exceptions, in the end users, in transport, in buildings, in energy efficiency measures overall, and in industry. Another gap in policy is, of course, the absolutely necessary diversification of economic activities, especially for countries which depend on fossil fuel exports, because all this is changing. There are fossil fuel subsidies in several countries of the region. They are being phased out at some pace. This was stopped probably during the pandemic, but it is still incomplete. And obviously, the inverse of the fossil fuel subsidies are the carbon markets that would put prices on carbons, and they can strongly affect the energy transition. And apart from the EU member states of the region that participate in European emissions trading systems, there is essentially no other activity in this aspect. And institutional changes are a policy gap because they can currently affect lifestyles and accelerate the low carbon transition. But we have also obviously identified gaps in regional cooperation, which is to be expected. There is even a lack of understanding on how regional cooperation can be beneficial. And there is limited exchange of technical expertise, both on the technological side and on the design and implementation of policies. There is little cooperation on R&D. There is relatively limited regional infrastructure that could be used by many countries. It is limited to some grid interconnections, which are currently underutilized, and some natural gas trade. And there is lack of capacity building, lack of information on best practices in the implementation of policies, which is crucial. It's not only the design. On the basis of these findings, we have identified 3 pillars for the clean energy transition, which have to be addressed at the same time because, as previous speakers have outlined, there is no time. We need to plan the energy transition, and we need good data. We need the foundations. We need to mitigate growth in energy demand in order to be able to ensure the adequate supply with low or zero carbon energy. So we have to focus on information, plans, reducing energy demand, and by reducing energy demand or decoupling energy demand from economic growth and population growth, will help also to ensure low carbon energy supply. And of course, I'm not expecting you to read this table. I intentionally put it there in a way that it's not readable. We created, as the mandate of the whole climate initiative of the government of Cyprus is, a policy toolkit for the clean energy transition to address the three pillars that I mentioned before: the needs for energy planning, the need to mitigate the growth in energy demand, and the need for zero carbon technologies, with a number of policy tools that we listed there: regulatory policies, market-based instruments, education, research, infrastructure expansion, and so on. And since this is the scientific part of the initiative, of course, we identified also avenues for further research. It's easy, of course, to identify numerous avenues for further research. There is lack of knowledge, especially for the region, in technologies, and we will need new zero carbon technologies, coupling energy demand, energy supply, electricity and heat, and so on. We will need research on the infrastructure that can enable the green energy transition, the effects of digitalization, the interaction between circular economy priorities and decarbonization of energy systems, the effects of attitudes, of behavior in the consumers of energy, being it households, being it enterprises or big industries, and the effect of policies in order to be able to enable the uptake of technologies and while at the same time ensuring what we call a just transition, that the social inequalities at least are not deteriorated if it is not possible to improve them easily. For this, we need stronger, clearly stronger than today, modeling networks for the energy, climate, economy, and water nexus in the region, and we need stronger links with national policymakers. But how can we do this? I am part of the scientific committee of the European Environment Agency, and the executive director of the Environment Agency always tells us, you scientists are knowledge activists. You need to make sure that policymakers have from you trusted and actionable knowledge. So we need to provide to policymakers in the next phase of the initiative trusted and actionable knowledge in order to promote the clean energy transition. Let me finish by acknowledging the contribution of the members of the task force on energy systems. Two of them are speakers today, my fellow coordinators of the task force, Professor Kamal Araj, who is also physically today with us, and Dr. Rabia Faruqi, who will talk after me online, but also all the members, which, as you see, come from most of the countries of the region and who have contributed substantially to a report that I hope you will be able to read pretty soon. Thank you very much.
Manuel Blanco from the Cyprus Institute. I just want to say a comment. I think this is a very, very interesting exercise. But to me, what is, when we talk about the technologies, I would like to say that one technology that should play a big role in this region is concentrating solar power with thermal storage. And this, in my view, has not been even presented here. And I think it should be a little more emphasized in the. We are talking here about carbon capture. To me, I think the concentrating solar power with thermal storage is a more clear technology that is already proven and is already identified by the International Energy Agency, the International Renewable Energy Agency, as one of the key technologies in this area. And this is one that you have in the picture at the beginning that we are also developing at the Cyprus Institute. Just a comment.
Thank you. We have it in the list, of course. But of course, the issue is not having it on the list, but actually working on it and implementing it. Of course, in the list, in the slides, perhaps I went through them too fast. you could identify it certainly.
Thank you, Professor Zachariadis. Let's proceed to our second speaker, Dr. Rabia Faruqi from the International Renewable Energy Agency.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm really pleased to share some insights from ARENA's vision on the global energy transition, and then I will give some highlights about the region, of course. You will see that my focus will be more on the policy framework. Not that we have resolved everything in terms of technologies, but I think most of the solution, and I agree with Manuel, I mean, a lot of the solutions are there, and some of the solutions that we're already speaking about are not really at commercial scale. So if you go to the next slide, please. This is ARENA's energy transition outlook, where we have presented technology avenues that align with the 1.5 degree trajectory to 2050. And I invite you to look at the details in the publication, which is online, but in brief, our analysis shows that 70% of the solutions involve renewable energy through direct supply, electrification, energy efficiency, and the rest can be covered with green hydrogen, sustainable bioenergy, with some carbon capture and storage. Achieving this transition, as you see on the right-hand side, with amount of about $131 trillion over the period to 2050. This is $33 trillion more than the current plans envisaged by countries. If we, our analysis shows that if you go to the next slide, please. The analysis shows that this 1.5 degree transition pathway can expand global GDP by an annual average of 1.2% per year. Improve welfare. We have a new ARENA's welfare index, which also looks at distributional aspects and access by about 11% overall. Substantially increases energy sector jobs, where renewables would take a large share of the 120 million jobs in energy, with about between 40 and 45 for renewable energy alone. In the next slide, you see some results that we got from the an exercise. In the last veto, which is the 1.5 compatible, we don't have the results at the regional breakdown. They're coming up this coming month. But from the last exercise we did, obviously the global results that we give hide great disparities in terms of regions and countries. And that's due, of course, to the structure of their economy, their energy sector, structural dependencies, the level of ambitions, the means of ambitions, etc. But the results do show that, according to investment made towards the energy transition, it would definitely improve, reduce emissions, diversify the energy supply, and focus maybe on high-value exports, diversify the economy and sustain and economic activity in general, and create local value, including jobs. The GDP in the region in the MENA region, would slightly decline due to the dependencies that I spoke about earlier, with the positive investment effects that are front-loaded, unable to sort of offset the negative effects that come from negative impacts from changes in trade and indirect and induced effects in the economy. Welfare does improve, like on average for the region. Sector jobs increased to over 7 million, with an additional jobs for renewables alone of about 800,000. But again, realizing the transition, but also the just transition, and trying to maximize the benefits that can accrue, requires a comprehensive and coordinated policy framework. And this includes, of course, deployment policies, but also cross-cutting and enabling and structural policies, which, if not introduced from the onset, can not only slow down but potentially jeopardize what we expect from the energy transition, clean energy transition. Next slide, please. So very briefly, the professor before me spoke about deployment policies, and obviously we continue to need that for the different segments that I showed earlier, on renewables, on integration, on electricity, end use, where we have still a lot to do, etc. I'm not going to detail. I think we all know what the deployment policies are and how important they are. If you look at the next slide, the deployment policies in the ME region, we have seen many countries already formulating policy frameworks to move towards a sustainable energy future. It's in the next slide, please. And we see several deployment, the direct or let's say deployment policies or instruments that have been supporting some countries in the regions. We have seen some interesting developments in terms of contracting solar and wind energy capacity through auctions. I'm not going to name the countries, but they're in the report, of course. But we've also seen some efforts using net metering to support distributed solar production, among other things. Next slide, please. The enabling policies that cut across all technologies are essential, and those include policies that set the ambitions and issue clear signals to stakeholders, that facilitate access to affordable financing, phase out fossil fuel subsidies, and eliminate distortions in general, and incentivize the uptake of the solutions. So next slides here, please. Again, here for the MMA region, we have seen some efforts by many countries. Almost all of the countries in the regions have renewable energy targets. The UAE has recently announced, for example, an aim to become carbon neutral by 2050. Several countries have, as you all know, RE-specific and R&D centers. And many entities have created opportunities for capacity building and training, etc. This is in the next slide, please. So as technology deployment continues, of course, integrating policies that can facilitate the greater share of renewables are obviously essentials. And we've seen a few examples, like in Lebanon with the PV, solar PV and battery projects with a capacity of something like 70 to 100 megawatts that were auctions. Storage projects are also contracted in the UAE with CSP. But I think that the main point is that policymakers in the region, but overall, need to really accelerate the efforts to facilitate this transition towards cleaner or more sustainable energy. And so I think the urge, from all of us, I presume, is that there is swift and decisive actions that can take place right away. Because if you go to the next slide, the energy transition, with all the potential benefits, will face challenges. Like any structural change in an economy, it doesn't happen necessarily smoothly. And this is why, from the onset, we need those additional policies that go beyond the technology and the deployment or integrating policies. These challenges come in the form of misalignments, but they're not only related to the energy sector. They're in the power system, finance, labor markets. And if they're not well managed from the beginning, they risk inequitable outcomes and slow down of the energy transition. So we see there is a lot of several barriers and challenges holding back deployment in the region. Some of them were already mentioned. The plans and policies implemented at national level require a more implementation with more also regional coordination. The level of ambition target varies quite significantly. So very often, but like in many other regions as well, the decarbonization plan and targets are limited to the power sector, as was just mentioned. The end-use transport, heating and cooling are essential and difficult to implement. As I said, also the implementation of the targets or translating the targets into concrete policies and regulations is sometimes missing. And other overarching challenges that are mentioned also in our report is the fact that there's no carbon market, there's modest electricity trade. In several economies, livelihoods rely on fossil fuel extraction. And so basically much more is needed in moving or shifting societies away from this fast carbon-intensive socioeconomic development path. So my last slide is basically a reminder that we have to go beyond, next slide please, beyond pure energy sector policy to have a set of structural and just transition policies to manage the potential misalignments that I mentioned in labor markets and beyond, to develop local value chains. We've seen the disruptions of global value chains and how it affected several economies, in particularly those dependent on trade, on commodities, etc. Provide education and capacity building from the onset as well, in order to prepare for the future, the future labor markets. So this is why we have this figure in the end, which seems a bit daunting, but I think is essential to move away from the technology-centric discourse that we have had until now. That can have a holistic global policy framework that can bring countries closer to commit to this kind of difficult, I would say, transition. And in particular, one more point is the fact that there's a clear need if we want to move all together for international cooperation not in the usual sense of how to collaborate, but in the sense that funds need to be allocated from the global north to the global south if we want to have an equitable trajectory. So basically the last message is that we need efforts to go far beyond technology in order to have a real transformation of our economy and energy system that have the results or the impacts that we hope for with this energy transition. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faruqi. If we have a pressing question, since we are late in time, please address it to Dr. Faruqi. Do we have any question on the floor? If not, let's proceed to our next speaker, who is Professor Isaac Meir from the Ben-Gurion University. I've been told that Professor Meir originally comes from Thessaloniki, our beloved Thessaloniki. If that is true, I would like to salute him because I teach at the university, at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And please have the floor.
Let me try to share my presentation for a moment. Can you see it? Am I being heard?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let me know when you can. It's running here. Still not yet?
No.
Let's try once again. Okay, once again. technology is very good when it works and a big issue when it doesn't. It's all right now.
Yes.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, I am originally from Thessaloniki, and thank you for your kind words. My apologies for not being able to be there with you in person, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I will only say that decided my presentation will be less on the scientific side and more on the side of the of the urban planner and the architect. So I will be talking about rethinking cities towards climate change, climate resilience. I will start with the facts. This is from the site of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It is a fact that we are being faced with climatic uncertainty, climatic extremes, and exacerbation of such extremes. It is also a fact that global population is growing and that urban population within it is also growing both in absolute and in relative terms. It's also a fact that we are faced with global warming. The summer of 2003 was considered as the hottest on record, with over 15,000 deaths in France in the month of August alone. And since then, it has been surpassed by the summer of 2016, which was the hottest on record, and then the summer of 2020, which was the second hottest on record, and July 2021, which was again the hottest on record, once again, from NOAA's site, neck and neck with Dust Bowl summer for hottest on record. Right. Within this context, it is also a fact that the urban heat island effect is being exacerbated, and therefore it is a challenge for all of us to green our cities with parks, green roofs, and green facades, not least because through this exacerbation of the urban heat island effect, minimal temperatures are rising, minimal relative humidity is on the rise, and night wind velocity is on the drop. Therefore, it is a challenge to green and ventilate our cities, not least because we know, we have proven that this effect, the urban oasis effect of green spaces, can have significant impact. It is a fact, bioclimatic projects designed with today's data, trouble coping with tomorrow's constraints, and I'm showing here some items from a European project that many good researchers and colleagues collaborated on it. These are the results from the post-occupancy evaluation of one of the case studies that we designed, built, commissioned, and followed up. And you can see that most of the replies from the post-occupancy evaluation questionnaires range between very good and good, except for questionnaire, we'll call it X, of August 12th last year, says the house is far too hot in summer, it's very stuffy, and even with doors open. And we thought, what's going on? We pre-designed and calibrated. Happens. Are the data from indoors. Indeed, we have the temperature indoors ranging between 25 and 29, which is quite high. And the weather file shows that the outdoor maximum was somewhere in the region of 31 and 17 degrees, but 17 degrees at night with over 76% relative humidity. The wind velocity indeed was less than 6 meters per second. And here is the heading from the British Independent that says, temperatures 34 degrees centigrade for 6th day in a row for first time in 6 decades. It is thus a fact that the urban heat island effect is being continuously exacerbated. Therefore, it is a challenge to mitigate with cool surfaces, cool materials for roads, cool roofs, cool facades. It is also a fact that global warming is exacerbating aridization, desertification, which bring more dust and sandstorms, therefore raising morbidity and mortality. It is therefore a challenge. City enveloping areas to locally at least mitigate dust and sandstorms. And I'm showing here a picture from the northwestern territories of China, which are a huge desert connecting into Central Asia and running all the way to Turkey. Another fact that we are being faced time after time in recent years is the extremes exacerbation that causes flooding. We have Germany on the upper left. We have Henan in People's Republic of China on the lower left-hand side, and we have Muscat in Oman ago. Flooding is a fact. The challenge, therefore, is to develop inter and intra-urban water absorptive and water channeling areas to lessen flood impacts. And I'm showing here an image from a site put up by a number of colleagues, the sponge city concept. It is also a fact that is occurring time after time in recent years, is ruining people's lives, their homes, their shelter, and I think it is a big challenge to try and build, not to develop floodplains, those that have built on floodplains from there. Another fact is that all of those extremes in infrastructure and causing collapse. It is therefore a challenge to ensure that our infrastructures are resilient through diversity as well as backup. Another fact is that power failures increase discomfort, morbidity, and mortality as more people demand more energy during more extreme effects. It is therefore a challenge to provide renewable energy sources-based electricity production and storage. And I'm showing here an image from the Greek island of Tilos, which is interconnected and uses a diversity of systems. It is again a fact that not only discomfort is caused by, but also a continuous rise in morbidity and mortality. It is therefore a challenge. Renewable energy sources are incorporated in smart grids, allocating energy when needed according to risk group priorities, hospitals, elderly hostels, nurseries. Again, disasters are a fact, more disasters. Therefore, the challenge is to pre-plan and activate emergency shelters on safe, dry areas, which can be cool in the summer and warm in winter, and not least pre-plan and activate emergency access and evacuation corridors, which are a vital need in cases of earthquakes, but not only. It is a fact that our cities are unhealthy, polluted, and stuffy. It is therefore a challenge that we manage to employ building height and density variability to ensure ventilation and pollutant dispersal. It is another fact that in developing countries, and not only, we have become animals. 90% of our lives indoors, exposed to the sick building syndrome, endangered by safety problems. On the right-hand side, you can see the Grenfell Towers in Kensington that lost the lives of over 70 people, choked to death by low-cost cladding and finished materials. It is thus a challenge to rethink buildings first and foremost as healthy, safe shelter. Megalomaniac implementation of dreams, but rather is something that will provide people with safe places to work, live, study, spend time. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is our challenge to rethink cities towards climate resilience, survivability, livability, and well-being. Let's rethink cities fit for people. And with those final images, I would like to thank my partners on the preparation of the Built Environment Task Force report. Thank you all for your presence at my presentation and your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Isaac. Mayor, ευχαριστώ, Isaac. Do we have a question for Professor Mayer? Yes, please, at the end.
Thank you very much. Agnieszka Rakoczy from the Polish Press Agency. In this frame of rethinking the cities, it's kind of obvious that the materials that we are using to build the cities right now, they are increasing the climate change and global warming. So how can we rethink what we are using to build our accommodation, to build more offices and more workplaces and factories? What should we be really using?
Excellent question. We've been doing a lot of work on green building materials, on hempcrete and reusable materials, as well as implementing the massive use of agricultural refuse and all sorts of other things. But I think that first and foremost, we must think in terms of rehabilitating, refurbishing the building stock which exists and making it much more energy conserving and more resilient to the extremes that we are facing. There's a saying that says that there is no greener building than a building that has already been built, and it sounds like a silly thing to say, but indeed all the energy that is invested in all of our stock is energy that we shouldn't throw away in order to build better buildings, but rather we should refurbish what already exists in order to ensure its longevity by providing better conditions for the users. New materials are a challenge. Reusing, rehabilitating old buildings is another bigger challenge as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Mayer. Let's thank all the speakers of this session once more.
Thank you, Professor Plionis, for chairing the session, and also our speakers, Professor Zachariadis, Dr. Ferruki, and Professor Mayer. We now welcome our first panel convener, Dr. Michel Jarraud, Secretary General Emeritus of the World Meteorological Organization. The subject of the panel discussion is facilitating mitigation in the EME region, challenges and prospects.
I don't know whether you can hear me, but I would like to invite my co-panelists on the podium, please. So we are very lucky to have a very distinguished panel here with Dr. Kamal Araj, and I will introduce them just before they speak. Professor Kostas Kartalis, Dr. Holger Rogner, and Mrs. Christina Moral, who will join us remotely. So I will introduce all the panelists just before they intervene. Maybe before I ask the first one to make some presentation, some statement, this morning we heard many already extremely worrying statements. We have seen, for example, the presentation from, maybe I should, I guess I can remove the mask for, dear. I'm sorry for the technical problem. Yeah, so we saw, is that okay? No, I still have to do a bit of, okay. So this morning we saw a number of presentations giving us the latest status of climate change and the latest news. As you know, as you have seen from the IPCC presentation, for example, from the WMO presentation, are not good. The region, we all know, is highly vulnerable. Often it is referred as one of the hotspots for climate change. And we are not on track to meet definitely the 1.5, as we heard from many interventions, and it's going to be very challenging to meet the 2 degree. During the pandemic, there's been a reduction in the emission, but it's very much a temporary one, and now we see again a significant increase after the pandemic has reached some peak. So there are many challenges. One of the challenges is that during the pandemic, and in order to recover from the pandemic, there's been a number of economic incentives. And these economic incentives have highly privileged the fossil fuel rather than the renewable energy and the various other measures which are required. You have seen from the presentation of Professor Siais that the region here is a significant contributor to emission at the same level or similar level to European Union, similar level to India, and with a trend which means that it will overtake these other regions probably only in terms of total emission. Only China, USA are above that. And per capita, it is at about the same level as even China. So this is a challenge. It shows that the question of mitigation in this region is certainly an important one, and efforts to address mitigation are important, including in particular in these regions. Of course, there are many challenges, and you have seen already some of the challenges, in particular in the previous presentation, but there will be also many in the following presentation. So it is important to understand better the issues that we are trying to solve, but at the same time to identify possible options. So there's a real urgency. At the same time, there are also real prospects. So I don't want to use more time here in my introduction, because I would like to hear from my fellow panelists. And maybe first of all, I would like to ask Mrs. Moral to introduce Christina Moral to make the first introduction. So let me introduce her. She's a project, and you correct me if I introduce you wrongly, but she's a project analyst at the Union for the Mediterranean. She has a significant also diplomatic experience. She has a very strong background, not only in diplomacy, but also generally in international relationships. So maybe Christina, the floor is yours to tell us, to share with us your thought and your experience.
Very much. And thank you to Cyprus and to the organizers for inviting the Union for the Mediterranean to take part in this important conference. Sorry, I was not able to travel to Cyprus, but well, thanks to technology, I'm able to join you through Zoom. So, well, first of all, let me just introduce very briefly the Union for the Mediterranean. For those of you who don't know, this intergovernmental organization is the unique Euro-Mediterranean intergovernmental organization. It has 42 members, all the members of the European Union, plus countries from the Balkans, Middle East, and North of Africa. So the main role of the organization is to support dialogue, cooperation in the Mediterranean region, aiming at promoting regional integration. In this regard, of course, the fighting of climate change is a key issue for our organization, since, as it was mentioned this morning by the minister and also by Mr. Moxit, the Mediterranean basin is one of the climate change world hotspots, and especially the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East are specifically very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So I would like also to make here a liaison with the work that the Cyprus and this climate change initiative that Cyprus is leading is doing from the scientific point of view, with this scientific report that will be released in December. Some authors have also participated in the first Mediterranean assessment report that has been conducted by the MEDEC, which is the first, the Mediterranean Environmental and Climate Change network of scientists, more than 600 scientists from 35 different countries that have conducted for the first time an assessment that was published last year about the impacts of climate change in the Mediterranean basin. In this report, of course, the impacts in the Eastern Mediterranean are highlighted. Namely, in some parts of the region, we are already at 1.5 high temperature increase compared to the pre-industrial period. So this report also shows that without additional mitigation and, of course, adaptation actions, the regional temperature in the Mediterranean basin could reach 2.2 degrees in 2040 and possibly exceeding 3.8 degrees in 2100 in some points, in some parts of the region. So therefore, the relevance of acting now in mitigation as well as in adaptation is crucial. And this report, I know it's not the topic of this session, but also I know it's the topic of the next sessions, but water is indeed a key issue too. The population classified as water poor in the Mediterranean region, a region that today is over 500 million inhabitants, could increase from 180 million to 250 million in 20 years. This is half of the population of the Mediterranean region, classified as water poor. So indeed, action is critical. It has been already highlighted by, I would like to repeat it, the climate society policy interface is crucial. Policy responses and policy actions need to be based in scientific evidence, in scientific data, and should also involve all the actors of our society. This year, 2021 has been, according to the United Nations, is the make or break year for action on the energy transition. So in this year, more than ever, energy is key. Energy is key for mitigation, as we all know. In this very moment as well, where we are recovering from the pandemic, precisely the COVID-19 has recalled us how interlinked are climate, nature, energy, health, and economies in our society. And therefore, energy is key also to allow us to recover, building back better as we So
Okay.
how can we use energy to seize all the opportunities that we have ahead of us to fight the huge challenges that climate change poses? So in our region, in the Mediterranean basin, we have unique natural resources. We have a wide range of renewable energy sources. We have sun, we have wind, we have water, and we also have a huge potential to develop energy efficiency, which is also key for mitigation. Clean energy plays a fundamental role as a solutions enabler, precisely for climate change, to fight environmental degradation, to support health services and post-pandemic recovery. And it can bring a lot of opportunities to create jobs and to build behavioral change. Mitigation, therefore, has a sound basis to be further developed, in our region. The energy mix that now accounts more or less of 15% of renewable energies in the whole Mediterranean region should increase the part of renewables in the coming years and improve the energy efficiency. We have also to develop technology and innovation in different fields like batteries, energy storage, etc. And we have, it is very important also that we promote behavioral change. We are all responsible and we can all contribute to the challenge. With this increasing population of the Mediterranean basin of over 500 million inhabitants, there are growing energy demands that come...
Just, Christina, to be fair to all the panelists, if you can really focus on your conclusions.
Yes, so no, precisely, yes, exactly. So we have this growing energy demand that imposes us a lot of challenges, and we can only, my main message is that we can only achieve face these challenges if we work together, if we cooperate all together, if we are all mobilized. Governments, financial institutions, because investments are key to develop mitigation. We need the science, we need the scientifics, we need the civil society, we need to involve all the citizens, as well as the local actors that have a very important role to play. This year at the Union for the Mediterranean, we have approved 3 ambitious ministerial declarations, one on energy, one on environment and climate action, and one on blue economy, that demonstrate the common will of the Union for the Mediterranean countries to work together in finding sustainable solutions to achieve sustainable, green and fair transition in the region, and to send a confident signal also to market players regarding the potential for investments in the region. So what we do at the Union for the Mediterranean, together with other important regional initiatives, as this one from Cyprus, are key.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry for the time.
Thank you very much for this intervention. In order to manage the time maybe more efficiently, what I will do, I will ask the various panelists to make your contribution, to present your contribution in sequence, and I will open to questions and to interaction with the panelists only at the end. So maybe Dr. Araj, I know you would like to have a small PowerPoint presentation, so you are welcome to do it. You are the former Vice Chairman and Commissioner for Nuclear Power Reactor at the Jordan Atomic Energy Commission. You were also a senior officer at the IAEA, international consultant in energy and advanced technology. You have a very, very impressive academic and research background at MIT, Harvard, Brookhaven National Lab. With the US Academy of Science, you have made made many publications, including, which is very important for this conference, on the link between science policy and climate change.
Thank
so
you.
the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm sorry I have to be using some slides because I think I want to illustrate some points. I hope you can see this. This actually shows the per capita, the current per capita consumptions in our EMI region. I don't know if you can see the circles actually describe the magnitude, but for example, I mean, you see Jordan is only two tons per capita, where we have people in Qatar almost 20 times more, 37 tons per capita. So there's quite a disparity in the region in terms of consumption, and I take a different view than the previous speakers actually, especially Professor Cialis, about the region. So next slide. Next slide shows actually two curves. One is showing the population, percentage of the population for the world population, and then the share of that particular country from the pre-industrial revolution, from 1751 till the present. We actually keep stock. The carbon dioxide, stays in the atmosphere for a long, long time. So every atom of CO2 is actually preserved. 50% actually goes into the ocean, but 50% stay in the atmosphere. So this is the contribution. So this shows actually the countries, essentially the GCC countries, actually exceeding their quota. And I think that every human being should have the same CO2 in terms of tons from the Industrial Revolution till the present, till 2100. So second slide. Now this shows, for example, the GCC country surely definitely exceeded their quota. The non-GCC countries in the region, actually, they still have a long way to go for the quota. And actually looking at the region as a whole, as opposed to the statements we heard before that they now reaching the EU, actually they have not exceeded their quota so far. So talking as one block will give them actually more flexibility. So next slide. This is the current CO2 emissions, I think, so 8% of the world, that's correct. But this is current emissions really mean something, but does not really convey the entire picture. Next slide. This actually shows the share of the global cumulative CO2 emissions since 1751. So this is where actually shows, and also shows the percent of population. Surely you see the US, and only representing 4% of the world population, have already put 25% of the carbon quota. So this is really unfair and equitable. So this shows you the region as a whole. European Union, the same thing. And essentially the big contributors out of that is UK and Germany. Next slide. So this is just to show you the same thing and where their contributions as percent of the world population and percent of the experience. They surely have exceeded their quota in a sense. So still our region, still we are within our quota. So if we negotiate as one block, there is a room there for negotiation. Next slide. This is showing actually need for equity. So it shows you actually the cumulative contribution of the entire world. Look at the US is really the majority, 25%. Most of the carbon has been put by the US. And I understand China is still growing actually, but still have not really, based on its population, still has some way to go. Next slide. So I think essentially in the region, we have really a lot of voices being heard, different recommendations coming from ESCWA, ERINA, that we just heard. The Arab Center for Climate Change is also part of ESCWA and RECAR. It's important to consolidate these messages and to have very clear message. Otherwise, I think the region will lose any kind of bargaining power in the COP26 or the future negotiation. Next. So actually, quite big disparity exists in the region, especially between GCC countries and non-GCC countries, or OPEC countries and non-OPEC countries. But definitely, if we stick as one block, there is room for bargaining. Definitely, this does not come for free. I expect some financial flows to come from GCC country to non-GCC countries to compensate for this. And that will give them a leverage in the media. So we cannot forget the legacy of the carbon emissions from the pre-industrial revolution. That has to be factored in the negotiation. You cannot just say now you're 8%, you're already reaching EU. EU already have utilized enough carbon, actually. They should go to zero before 2050, actually. And I think in terms of the GCC, I know they have a large reserves of oil and gas, but frankly, it's an opportunity for them now to produce blue hydrogen in the medium term and then go to green hydrogen. And there is a lot of opportunities, a lot of work in this area. And I think they can use the same existing infrastructure to transport hydrogen through the natural gas pipelines and other things. But still, it's an important opportunity for this region to actually move into this direction. But definitely they need to get a longer time horizon than EU, for example. Next slide. Yeah, this is the current primary energy for the region. I think Professor Zacharias mentioned it. But that shows you that renewable is only 1.4% represent of the primary. There is no kind of system dynamics that this could really fill up the gap as you decarbonize. We need another energy source. And I think the only available energy source will be nuclear. So we need now to marry nuclear to renewable. And perhaps IRENA could be actually become clean energy institution rather than just renewable. I think we should be promoting low carbon energy sources here. So I think this region now have some startup nuclear power in the Emirates, in Iran, in Turkey, in Egypt. And frankly, we should consolidate this. And this will have enough system dynamics to penetrate. And it also gives flexibility for the renewable. I mean, intermittent nature for renewable, you need a backup sources. So nuclear could do that, especially small modular reactors. Okay? Next. So definitely we don't have much, I think already Professor Zacharias mentioned it. We have no really significant collaboration in the region, limited exchange of information, and we have some grid interconnection, and it's important to build on that and to behave as one block. Next slide. So I think just to summarize, if we really want to avoid 1.5 degrees centigrade, really we're left with only maybe 400 to 570 gigaton of CO2. And if we assume the percent of world population means only gives to the region around 30 gigaton, which means that you have 10 years before you completely phase out fossil sources. I know you will have to claim more because of this legacy part of carbon, but still, it still doesn't give you much time. So 15 years is to decarbonize. This is very fast, and it cannot be done by renewable. And I think this is the last slide I have.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Araj, and for this very thought-provoking presentation. So, as I said, I will open the floor to questions later. So maybe I would like now to ask Professor Kostas Kartalis to make the next presentation. You are a professor and director of the Laboratory on Environmental Physics at National University of Athens, I understand, but you are also a member of the subsidiary body for implementation in the context of the United Framework Convention on Climate Change, principal also investigator at ESA, European Space Agency for Climate Change, member of an expert group of the European Commission for Climate Change.
I can start my presentation.
So, okay, so I will stop here because I would take more time than his presentation. So, please.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to attend this very interesting panel, as it seems it's going to be very interesting. My country contributes, Greece, contributes by 0.2% to the overall problem of climate change. Yet it has undertaken the responsibility to decarbonize by the year 2050 and to bear the cost, along with the economic recession that it has faced in the years from 2010 to 2017, the burden with respect to the measures to be taken. And at the same time, it has not recognized any need for a compensation or a legacy of emissions. It's a joint responsibility to be undertaken by the states in the region and overall in the world, that a common effort has to be applied to decarbonize this independently of the contribution to the problem. And speaking of myself, and speaking also not of my government, because I'm not part of the government, but seeing the actions of the government, in order to convince everybody to be along the same line, you have to be the first one to demonstrate the efforts with respect to the common cause, to the common causes and to the common targets. So I think that the only way that the EME region can demonstrate that it's a powerful part, a bloc as it has been said, it's if it complies fully with the agreement of Paris, the Paris Agreement, and also promotes what is being needed for a clean planet along the lines of the different technical and other scientific findings. I know that there's a Paris Agreement, and it's a very nice text, but it has no teeth. Everything is voluntary. There are no mandatory targets. Things have to be done according to the national pledges, and we have found out that the pledges are not enough to demonstrate the capacity of the world to overcome the problem. If that was the case, today we would be only speaking about the scenario 2.6, but we're not speaking about that anymore. There's no scenario 2.6. Even the IPCC is preparing the 3.1 scenario, that these things are going to the wrong direction. So if we are to decarbonize, if we are to save the planet and save the climate and so on and so forth, we have to look at things with a different perspective. And this is the only way out. If we are to stuck to the past and try to see the contribution of each of us, then the common effort is not going to be the case. I know that there's a need for funding transfer from developed to developing countries. There's no doubt that something like this has been needed. But on the other hand, the commitment has to be the same, dependent if you're a developing or developed country, or if you're a developed country who tries to develop a stance as a developing country. Saying this, I would like to go on to something that is, I think, more important, because we are in a period after COVID. Well, what is the relation between COVID and climate crisis? COVID has demonstrated its impact to the economies and the societies all over the world. And the majority of the countries all over the world, they are trying to recover from COVID with fast actions, the quick wins, to gain momentum, to have economic, financial benefits, to promote the cohesion of the societies. And they are doing, though, that by investing a lot of money. At the same time, we have another issue, the crisis, the climate crisis, which is a pandemic in slow motion. And it has a different time scale. The COVID recovery has a time scale of 5 to 10 years. The climate crisis has a recovery time of 30 years. We have to schedule our actions for 30 years. So we have two different time scales, but we have the same amount of money. So we have to merge the time scales. And we have to merge the time scales in a way that phase one, which is the COVID recovery, has to be the feeding process for the next phase, the phase for the climate crisis recovery. And these two phases have to be aligned. It's a cascading effect. If the first phase invests the money in the wrong direction, then the energy transition to clean energy for the second phase is not going to be the case. So we need to be very consistent to what we are trying to do, both with respect to the economy, both with respect to energy and the society as well. And I think this is a very important message, especially in the time that we are seeing an energy price battle. I wouldn't say a war, but there's a price, energy prices are soaring all over the countries. And we have seen voices saying that the responsibility for the energy prices increase is the decarbonization process. But let's look to the case. Is it the decarbonization process that results in the increase of the price of natural gas or of oil? Not at all. If we see the data, we will see that Russia has reduced the supply of natural gas to the European Union. We can see that Nigeria, Trinidad, Saudi Arabia have reduced the production of fossil fuels. We see also that there is an issue with respect to the storage of natural gas, because the last winter was quite cold in many parts of the world. And we see at the same time that China is been loading the system with its own reserves of oil in order to reduce the prices and sustain the international trade. So it's a very complicated story. And if we are to sustain the efforts for decarbonization, we have to decouple the whole story from geopolitics. Because at this moment, we are very close to a situation that everything is going to be controlled by the balances between the states, by the balances between the two major parties, United States and China, which instead of communicating the best practices, they are having a tariff world with respect to the export and import of goods, dependless if they are produced with clean policies or with not clean policies. And this is not going to be the case for the planet if it is to succeed in the mitigation efforts. So, to my understanding, the turbulence in the energy prices has to be very quickly stabilized. It has to disappear. It's going to be very difficult to come back to the story if the planet gets into this situation. So what is the answer? There are not many answers because it's a very difficult question to be asked. But we have to invest in a group of factors, different parameters. For instance, energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is the absolutely mandatory measure to be taken by every country. It's by default a mitigation, the first mitigation measure. You have to first lower the curve and then take measures to decarbonize and make the energy transition. And then to invest on renewables. I fully respect your view about nuclear energy because you are an expert in the story. But I don't see the point why to invest all this amount of money instead of investing into something which is much cheaper once developed and once it is being produced in energy. So maybe we have to see the things with a different lens. And if a different lens needs a lot of effort, we have to invest this effort. Finally, and to conclude, Mr. Chairman, I think that the whole story is also moving towards a direction that we have to think, and I agree fully with respect to this, to the issue of just transition, in order to take the measures which are supportive for the societies to sustain all the pressure from COVID, the pressure from the economic recession, the pressure from decarbonization. Just transition has to be the first point in every governmental policy and in the policies of all the states. And that has to be complemented with efforts for the emerging green sectors to be secured and be sustained, and with a lot of effort for skilling and reskilling, because we will see parts of the population, especially in our countries where carbonization will be promoted, that they will lose their jobs and they have to be members of the new era of the decarbonization period, and they have to be reskilled. So I fully agree to what was said before, that education has to be a major pillar in all our efforts in order to be able to keep our people alive, alive not literally speaking, in the society, and at the same time to be partners in the great effort to be done to decarbonize. COP26 in 3 weeks, it's a challenge to be met by the international society. I don't know how the room feels about the prospects of being successful or not, but there's a lot of need for a lot of effort and a lot of understanding to pull together all the different bits and bytes and be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kartalis, for this extremely interesting perspective, and I'm sure it will lead to questions later. So before I open the floor, our last panelist, and certainly not the least, is Dr. Holger Rogner. You have spent on 2 occasions a significant time at the IASA for dealing with a pathway to sustainable energy analysis, carbon neutrality, the nexus between climate, land use, energy, water. You have also spent, you were, I understand, a former director at IAEA program on capacity building and nuclear knowledge for sustainable energy development. So please feel free to share with us your thoughts about the questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the obvious. EMME region is not a homogeneous entity. Countries in the region differ greatly with respect to their natural resource endowment, economic development, technological sophistication, general savviness, cultures, and political setting. So one immediate challenge is that mitigation action, whether it's now policy, regulation, providing incentives for change or disincentives to use certain things, must reflect and build on local conditions. Clearly, one size does not fit all. Therefore, the approach that we heard this morning by Professor Zachariadis to develop and prepare a toolbox of policies and measures from which to select locally appropriate mitigation action in the region is the correct approach, and she should be recommended for that. Now, while generally speaking, the solutions appear obvious. Electrify all end uses, residential, transportation, industries, and in this region, definitely also desalination, were practically feasible. I say practically feasible, it's not always ever here. And then the other side, the supply side, decarbonize electricity generation and embark on synthetic fuel production, whether it's now hydrogen, ammonia, biofuels, ethanol, or whatever, with CCUS in case fossil feedstocks are involved. Mitigation towards net zero later this century is more than just decarbonization of energy conversion and use. Energy is not an end in itself. So you also have to transform all the infrastructures, ways, technologies, lifestyles with which we use energy. Now, energy or economic transformation are nothing new. It has been an ongoing process for centuries. The key issue is it's a time-consuming process. It does not happen overnight. In the past, excuse me, it took about half a century or more for major fuel transitions, say from wood to coal, coal to oil, oil to gas, and so on, to penetrate 30 to 50% of the market at a global scale. Locally, it might go a bit faster. But the main point is the past transformations were opportunity-driven. In short, better was the enemy of the good. And the rate of change largely occurred with the rate of the natural capital replacement of aged or depreciated plant, equipment, and so on. So there was little risk of stranded assets and sufficient time for markets and for market penetration and public appreciation or public understanding going along with it and so on. Now transformation is environmentally driven, quasi improved by external forces with an ambitious goal, a really ambitious goal to reach almost 100% completion in 30 years. So at a completely different time scale as we have seen in the past and are used to. Now that sounds like mission impossible, but we still have to do our best to get there as close as possible by 2050, and determined action is required. Now, the time of talking is over. So the real challenge in one way for me is making this transformation more an opportunity via economic incentives rather than to peddle abstinence and forbiddance. An effective transformation does not pit mitigation and adaptation against each other. It's a holistic, integrated approach. Now, energy economy system transformation is not only a time-consuming process, but we have to not only look at the energy system, but also at the other aspects that go along with energy demand and supply and economic development, energy security, reliability, stranded assets, jobs, skills profiles, competitiveness, economics, and in the end also finance and affordability. And action inevitably is first of all local. That means for me using opportunities, the low-hanging fruit on your doorstep. The technology portfolios throughout the region's energy system are vast, and the toolbox will indicate this. And I'm sure that these possibilities and options on the technology and policy side will and have been already discussed at this conference, so I'm not going to do it here. But something else that was mentioned already today is that an inevitable prerequisite for any policy formation investment decision is comprehensive energy systems planning at all levels. Cities still on the end account for the majority of our emissions, regional and national levels. And that is a prerequisite that has to include all technology and also lifestyle actions on a life cycle basis, including water, land use, socioeconomic impacts, in addition to climate and environmental aspects. This applies a myriad of assumptions. These need to be clearly delineated to ensure a minimum of level of transparency. In particular, this must show the interplay between intermittent supplies, demand, baseload, backup, and storage. Energy planning is, for me, a key first step on the clue basis climate, land use, energy, water. But it's a rolling process. It's not a one-time affair. And because many of our assumptions today do not stand the test of time, new information is coming up, technological innovation, and so on. So you have to build the necessary capacity possibly on a regional cooperative basis for enhanced effectiveness of energy planning, energy systems planning, data, methodology, and of course, interpretation of results. A model is a model and produces nice data and beautiful charts and so on, but what does it mean for the policymaker? And for that you have to develop a capacity in each of the countries between academia, which will probably do most of the modeling, and the decision makers, the policy, what has been labeled as this science policy interface. This capacity is extremely important to understand and deal with the rolling aspect of long-term energy planning. Now, net zero is not necessarily is a necessary, but not necessarily the sufficient step. Temperature rise is projected to decline soon after net zero emissions have been accomplished, but atmospheric concentrations remain at elevated levels for quite some time. Now, I want to mention it here. I know it's not very popular, but atmospheric cooling may be required by carbon removal via direct air capture to mitigate extreme climate change impacts resulting from CO2 loaded into the atmosphere. But that's again a long-term process. Maybe even quick turnaround results need to be accomplished in a couple of years, 5 years. And here I refer to geoengineering. It should never be first on the list, but it should be in your hip pocket, a approach of last resort, if that is being required. Yeah, and I think this CCUS is something this region should definitely look into. First of all, it would help to decarbonize your industry, but if that approach really takes off, in most studies, IPCC and so on, indicate that a large share of the mitigation effort will come from carbon capture. So it would also kind of allow a second lease on life of fossil fuel exports and revenue preservation. I mentioned it. It is, one of these things. So the experience in carbon storage would benefit back end of the direct air capture, as well as some kind of continuation for some time of the current sort of income-creating business of the region.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Rogner. So actually, it's very good because you just addressed one of the questions I was about to raise, so I will not raise that question about carbon capture and storage. So it is good that you raised it. I'm sure you may have questions, and I have already a few questions which came remotely from the people who are watching from outside. But there is, Professor Kartalis, you mentioned, you referred to the next meeting in Glasgow. So I was about to ask all of you panelists, in context of mitigation, what would you expect, what are you hoping for the next COP to decide or to say or to address? So I know it's maybe a difficult question. You gave us some hints already, Professor Kartalis, but maybe we can go in the reverse order of the speakers. So Dr. Rogner.
Well, let's hope that other than intentions, there come clear messages to the rest of the decision-maker world back home that time for action is now, that also let low-carbon technologies and all kinds of mitigation approaches compete based on their climate merits and other sustainable development criteria, that's for sure. We should understand that there's no energy pathway on a life cycle basis without interaction with the environment. They all carry some risks. Let's, as I say, my previous energy planning thing, see how it's different. Put all options on the table, excluding viable options on the political grounds, or pitting them against each other is not the way forward. So say we should agree on emission targets, concentration targets rather than emission targets, and let the rest do what serves best.
Thank you. Professor Kartalis, do you want to add, to elaborate on what you mentioned for the COP?
Well, I think what is to be expected from COP26 is a solid decision on the financing part. Mm-hmm. Again, in relevance with COVID, if COVID is to disappear from the planet, developed countries have to support financially the developing ones to have all the vaccines. The same holds with the climate crisis. If it is to be dealt, then the developed countries have to provide funding to the developing countries. And this is a very important decision to be taken, that funding is going to be distributed by the developed countries to the developing ones. This is the first point. The second point is, like we say in our daily life, sometimes couples, they now renew their vows. So each single country has to demonstrate its commitment with respect to the targets announced already with respect to the Paris Agreement. And the major partners in this story, as with respect to the emissions, have to be very consistent on their plans for low carbon economies by 2050 or 2060, depending on their plans. And this to be monitored very closely. At the moment, everybody in this room knows that if the assessment was to be done, we will see that there's a 16% increase of greenhouse gas emissions by this time instead of decrease. So we are trying to go through a very important problem, and COP26 has to find the ways. Now, the last point is not going to be dealt with within COP26 because we all know how these systems are working. But there's a strong need to decouple geopolitics from the energy prices. And this is very important if mitigation is to be achieved in the following years and if the plans for ameliorating the climate crisis is to be met.
Thank you very much. Dr. Araj, do you want to add to?
Yes, I think I agree with Rogner. I think this, the financing mechanism, this has to be clearly identified and clarified, and whether we actually can go back and from the Kyoto Protocol and take the CDM measures, this would be useful. And also to have really a fair playing field for all technologies based on their CO2 emission. Mm-hmm. Frankly, as Rogner mentioned, there is very specially exceptions for some technologies like nuclear, which plays, a significant measure. Hydro and nuclear are the only technologies reducing CO2 now. Mm-hmm. And it's important to understand the risks profile for these and not to put constraints. Frankly, they should also, admit the legacy part of carbon emissions. Ought to be, the compensation has to be also based on that. So the US, for example, should pay 25% of the alleged contribution, which developing countries haven't seen cents out of it. And frankly, it should be focused on more grants rather than loans in the financing.
Thank you very much. Professor Moral, are you still online? I'm not sure. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So okay. So I guess you heard the question. So you are welcome to make a contribution.
Simply to add that, as Professor Cartali said, I think that the pandemic that we have lived and that we are still living should bring us maybe the opportunity to come with a new with another mentality that recovery from the pandemic should be, of course, fully in line with the recovery from the climate crisis, as Professor said, and also I would like to see also that a higher visibility is given to some specific regions of the world, and of course to the Mediterranean region, to the Mediterranean basin that suffers a lot the impacts of climate change. So I would like to see this visibility more enhanced at COP26 and in the coming international fora.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to, as I said, I have a few questions from remote people, but maybe I would like to open first with a question from the room, if there is any. I must say, you will have to make yourself clearly seen because I have the light just in the eyes. Yes, I can see a question here. I think, Dr. Rifai, if I'm correct, if I can see. The microphone is coming. Okay, can you speak as loudly as you can?
What I want to say now is I'm more confused about our region than ever before. We're talking about a region now that has so many diverse countries. Kamel talked about GCC and non-GCC countries. There's also developing countries and underdeveloped countries in the same region. So I don't think that the contribution to climate change is the same in every country in the region. I would like to see the reaction of the panel towards that, because it's more confusing now. I'm not sure our region can speak as one.
Actually, your question is also close to a point raised by Dr. Araj about the need for disaggregated data. That is not to take things as a block, but to have more data analyzing the different types of problem in different countries, but also maybe gender disaggregated data, to have disaggregated data with many perspectives. If I understand correctly your question, but maybe my fellow panelists, do you want to comment on that or react?
I didn't really understand the question. Can you repeat his question? It wasn't.
I guess the point raised, and he wanted to have your view on that, was the fact that there are very different types of countries when we talk about the AMI region. And it's a point you were making as well. Yeah. It's not one, but there are many. If I understand correctly your point.
That is right.
Okay. So do you want to add on that or?
Well, I think the difference is, I mean, the problem is that we are talking about the IMI region, so we ought to present a cohesive regional approach initiative. But within the region, definitely the disparity between them has to be discussed internally. And definitely I will expect financial flows from the GCC countries to the non-GCC countries for us to help in the transition, while they will take other measures, actually. So the financial flows has to be clearly from that. We're not going to be treating everybody homogeneous here. But then when we talk outside and discuss with the other blocks, it makes sense to come to speak as one region, because that they will benefit them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm looking at the organizer. Do we have 5 more minutes? It's okay, because there
you have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so another question here. Yeah, yes. I cannot. Ah, yes, Jeffrey. Yes, welcome, by the way.
Thank you very much. Jeff Sachs, apologies for being late, but our 2 flights turned into 4 yesterday, so we finally made it to 4 in the morning. Thank you for the very interesting comments. What I feel is needed for every region and is still a bit missing, is a clear, quantified set of pathways that show in quantified terms between now and 2050 how to get to where one wants to go. I raise this also in the perspective of the IEA's excellent report this spring on net zero by 2050, which illustrated such an approach. I don't know whether nuclear is needed or not until one looks at a detailed pathway. Frankly, nuclear scares the wits out of me for this region, given all the problems of this region geopolitically. But it also surprises me, that conclusion, because there's so much sunshine in this region. I find it hard to believe that solar could not do everything that's needed, basically, and storage costs have come down so dramatically. I'm not convinced, but having said that, I'd like to see the quantified pathways. I'm a little allergic to the observation that what is needed is this or what is needed is that, because we know it's a portfolio that's needed. We did 7 scenarios for the United States earlier this year. Some had nuclear, some didn't have nuclear. Some had carbon capture and storage, others didn't have carbon capture and storage. They have different costs, they have different timelines. But we need that quantification if we're going to really solve the problems. I do want to agree wholeheartedly with the observation about historic responsibilities and so forth that were made. And we need especially a strategy for the oil, the hydrocarbon economies of the region. The non-hydrocarbon economies, there's no problem for them in essence. They import oil now, they'll use sunshine instead, and it'll be cheaper, better, safer. But for the oil economies, this is a whole region that's built on oil, and oil is going out of business. So we need to understand that scenario clearly. I'm in favor of a global deal where this region is the residual supplier of the fossil fuels until we stop using them mid-century, so that there's enough time for Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, others to make the adjustments that are needed. But that requires a geopolitical deal that is not in the works right now. But just to conclude by saying, we need quantified, detailed pathways. And I don't think there's a big mystery in making them anymore, because any technology we're going to use at scale essentially exists already if we're talking about mid-century. Fusion is for the second half of the century. But anything we're going to use now already exists, whether it's electric vehicles or solar or battery backup for grids and so on. The costs will change, but the technology already exists, so we can already do the scenarios to mid-century.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
It was more a comment than a question to the panel, but I thought you want to add on that. Yes. Okay, so Dr. Arash first.
Yes, I think this is a very good comment, and I think I was part of the energy task force. Frankly, I think they did not do that kind of pathways projection. They only looked at several countries' projection, but they didn't have the full data to make this. But definitely, I think this is a must. And we can do the pathways, and I think there ought to be a price for carbon. I think $100 a ton or so. It has to be put up in different scenarios. It's important to put a price for that, and also include all the externalities as well for the energy sources. And I think this is clearly can be done. But with your question about solar, I doubt storage will be the cost of it will be down sufficiently to make sense for solar and wind. I think CSP perhaps will be a better choice for the region. And I know in Cyprus Institute, they already have some facility operating for that. So CSP and nuclear definitely can be married together, because essentially we need to decarbonize the transportation sector and the other sectors which you cannot use actually solar or wind for that. And the transportation and the fuels has to be hydrogen or synthetic fuels, as Professor Rogder mentioned. And this can be done from the oil or the gas with CCUS, that will be comes. But these pathways, I think, can be envisioned, but it hasn't been done. And I think we can. But I think still, I do believe that this region actually don't need nuclear if the other advanced countries have utilized nuclear and other. But now they're utilizing even coal in Germany and fossil sources. Definitely, you know, if they have kicked off the fossil fuel habit, we wouldn't be having to go to the nuclear and more expensive options.
I can see we got the red light already for the time, but Dr. Rogner, please.
I just want to say that what Professor Sachs says is what I have been practicing for the last 40 years, energy systems planning and making scenario and pathways, and not only one, you cover the full range, be transparent on your assumptions, so others can say, well, I don't like your oil price, I don't like your nuclear technology cost, and put in theirs. And we see jointly what the outcome is. That way we can develop long-term options, pathways, and then we have to narrow it down. And possibly what Arash Kamal said, you make that internally in the regions, and you can sort of get to the international conventions and meetings as a bloc and negotiate more successfully.
Thank you. We are coming now to the end, but I want to acknowledge the two questions we got from outside. Actually, one of them we don't need to address in detail because we were already covered by the comment by Jeffrey Sachs. It was about why is the potential of solar energy so overwhelmingly underused in the region, in particular in countries that rely on the import of fossil fuel for their energy needs. So in a sense, it was covered, but it's an important point indeed. And there was another question, and I don't know whether anyone has the answer, and if yes, please feel free to answer, including probably Professor Moral. There's a question, is there a unified legal and policy strategy at the European or Mediterranean level that can deal with the consequences of future environmental migration? So I don't know whether one of you want to give an answer, or Professor Moral, to that question. Okay. So, well, maybe not. So in this case, we are coming to the end. Before we close our session, I would like to thank very much my fellow co-panelists. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm sure, yeah. You not only made very interesting presentation, but thought-provoking, and I'm sure it's things people will take with them. You will take with you back a number of the points made. So thank you very much, and now I'm sorry for the time we took away from the lunch break.
Thank you, Dr. Jarreau, for chairing, Dr. Arash, Professor Kartalis, Ms. Moral, and Dr. Rogne. We now invite all our participants to join us for lunch, which will take place at the restaurant Fig and Olive, Level 1. Please make sure you're back in time for our next session that starts at 2:30. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. Thank you very much. Please be seated to start the second section of the conference today. I would like to say a big thank you to the many hundreds of you who are watching online. We now welcome our next session chair, Professor Salvatore Carlucci of the Cyprus Institute, who will be chairing session 4, the transition pathway, bringing adaptation options to life.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my greatest pleasure and honor to chair this session on transition pathway, bringing adaptation options to life. During this section, distinguished colleagues will share with us all some of the key messages, highlights from the work of some of the activities of the climate change initiative that took place in the last, basically, 1.5 years, 2 years. The results are extremely interesting, possibly will kind to fuel discussion and future development for this. The session is dense and comprises 9 speakers. Dr. Christiana Catti, the Scientific Coordinator, Cyprus Institute. Professor Andrea Karamanos from the Agricultural University of Athens. Dr. Hayal Azhar, Israel Oceanographic and Limnological Research Center. Dr. Professor Hannan Halfrasa, University of Bahrain. Professor George Christofidis from the Cyprus Institute. Professor Nicholas Bakhitsis from the Cyprus Institute. Professor Harry Kokosis, University of Thessaly. Dr. Ravella Zachariou, Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, and Dr. Nicolas Jarot, Assistant Vice President for Institute Affairs, the Cyprus Institute. I would like to not waste other time with my introduction, and would like to remind the speakers to keep their intervention within the allocated 8 minutes. Let's see whether we will have space at the end for questions. So no, we will not have questions at the end of each of the speech right now. And finally, I would like to invite to the podium the first speaker, Dr. Christiana Catti. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, to be able to talk to you a bit about the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative. You have heard before a couple of our task force leaders talking to you about these working groups. I believe you have heard from Professor Lelieveld in regards to the physical basis of climate change. As he said, the predictions are quite dire. You have also heard from Professor Zachariadis in regards to energy consumption, energy in our region, and of course the potential avenues we have for mitigation. So today I will tell you a little bit, I'll try to put in context a little bit the work of the task forces, and so that this will be a good introduction to the other speakers in my session who will talk about adaptation, about their reports on adaptation. Okay, so the Climate Change Initiative in the EME region, it's a project that was approved by the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Cyprus in March 2019, so about 2 years ago, a little bit longer. It is in an effort to coordinate actions by the countries of this region to adhere to the stipulation of the Paris Agreement and also to address and ameliorate the effects of climate change in the region. We have about 17 countries that are participating to this initiative. A little bit on how the program of the initiative. We have the scientific part, that it's what has been done, what we have been doing for the last couple of years, what the task force members and leaders have been doing. This part is coordinated by the Cyprus Institute and specifically by Professor Papanikolas. And then we will be proceeding with the governmental part, led by the Honorable Minister Kostas Kadis, who was here with us this morning. We have many task forces. In fact, we have 13 task forces working on different thematics in this initiative in a range of topics. And we are very lucky to have about 230 to 240 at the moment members in all of these task forces. These members are from all over the region, the EME region here, and also from the international community. About 75% of the participants are from the EME region, which is quite important, and we have participation from all the countries of the region. The mandate of these task forces, what they were asked to produce, is basically a thematic report in their specific areas of scientific focus. So to collect and organize the existing knowledge of their thematic, identify gaps in understanding, research, and policy, essentially identify the needs in their thematic, and provide a toolkit of possible actions to address the climate challenges in our region, where, of course, we know are many. And basically, they were asked to propose technologically mature as well as affordable solutions for addressing the impacts of climate change in different sectors. Now, basically, today, our presenters will give you an overview of what they have been doing this last couple of years. So they will talk about climate change and their thematic in the EME region. They will mention some proposed policies and recommendations, how to advance the scientific knowledge and what impact this scientific knowledge will have on the area and climate change. And also they will talk to us in regards to mature actions for implementation. So what is most likely to happen? What could we make happen that will have the most impact in the next year, in the next 5 years? So thank you very much for your attention, and I will give the word to Salvatore. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kati. I would like to invite to the floor Professor Karamanos for introducing some of the highlights of the Agriculture and Food Chain Task Force. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a pleasure to be here with you, to talk to you about the report of the Agricultural and Food Chain Task Force. There is no need to tell you how agriculture is significant for our region and how adversely agriculture is expected to be affected by climate change. A few words about the Task Management Board. We were about 14 persons in total, mostly from Greece and Cyprus, and of course some participations from Lebanon, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and international organizations. I thank all of them for their support and their contribution to draft and compile the final report of the task force, which is very extensive and with rich bibliography. The outline. Some proposed policies and recommendations. the policy measures are of national or transnational or regional nature and of short, medium, and long-term implementation time. At the regional level, key policy guidance should involve institutional interaction, technical upgrades, and science-based solutions. The mobilization is something important, which I'm going to come back later. It's about money. The mobilization of resources for knowledge transfer and investments in agriculture are essential to enhance the sector's adaptation to climate change. As regards the advancement of scientific knowledge and impact, we have first of all to assess the climate change impacts on important components of the food chain, such as soil, water, biodiversity, energy. We cannot tackle the problem and propose measures of adaptation and mitigations unless we know the magnitude of the problem. It's something we have to do. To understand of response mechanisms of crops, animals, and fisheries to climate change. And of course, to implement the appropriate management practices in the field. I am now going to propose policies and recommendations, those having national or transnational implementation. First of all, something which is, I think, a common sense. Everybody knows that there are not very strong links between policymakers and scientists. I think this initiative is contributing to a better link between those two, between science and policymakers. So it is important to have a capacity building of a novel regional structure, creating strong and direct links, facilitating the communication between scientists and politicians. In other words, this initiative has to go on in this region if we wish to have concrete results. Almost all countries in the region have their own national research policies. It is important that the climate change and adaptation and mitigation research has to be included as a priority in the national research policies. And furthermore, to establish a cooperative funding tool to support research activities in the region. A very important step is to develop policy tools for adaptation, mitigation, frameworks and measures and actions. In other words, it is in our hands to create reliable indicators which may be used by the politicians to assess the suitability or the effectiveness of the measures. And it is very important also to establish networks of observatories for monitoring water resources, both water supply and water quality, soil degradation, because this area is suffering from soil desertification, new invasive pests, weeds, and pathogens, which are expected to come due to the rise in temperature, and of course, based on them to predict and face environmental degradation and crop losses by pests and diseases. At a national basis, we have to prepare a package of strong incentives for farmers to adopt the measures. We must not forget that farmers are the final recipients of all actions we have to do, and we have to persuade them in case, of course, that some of the measures have also a cost in their income, and income loss. So strong incentives are essential. In order to adopt sustainability measures for soil, water, biodiversity, and energy, and also to promote low-input agriculture. Strong emphasis is necessary on education and outreach. We have to create public awareness on the initiative and its potential benefits to national economies and societies, and to develop efficient dissemination mechanisms of the joint research outcomes to all stakeholders. I'm coming back to money now. We have to build appropriate infrastructures for facing extreme events. This means that we have to attract investment from national or international foundations, e.g. for protection from floods, reservoir building for water harvesting, reforestation, restoration, modernization of irrigation systems, just to mention a few of them. And to protect rural income by establishing or extending already existing insurance policies for agricultural production from extreme events. Some priority actions to face climate change from the part of scientific knowledge. First, to adopt sustainable practices for managing soil and water resources. To develop novel crop, animal and fisheries protection methods against new invasive species of pests, diseases and parasites. To develop appropriate crop and animal husbandry management practices to face climate change impacts. And the strategies to promote these actions is, first of all, collaborative research efforts towards understanding crop, animal and fisheries responses to the new climatic conditions in our area. There may be sufficient knowledge for other areas of the world, but it is important to focus on our area because of its peculiarities. To disseminate the new knowledge through extension services. This means that we have to make use of the extension services or create them where they are not available. And to develop reliable indicators for assessing adaptation, mitigation frameworks and measures as a tool for implementing policy measures. And final, but not the least, preparing packages of strong incentives for farmers. This is a very efficient policy measure. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like now to invite Dr. Hayya Lazar, speaking about the marine environment. The intervention will be online, so welcome, Dr. Lazar.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there physically, and thank you for letting me speak. This is the joint work of a large task force that people from all over the region, and also some people from Italy and France and the US are part of. Scientific liaison was Dr. Kati. I'm going to go through the outline that I was asked to do. So first of all, our first challenge is the fact that people, when they think of climate change, they think of the land, temperature, the agriculture, water resources, and they don't think about the ocean. So one of the things that is a challenge is to, first of all, explain how important the oceans are in this, in climate change. Here we see a map of the seas of the area. Sorry. As we can see, this is an additional complication because we have in this region 3 marginal seas, meaning seas that are enclosed by land and connected to different oceans. The Atlantic, the Mediterranean is connected to the Western Mediterranean and the Atlantic, and the Red Sea, and and that, anyway, that adds some difficulties in this. So we'll just jump right into it. We heard in the morning a few things about what the projections are, and they seem dire. This is just from observations from 82 until recently, satellite observations. We can see from sea surface temperature that the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, the region is a hotspot for climate change. And we can see this by, we divided, this is the data, on the left here, you see the average temperature, sea surface temperature in these years. And here in the middle, you see the trend. And you see that there are areas that are warming up very quickly, especially the Persian Arabian Gulf. And you can see that here on the right, the trend of these ecoregions, averaged out over these ecoregions. In the different ecoregions, you can see that the trends are very different, and they're about 3 times higher than the global trend, which is 0.13 per decade. The thing is that the average picture is not the whole picture. What we also see and expect are extreme events, and the extreme events are becoming more and more frequent. And in these areas, we've looked at the trends in the marine heat waves. Marine heat waves. See is also that this area is experiencing more and more marine heat waves. You see if a marine heat wave is just like we know on land, it's when the temperature rises for more than 5 days over the 90th percentile of the temperature expected for that time. And you can see that the trends is that there are many marine heat waves to now. And here, for instance, on the right, if you look at the which is the Levantine Sea, you can see that around now there are almost 200 days which are marine heat wave days in a year, and that means that that most of this region is going to experience marine heat waves probably all of the year by very soon. You can also see the interesting things, which you can see that these marine heat waves increased all of a sudden in the last 10 years more than before. So we see heightened effect of climate change also in this way. The part of this is that the summers are getting warmer faster than the winters. And I'm not going to go through the whole scientific report. I'm just going to give you a taste of some effects and their impacts on the environment and the resources. One of the effects is that the deeper intermediate waters are warming. This affects the whole circulation of these marginal seas. This happens also in the Red Sea. Showing you an example of the Mediterranean. This happens also in the Red Sea and in the Persian Arabian Gulf to an extent. This effect, of course, also I should mention that the temperature is not the only thing changing. Of course, there's salinization of the waters, there's acidification of the waters, and many other things that are changing because of climate. And all these affect first the physics of the circulation in the ocean, and second and second the ecology. So a lot of species are shifting distribution according to new areas that are more suitable for them, or becoming extinct altogether. And in this respect, we see. So here we see that, for instance, here in the Eastern Mediterranean, 38 out of 59 reef mollusks that are not harvested, so it's not because of overfishing, were once described as abundant are missing. And there's scarcity of data in order to understand what exactly did this and what was the dynamics that created this. These mollusks are important because they create some of the near-shore ecosystems that actually help prevent large waves coming onto the coast and degrading and eroding the shore. And this brings me to sea level rise.
Dr. Lazar, I would like to invite you to move on since we have passed the 8 minutes.
Sorry, okay. So I just like to say that this sea level rise is given from models, projections from models that are better than what we used to have, but are still lacking as they are global models, and we see that the median, that the relative sea level rise are, well, they're given here, but again, these are averages, and if you look at, and the effects are, even if they don't seem very large, half a meter in the worst case scenario in 2050, or a meter in 2100, they still have a massive effect on sandy coast losses. And again, there's a knowledge gap for smaller scales. But studies show that there is going to be massive sandy shore loss in the area, and I will go through with extreme sea level events. I'll run through this. What I wanted to show is the data scarcity. So all these models and the process studies are lacking in the area because of lack of data. Even things such as sea level gauges, which are very simple things, we see that there's a scarcity of data. Of course, this isn't a whole picture of all the gauges that there are, but there is no, unlike in Europe, where you see all these are giving the data freely to one body, a standard, and that is standardized. In the region, there is no such thing. Another thing is for moorings, for hydro, for the physical oceanography part, and to understand these changes in circulation, and what they call here the hydro changes. And here you see again how there's a nice and vast network in the Western Mediterranean, and almost none in Eastern Mediterranean, and even less in the Red Sea and the same thing, or even worse in biology. So there are examples in Europe for the European Marine Biological Resource Center that has marine stations that is created a network of standard data for marine biodiversity through omics approaches. So very high level data, and of course the only station here is in the Gulf of Aqaba in Eilat, and that's and the data here is very, very lacking. So the proposed policies, I'm sorry, I'll just go through this, and I think so first we want to say that we should increase our ambition of the national adaptation plans and national dedication to include nature-based solutions, conservation and restorations of ecosystems that could help in adaptation. Like I said, they reduce risk from high waves, from storms, and also they provide blue carbon services. They sequester carbon. We should adopt regional targets for resilient marine and coastal protected areas, like the 30 by 30 that is proposed globally and adopted by the EU. And we should initiate marine spatial planning that includes specific objectives for climate resilience. And lastly, promote regional innovative financial instruments and funds, enhance ocean resilience and account for the adaptation and mitigation benefits, as well as the risk of loss of coastal and marine ecosystems. As I said throughout the talk, there are key knowledge gaps, which are significant lack of data in the area and high uncertainty of models, with strong regional disparities of both. Meaning there are areas that are doing quite okay in the Eastern Mediterranean, but others are even worse. And what is required, and these are all mature in terms of technology. What is required, and even examples in Europe, it's mature, it's just required to do here. So regional observation network, which would be standardized with data sharing policies and optimal geographic coverage, regional databases, mainstreaming and exchanging and adopting best practices within the region, regional high resolution models, as I said, and regional research teams to do process models.
Thank you very much for this very deep insight. Please complete.
I'll finish here.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and yes, this request for additional data information is extremely important in many of the task forces. I would like now to invite to the floor Professor Adnan Al-Bouflassa, speaking about the results of the work done inside the Built Environment Task Force. Thank you very much.
I think I need to change the slides. Presentation. That's good because that will give me more time, right? So it will start with 8 when the presentation starts. So good afternoon, everyone. Actually, if you hear me coughing or something, don't worry. I've been going through airports and they all had their share of the PCR. And so I'm fine. I'm just having a problem here. So I'll be drinking water throughout. Sure. So my name is Hana Al-Bouflassa. I'm coming from Bahrain, so from the GCC area. And there is always this debate and questions of what is actually happening in the GCC. I'm not going to talk about the GCC in particular. I will talk about what we have came out from the built environment. And very interesting here is that the built environment is more like in a cycle. And you don't actually can say which is affecting what. Is the built environment is actually affecting or is actually an impact of what we have now, which is a climate change, or the climate change is actually changing our built environment? This is a very important question, and that made even going through this section was very interesting, because when we look at the individual countries, we first have a diversity among all the countries, plus we have also a social diversity in some regions. So how do you combine them all? What type of data that I can actually get in order to say, well, I can come with a recommendation? So if you don't mind, I don't like to stay with podiums. So I'll be covering 4 points, hopefully very quickly. We'll look at the climate change and the built environment in the Middle East. And during that, I will mention the gaps And at the same time, I will mention the solutions in order to close these gaps that the team or the working force has came with. We'll look at the proposed policies and recommendation, advancement of the scientific knowledge and impact, and finally, mature actions for implementation. You may see a lot of words there in the slide, so don't worry about it. I'll try to summarize them as much as possible. Next, please. So here, the gaps, and this is very serious. These gaps, first of all, that we all gonna talk about is that we don't have data. This is very important, and let's talk about this openly and seriously. And data is not just getting data that each country or each region is actually developing away from the other region. In order to come with a conclusion, you need a proper data which they can sing together in order to get something. So we have found that the current implementation of a climate mitigation and actions and adaptation is actually very much diverse. And to say diverse, there must be something here. We have regions and they should have somehow similarities. How diverse and how the diversity actually in these actions has helped in order to achieve what they want to achieve from the climate change actions. So climate policies are not thoroughly enacted, and hence there is no obligations actually to follow them. So you have rules, but there is no obligations. And you will see here also that sometimes we separate the mitigation from the adaptation. They are not really very much linked. Please. So how can we close these gaps, the main gaps? We have 4 points here we will focus on. The first one is the urban planning and design. And this is very important. And urban planning and design means every single region or a country should look at it individually. They have to sit and think about how to do a proper urban planning. The other thing here, and of course to take into consideration even the future, what they are thinking of, how they want the structure of their country or the city, or it depends on the level that they are working. Built infrastructure needs a structural change. This is important. When we say we're going to move from a gray infrastructure to a blue or green infrastructure, well, what do we mean by that? Are we actually mitigating, or we looking into the consideration of all the heat waves, all the urban heat islands? And again, I will come back to the first point when I mentioned that we are not sure which one is affecting what. Is the built environment affecting the climate change, or the climate change is affecting the built environment? Is that the urban heat island effect is mainly because of the urbanization. Okay? This is well known. But the problem is, one of the reasons that we are moved to that current situation of cities is because we're trying to, in a little bit, trying to fix the problem of the harsh environment that we live in. Hence, we have introduced more things into the environment which has caused these things. I had a meeting once that was, I think, in the US, and we had to talk about something that no one has mentioned here, is dust storms. And not dust storms affecting our region, it's actually dust storms affecting other regions that they don't actually face dust storms. One thing which is important here, the sustainable consumption and production. To go for the recycling means we have to be, our region has to be producers. They should be industrially based region. You cannot recycle if you don't have the industry. Of course, we have to develop financial decision making, which is very important also. Next slide, please. So how we can reach there? So what are our recommendations? Our recommendations actually fits into 5 points. First, urban design that we have mentioned before, governance and policy integration, economic support and access to finance, technology-enabled and data-driven communities. You can see the last one is the resilient and equity communities. Next, please. So these are some of the recommendations that I have mentioned, some of them here, in terms of trying as much as possible to focus on really designing our environment, or the building environment, in order to be integrated into the system and to take into consideration other aspects, which is the biodiversity and also conditions, which is environmental conditions, plus some issues like a lack of or water scarcity, or even we don't have, no one is talking about the food. Food is important, and also as urbanization is affecting even the food, let's say, the food distribution among this area. Next, please. So the key questions: how can we limit uncontrolled urban expansion, reduce transportation? If you say this word in the GCC, they will go like, why? How do you want me to travel without a car? And we can say, okay, use electric car. Yeah, but still I have to charge the car. So I will use energy. Okay, I need infrastructure for the electric car. Plus, is the electric car withstand the harsh environment? So it's a continuous questions, actually. How can we promote the reconversion from the gray infrastructure to a low carbon environmentally friendly solution? Next, please. You can print them all on at once, so that's okay. That's fine, you can put them all. Yeah, that's fine. So in terms of how can climate consideration be integrated into the finance decision making, and if you don't mind, Dr. Salvatore, just in this part, since we are talking about here the Eastern Mediterranean, we had a project with the Horizon 2020, and they are here, I can see, which is the European projects. The finance came from the European projects, from the European fund, not from the GCC. And that raises a question: do we really think about it? Do we actually have policies in order to really finance such things? And how can we preserve urban ecosystem and its services? Of course, all these are questions. Hopefully, when you read the report, you will be able to get a sort of answers to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Hanan Al-Bouflassa. We had an amazing experience inside the task force. Thank you for summarizing very well some of the work that we have been doing in the last time. I would like now to invite to the floor Professor George Christofides. Thank you very much. Presenting as striving for a healthy environment, since at the end, people are the center of everything, and creating and fostering a healthy environment is one of the priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salvatore. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's an honor to have been asked to present to this conference the findings of the Health Task Force proceedings. And let me just, so in the interest of time, because I know time is pressing, you allow me to keep to my notes, so I have a timely and uneventful delivery here. So before I begin, let me thank sincerely all the colleagues that were involved in this task force, who contributed greatly, not only with their scientific knowledge, but also with their deep understanding of the intricacies of the region. Special thanks to Dr. Marco Neira, who was responsible for drafting this response mostly, the report mostly, and also Dr. Camille Aguilar, who acted as a liaison officer, coordinator of the task force. And many thanks also to the organizers, especially to Professor Papanikolas for being the main drive behind this. Right, so this is what I will present to you today in this terrible presentation. I will start with the findings of the task force that ended up on focusing on 5 main risk hazards, risk factors: extreme heat, water stress, air quality, vector-borne diseases, and population displacement. There aren't by any means the only ones that the only factors that we believe will affect the region, but these we believe to be the most important ones. So I will then move to the proposed policy and recommendations, and for this I wish you to bear in mind that the task force felt very strongly, that all the policies and recommendations must be truly regional and take an interdisciplinary approach, and two, that the main barrier for regional cooperation, as we all know, is and will remain the conflicts and political instability and factors in the region, and this has to be addressed as we are moving towards climate action. And I will finish with the knowledge areas that the task force felt that need to be advanced, and what these advancements may bring in terms of impact, and what we feel are mature actions for implementation. Right, so human health is tightly linked with the environment in many complex and interconnected ways, and therefore climate change is expected to have, and indeed already has, a profound impact on the region's public health. And these are both direct and indirect, as we will see in the next slides. In addition, the human health susceptibility to climate change is influenced by a number of factors that can be biological, like age, gender, health status, ecological, or if you wish, environmental, like pollution, pathogens, water, food, and socio-political, for example, socio-economic status of an individual or a country, occupation, health infrastructure, etc. So in this way, the EMEA region is believed to be particularly vulnerable, not only because it's a hotspot, as we established all of us together, a hotspot of climate change, but because it is of these high, very high urbanization rates that we experience. Its population is aging very fast. Most of the countries in the region, there are political and armed conflicts, as you can see in that vivid picture on the right, throughout the region. And all these have led to possibly the worst crisis of forced migration in recent history. So extreme heat is #1 risk task force, risk factor for the region. EMEA is one of the world's most vulnerable regions to heat exposure, and one of the world's most densely populated regions. I mean, heat exposure may be worse in the Mojave Desert, but no one lives there. It's a very densely populated region. The high urbanization rate, where heat is amplified due to the urban heat island effect that we had before, the aging population and the already very high prevalence of chronic diseases like pulmonary or cardiovascular diseases make heat exposure a particular health hazard for the EMEA region. It is telling that in the EMEA region, many areas in the EMEA region, cities of the EMEA region, key cities of the EMEA region are expected to reach 50 or even 60 degrees Celsius in the future, which when combined with humidity, which is also expected to rise in coastal areas, will make the areas uninhabitable. They cannot support life, they cannot support human life for that matter. So in this environment, we must expect to have greatly elevated rates of heat stroke, kidney injury, cardiac infractions in adults, electrolyte imbalance, respiratory diseases, and renal problems in children, as well as deteriorating mental health and behavioral issues. Particularly vulnerable are the elderly, children, people living in poverty, and unfortunately we have many people living in poverty in this region, and people with disabilities or chronically ill, as well as displaced populations, of course. Water stress, that's another major factor for the EMEA region. It is already very bad, and it will become very ugly. The majority of the countries and populations of the EMEA region are already experiencing absolute water scarcity, which is the worst level of water stress you can get. And it will become much worse, with direct and indirect impacts on human health, including a multitude of waterborne diseases, water pollution, vector-borne diseases, and it will gravely risk food security and have many other indirect impacts. This doesn't come up very nicely. Oh, you have to do it. Yeah, okay. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? So, air quality. Air pollution is another major source of concern, and this is from fossil fuel burning, increased rates of urbanization that are already very high, wildfires in many areas, and dust storms, which a colleague before said that no one mentioned. It's a major issue in that report. In this report, dust storms in many areas, or dust loads in many areas. So these are in turn associated with chronic pulmonary and other lung respiratory illnesses, cerebrovascular diseases, strokes essentially, ischemic heart episodes, cancer and others. North Africa and the EMEA region have this particular problem that is not so often seen in other areas of the world, and this is the heavy dust load in the atmosphere that will become worse, and dust events will increase dramatically, and dust is linked to allergies and respiratory and other lung diseases and infections. Next slide, please. Vector-borne diseases, that's another great risk for the region. Okay, rushing through. And for the Eastern Mediterranean in particular. So is the emergence of an increased frequencies of vector-borne diseases and disease outbreaks. These are diseases like West Nile, Zika, dengue, leishmaniasis, malaria that are transmitted by insects and other arthropod vectors. And the reason is that because those vectors are heavily affected by the environment, by heat, precipitation, humidity, wind, and land use, so these diseases will become more prominent. Next slide, please. So last but certainly not least is population displacement, or if you wish, forced migration. The region has already experienced huge waves of forced migration, and climate is expected to increase their rates and size through extreme weather, water scarcity, loss of land, and deterioration of ecosystems, and conflicts that are expected to increase in the future. Everyone is affected by forced migration, but more so the children, with effects ranging from injuries to dehydration, to malnutrition, to infectious diseases, to death. Next slide, please. So, as I said at the start, the task force strongly felt that policies, frameworks, and plans must be truly regional and be the result of regional cooperation. Therefore, I'm emphasizing region in all these suggested proposed policies and recommendations. So, a framework for regional framework for policies is urgently needed to decisively move towards decarbonization. It's never too late to do that as a mitigation strategy, although the health report will be mostly focusing on adaptation. We need a plan for integration of environmentally driven mobility and mortality data. We had a huge problem to identify such data in the region, so we need a plan for the integration of this data, and that will aid the understanding and policy making. We need and the same goes for a framework for crisis and response management at country as well as at regional levels. We need a plan to monitor and control the spread of infectious diseases and disease vectors. It exists elsewhere, it should exist here. It's a hotspot for that, and we should do that. There has to be an agreement or a plan for equity in availability of and accessibility to vaccines and essential medicines. We have seen the problems that have been created with the pandemic. We don't want to repeat that in the future. We know what is coming. We need a plan and agreement for that, a policy for that. A plan for the development and use of economic technologies for the production and management of potable water, clean water for the populations, including by non-conventional means, and a regional strategy for preventing population displacement and improvement of the health and well-being of the already displaced population. I think we're not doing, and we think as a task force, we're not doing enough, neither to mitigate nor to adapt to the inevitable. Next, please. I'll do that from here. Okay, so advancing scientific, let don't have it in front of me. So the task force also felt that there are many gaps that we need to address, and that by addressing that we'll have a greater impact. For example, we needed the development of a regional resource to host, process, analyze, present climate-related health data, would be to get clinical and environmental, and this can be one observatory, essentially a climate observatory for the region that will incorporate all this data. We need further, more empirical evidence on exposure response functions involving climate change and specific health outcomes. We don't really know much about that. And the same goes for the effects of climate change on ecological determinants of human health, as well as the effects of long-term exposure to climate change. We know nothing about these long-term effects. The development of vaccines and medicines relevant to the region, as we said before, what is relevant in terms of infectious disease for the region needs to be accelerated. We need to characterize more of those medicines and therapeutics, and especially vaccines, integrating the novel technologies that have emerged through this pandemic. We need to characterize and develop crops that are resilient to climate change, towards food security, and I dare say, I know it's a no word, possibly also consider GM crops for that matter for the region. We need to evaluate the interactions between adaptation and mitigation strategies. Sometimes these are conflicting or overlapping. We need to understand how these can work together in the future. And the last slide, please. And and we are reaching now what is already mature for implementation. We think that we are pretty much very mature in what we understand and what we expect to happen. And any delays in implementing plans, in making plans and implementing policies will be possibly unjustified. A region-wide hub, observatory, data resource to gather and serve climate-related health data can be implemented and is needed. Early warning systems, we know how they work, we know how it can reach the population, and early warning system for extreme climate events should also be implemented. It's pretty mature. A center for monitoring and control of infectious diseases, including disease vectors, it exists everywhere. In China, in the United States, one in Europe. We need one for the region, very important. The WHO had one in Egypt. It has been abolished, the WHO MENA. Strengthening of the health systems and services, we have to do it now. We've seen what happened with the current ongoing pandemic. We know what is coming. We need to strengthen strategically our health systems and services. As I said previously, we need to promote discovery, development, and rollout of vaccines and medicines against relevant infectious diseases. Again, we have them there in the report. Importantly, we need to educate people, and someone may possibly say that afterwards. We need to educate the people on climate change and climate health, and we have to start with educational curricula delivered to primary and secondary school children, for that matter. Infrastructure for active travel. I'm not going to say that. You said that in the built environment section. Very important to promote active travel in urban areas. Digitization in our public services has started for many countries. It has to be sped up. And this is because it will prevent exposure to heat and other extreme weather events. And also redesign of work for the same reason. And finally, improve health services for displaced populations with emphasis on mental and reproductive health, as well as infectious diseases, with emphasis on vaccination here. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I took more time.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Vitsouris. I would like now to invite to the floor here Professor Nicholas Bakirtsis from the Cyprus Institute, Safeguarding Cultural Heritage. Thank you very much for bringing up this important topic related with what we are, our identity, our history.
Thank you, Salvatore. Thank you. I will start, of course, by acknowledging the contributions and the participation of the members of our task force on cultural heritage, and I want to thank them for their input. My brief presentation will follow more or less the same outline as the rest of the presentations of the task forces, and I will start immediately by just stating how climate change is one of the gravest threats for cultural and natural heritage in the EME region. It is a region, I don't need to convince you, extremely rich in history, archaeology, and it's considered an epicenter of past world civilizations. And while international initiatives have been trying successfully to address the challenge, and I want to mention UNESCO, ICOMOS, the Greek Initiative on Cultural Heritage, we will be hearing about tomorrow, there are still major gaps in knowledge, policy, and coordination in our region, and we lag considerably behind. For us, loss of heritage has and will have devastating societal implications as we consider it the connecting tissue for local communities and societies. In a way, cultural heritage largely defines communities, shapes issues and perceptions of identity, and you can understand what that means for social cohesion, which is something we really need at this time. So it is our collective responsibility to protect this cultural heritage and at the same time seize it as an opportunity for climate action. There are, of course, important gaps and needs that we need to address in order to advance the climate change agenda in this thematic area. First, we need to correlate accurately how climate change parameters impact cultural and natural heritage. I'm using a slide from a flash flood in Petra, Jordan. Of course, floods in Petra were an issue that the Nabateans were dealing all the way, centuries back. They were already dealing with it. However, the frequency and the volume of these flash floods will be increasing, and this is something that we need to be able to address. In relation to that gap, the documentation and mapping of endangered heritage is a priority, and we need to better understand the connection of cultural heritage to sustainable economic growth. Furthermore, cultural heritage and climate transition for societies and local communities is definitely an area we need to learn more about. So we have identified policy areas of regional significance: mapping, assessing the risk, monitoring of cultural and natural heritage are definitely necessary steps for any mitigation and adaptation plans. Of course, the use of science and technology is a priority. The integration of cultural heritage, its management, and aspects of valorization of heritage in Greek economy planning and developments is an area where policies need to be developed. And also, cultural heritage needs to be understood and harvested as a vehicle for climate action and an agent of societal change and adaptation. I think we can all agree that images like the one I'm using here with the flames of wildfires approaching the site of Olympia are definitely extremely effective to communicate the urgency of the matter and to heighten the alarm of the danger. So this is here an opportunity, this is what our task force feels, for regional coordination. Cultural heritage lends itself as a priority thematic area for immediate regional collaboration, which can have catalytic benefits at the local level, but also for the broader initiative. The cultural wealth of our shared past must become a beacon for collective action and mobilization. Some key questions for our region. Which will be the direct and indirect impacts of climate change on cultural, both tangible and intangible, and natural heritage. How does the impact of climate change on heritage affect social and economic life? And what will be the role of cultural heritage in the EME region's climate change transition? Our proposed strategy is to harvest, and this is something that we believe is practical, it's cost-effective, it's ready. We can harvest local knowledge and expertise at the country level while providing a regional framework of collaboration able to identify synergies and offer support, services, good practices, and solutions. A critical aspect of this effort would be our ability to respond to the challenges at both the local and the regional levels without losing, of course, our primary focus on MS societies and local communities. This should be always our focus. So some ideas for mature actions that can be implemented that are also interrelated. We can and we should proceed with an EME region index of heritage under climate change threat. Such an index would allow us to map, document sites. Of course, we will have to start with the iconic heritage sites, but we also should not lose track of lower level heritage at the level of community, local traditions, etc. But also sites like Al-Aqsir near Karbala in Iraq, which is a site that has been, over the last few years, has been totally abandoned, and it's literally melting away as the result of desertification, but also the fact that the area is now depopulated, emigration, and the site, a famous late antique site, has been left alone without care. So, following this index, a regional cultural and natural heritage monitoring mechanism can inform and, of course, with the use of technologies, monitor and collect data on how these sites are faring, which will then give the opportunity for a regional framework toolkit for best practices, services, communication, societal and economic responses, which is a, let's say, a framework service that is very much aligned with the priorities and what our broader initiative is proposing. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, for these very, very interesting insights. I would like to invite now Professor Enrico Cosis from University of Thessaly, who's going to speak about towards a new tourism model. Thank you very much. Topic is still important for the region.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests and colleagues. Thank you. I will speak about tourism. Tourism is a human activity which has a special interest to all of us because it covers our needs from just leisure, which is recreation, education, also doing business, health, seeing friends, etc. So it is a very complex activity, and let me first, sorry. Okay, thank you. So it is a very complex activity, and it is very important globally, and of course it's becoming a very important activity for the region. It has already an important activity. So this is just what our task force, which started late, to develop suggestions about future research and policies about tourism in the region. But of course, it has the benefit of drawing on the conclusions and recommendations of the other task forces, because tourism relates practically to everything. And to that extent, I would like to thank our colleagues who have contributed to this. And I will follow, of course, the regular structure that is suggested for this particular session. So, it is an important activity. However, we know very little about tourism in the region. In this sense, there are particularities that relate to the type of tourists that are attracted, when they are attracted, and this is beyond the typical mass tourism, which for some parts of the region is important, but then it has also other components. And of course, the region is very rich in terms of natural and cultural resources, and these are the basic assets attracting visitors worldwide, particularly to this region. So we have to concentrate and draw on the experiences of other areas and try to concentrate on the particularities of tourism in this particular area, and also not only in terms of the demand side, that means what tourists like and what visitors would like, and how sensitive they are to the risks and threats imposed by climate change, but also to try to work also on the supply side, and you heard a lot of things about that, from the built environment to the cultural heritage, natural heritage, which are the basic assets that attract tourists. And of course, we have also to consider what we do about the tourist establishments, and that means those facilities that host visitors, and also the activities that visitors pursue when they visit a place. That means what type of activities will be affected. For example, can we develop ecotourism under conditions of increase in heat during the season, which is very important? Can we see those threats from another way as enabling factor? Because maybe for some areas, these conditions can help to reconsider how we attract tourists in these areas and try to think about the timing, the proper timing, extending the season, developing other. So there are all these questions are at the forefront of when we consider tourism. And of course, you can see the just articulation of some of these. And of course, they all relate to adaptation and mitigation. Of course, mitigation is important, but mitigation in the tourist sector is something which is very heavy as an issue. It has to do with how airplanes and cruise ships and other kinds of transport means and a lot of other things contribute. So essentially, we try to concentrate on the adaptation side. There are gaps and needs in terms of research, like in practically every other task force object. So there are, these are in terms of vulnerabilities and risks and organizational improvements and capacity building and sharing knowledge, etc. What we thought that would be interesting to propose is, first of all, to support the strengthening the support for climate change. That means seeking to increase funds, to increase the capacities of people to incorporate climate change adaptation into the tourism activities, enterprises, investments, etc. And then second is to try to think about how we develop tourism in the region in the sense of diversifying and trying to adapt and take advantage of the changes of climate change. So that is the enabling factor part. And of course, to try to benefit from developments that occur globally, like green tourist establishments. Maybe they affect the most established destinations first, but then we have to think also how smaller kinds of medium-sized enterprises can benefit or can find solutions that are suitable for this particular region. And of course, to reduce resource dependence, meaning water, energy, and all that. This is central to any tourism development strategy. The difficulties have been already spoken about in the previous task forces, and of course there are similar capacity building, resource management, and the societal awareness, etc. And the preconditions is to share knowledge and prioritize risks and action taking. And of course, action taking is not enough. We have to develop a monitoring and evaluation system, and of course, a system of indicators, perhaps, that are relevant for the regional level are important. in terms of advancing scientific knowledge, if we can go deeper to what was just presented, is assessing critical risks for key tourist resources, the assets, natural cultural heritage, and also all the other the coastal areas that are subject to threats from sea level rise, and also the effects on the special tourism infrastructure like small yachting harbors, etc., and the adaptation. So there are things to think about, techniques and ways to innovate in terms of adapting to climate change. So there is necessity to discuss and also share knowledge about that. So because the region has particularities, it has a huge diversity in terms of its conditions, and also a huge diversity that can be expressed in terms of potential for developing solutions that are suitable for the particular region. Then, therefore, the mature actions for implementation beyond sharing knowledge is to create perhaps a system, a platform for sharing knowledge and sharing experiences and best practices that are region-specific relevant, and they are not unique. There is a wide diversity within the region, so we have to take care of that, and then develop regional initiatives and support programs and funding and broader kind of support for this, for studying tourism and how it can adapt to climate change. And finally, another factor which is important, we all understand, is strengthening the capacity of the stakeholders from the administrative level to the private entrepreneurs to comprehend and enhance and adapt climate change adaptation for tourism. Thank you very much for your attention on behalf of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is the turn of Dr. Aravella Zakariou from the Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, who's gonna present highlights and some key messages from the Education Outreach Task Force. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the time of the Task Force of Climate Change and Education. And I'm glad to say that education has been identified and stressed by many of the coordinators of the previous task forces as a key for the fight against climate change and climate crisis. I want to thank, first of all, the members of the Task Force of Climate Change. I apologize. Show you the task force. No. We apologize with technology, some things, some mistakes happening. Please allow me to thank publicly the members of the ad hoc. It's not showing again, the members. Okay. Of the task force that participating to the report of climate change, professors and experts by many countries of the EME region, And of course, to express my gratitude to my colleague Emma Tatteli, who was coordinating this task force. Before showing you the main structure of the work that we have done with this report, I would like just to show the main chapters that we elaborate and we include in the climate change education report in order to describe the depth and the length of the key areas of education that we try to analyze and make policy recommendations regarding education in formal education, informal and non-formal education, teachers' professional development, vocational education, research and climate change education, pedagogical tools, materials, as well as, of course, the regional cooperation on climate change education. All these chapters were analyzed in subsections where examples and findings were identified. Based on the findings, we worked on the challenges and gaps, and of course, we move on with the policy recommendations. Education is acknowledged as the key driver for empowering and motivating youth and civil society in order to take the measures, the necessary measures for both mitigation and adaptation in the EMA region. Significant efforts and investments have been already taken, but also we have to say that significant efforts in these investments are also needed in educating youth and society, not only about the potential dangers and the impacts of climate change, but also to work with climate change through a holistic approach. Significant gaps and omissions stem from the genuine difficulty of locating and obtaining reliable resources that refer to climate change in education. And we have to say that it's the first time where climate change in education is considered in such a large scale in the EMA region. And this is really important because it seeks to cover, to the extent possible, all key areas related to the integration of climate change in education and operate as a useful baseline for assessing future progress about climate change and education in the EMA region. The main gaps and needs that identified in the report has to do with the need of developing regional frameworks in the EMA region that will facilitate countries to establish a long-term unified and thematic strategies, plans, and curricula. The need to integrate CCE in all forms and levels of education. The need to acknowledge CCE as a cross-sectoral issue that permeates the related policies. To ensure the inclusiveness and equal participation of all. No one is left behind in climate change education. This means to empower local communities, youth, women, and vulnerable groups, and train them against climate change. And of course, strengthening research in climate change education based on the interdisciplinary research where pedagogy and transformational learning environments will combine with the scientific knowledge. Regarding proposed policies and recommendations, of course, through the report, we are identifying a number of policies and recommendations related to each chapter. Here, I will just identify some of them, which has to do with each chapter of the report. In political level, the need to sustain political support. In school education, there is a need for a clear formal approach in addressing climate change education, especially in curricula. In non-formal education, there is a need for concrete strategies aimed at enhancing and facilitating cooperation between government agencies and competencies, civil societies and NGO organizations in the region and national. In formal education, there is a recommendation to establish support mechanism for stakeholders' active participation and engagement. In higher education, to include requirements in national and regional higher education accredited institutions for adequate courses and programs that will give emphasis on cross-sectoral interdisciplinary collaboration between universities and the region in the field of climate change. Teachers' professional development, as a recommendation, one of them is to fund scholarships in the EME region, to follow professional development courses, and of course to follow further studies on climate change education. That will help to expand the learning community in the region regarding climate change education. Research in climate change education to promote effective regional cooperation schemes between and among universities through the establishment of bilateral or multilateral regional networks and linkages for universities and other higher institutions. Pedagogical tools to establish a multinational and regional group of competent authors that will produce regional tools on climate change education, and vet education and climate change education to develop a regional accreditation and quality standards for vet education, and of course to extend and expand the regional focus on vet education with emphasis on practices and adaptation and mitigation measures such as organic agriculture, energy, food, ecosystem cycling, waste, materials recycling, conserving energy, natural resources, etc. About the difficulties and the preconditions for implementing these policies, we have to acknowledge the difficulty for capitalizing upon the significant results that already achieved, the variability in the aims, goals, and standards that apply across the region, both for climate and education, the different education structures in the EME region, and difficulty for agreement sometimes on climate change education. And something which is really a high priority is a lack of a shared aspirational vision for CCE in the EME countries. There is a need for consensus on a systemic and efficient multi-regional plan, which will follow an agreement on key strands, an agreement and consensus on key actions, provision of resources, and of course a political commitment and support for its implementation. The main key questions which has to do with One
more minute.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Development of climate change education in the region is how climate change is dealt in the framework of formal, non-formal, and informal education. What is needed to emphasize in climate change within the concept and structures of education? What new approaches we need to best address climate change in education? What tools we need to bring together the climate change pedagogical content knowledge with the scientific knowledge? And which mechanism and processes is more appropriate for mobilizing key policymakers in the region for working together to integrate climate change as a cross-sectoral issue? Finally, as a task force, we propose two strategic orientations. The autonomy of the task force of climate education to move in a slightly different way with different task forces, since it's not so heavy political or technical or expensive issue. And the second strategic orientation is to elaborating a common roadmap where we will prioritize and identify the gaps and agree on regional level the key priority areas, agree the common vision, the main actions, and the financial resources. Finally, we suggest as a task force to establish a regional committee about climate change education in the EME region, and elaborate, which will participate a member of each country, which will elaborate a declaration or a charter or memorandum of understanding, which will operate as a strategic document that will give a boosting and will accelerate the actions amongst countries for climate change education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We reached the last presentation of this session about migration. Please, I would invite on the stage Dr. Nicolas Jarreau from the Cyprus Institute. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, Salvatore, thank you very much. So here I am, standing like a wall between you and your coffee break. It's not an enviable position, but we can be reassured by the fact that it's a minor inconvenience compared to what people who are forced to migrate as a result of climate change and other factors have to go through. I'd like to first of all thank the co-authors of this task force, which not only represent a selection of people from the whole region, but also to thank for their cooperation and their inputs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now welcome the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Dr. Mohamed Abdel Ati, for his keynote address on the water challenges in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure for me to join this important conference, and I was willing to come to Cyprus, but due to unavoidable commitments, I was not able to join. But fortunately, it is an opportunity for me to join virtually. In fact, I'll talk about water situation in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean, and I'll present some experiences from Egypt to deal with water issues. So, as we see that most of the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa, the Middle East area is almost dry, and in Egypt it is hyper-arid. So most of the region is hyper-arid, except the north. They are lucky they have some, good rain. But our region, it is a scarce resource that we have to deal with. As we see here from the map that all the Middle East is water scarce physically, water scarce. Some other parts of the world, they have abundance of water, but at the same time they are lacking investment in water infrastructure and lacking best practice of water management. As we see, the yellow part is the water scarce region, and it is mostly the Middle East and North Africa. The water rich countries, they are poor because of lack of water management practices. If we talk about rainfall in Egypt, compared to the Nile Basin, where Egypt is the most downstream country and with dependence ratio about 97%, it is almost zero. The highest rainfall in the north coast, the northern part, where you find that 200 millimeters per year. And this is a very, small amount that you cannot do anything in relation to development. So of that, we are trying our best to make use of any rain that rains maybe a few hours a year. On the other side, in the left side, this is the Nile Basin countries. This is the boundaries of the Nile Basin countries and the Nile Basin area. Most of the rain is upstream of Egypt, and our dependency ratio actually on international water is about 97% of our water. This brings us, actually makes us very sensitive to any change or any unilateral action related to water management. And this is a challenge for us. Egypt is one of the driest countries in Africa and worldwide, hyper-arid, as I said, and most of our land is desert. We only cultivate 3.5% of our land. The rest, as you see, is desert, and with scarce water resources, where the groundwater, even the groundwater is. So we have to be very careful in using it, and also to extract this groundwater, we have to dig up to 1,000 meters or more to reach the groundwater. Also, agricultural sector accounts for 40% of the Egyptian workforce, and this is another challenge if desertification happen or change in the amount of water that comes to Egypt, or reduction of the water that comes to Egypt, would affect the livelihood of about 40% of the Egyptian workforce. And this workforce actually is the poorest among the Egyptian, and this is another challenge for us that we have to deal with. If we compare Egypt with Ethiopia, for example, Ethiopia is 96% of their land is green, based of course on green water. They have 90 million acres of rain-fed agriculture land, as well as their livestock only consume about 84 billion cubic meters of water. That is equivalent to Egypt and Sudan water consumption, both together. If we look at the Nile Basin itself, there are, disseminated some wrong information that Egypt is taking the lion's share of the Nile water. If we look at the Nile Basin, the blue water that reaches our water is the blue water. So if we look at the lakes in the Nile Basin and in Ethiopia, we find out that there is abundance of water. For example, Lake Victoria, here the amount of water in Lake Victoria is about 3,000 billion cubic meters. Lake Kyoga and Albert, similar amounts. And Lake Tanganyika, which is within the Nile Basin countries, not inside the basin itself, it is about 18,000 billion cubic meters. So complaining that there is a scarce water resources in the Nile Basin, I think this is the wrong information. In terms of rainfall, it is over the Nile Basin countries about 7,000 billion cubic meters of rainfall. In terms of blue water, there is a lot of blue water in the lakes. For example, in Ethiopia, they have Lake Tana, about maybe 40 to 50 billion cubic meters. Tekezi reservoir, about 10 billion cubic meters of water. Tana Balas, other basin. So in total, they have more than 150 billion cubic meters in lakes and reservoirs. At the same time, they use the Nile water for irrigated agriculture, not less than 3 million acres of irrigated agriculture around Lake Tana here and around Tana Balas and Tekezi in the north. So claiming that we are taking the lion's share, I think this is wrong information, and I use this conference as an opportunity to correct some of the wrong information that is being disseminated all over the time. The populations in the Nile Basin, Egypt and Ethiopia actually have the highest population, but if we compare the population within the boundaries of the Nile Basin itself, Egypt population 100% almost relying on the Nile water. On the other hand, out of the Nile Basin, this is the population in Ethiopia that is inside the Nile Basin, and the rest are distributed over the whole area of Ethiopia and other Nile Basin countries because of availability of rainfall. So we have measured challenges related to water resources and challenges related to climate change. The main challenge that face water resources is the growing demand due to population increase. For example, we are expecting that our population will increase by 60 million person more by 2050, and this is the challenge for us. How can we accommodate their needs for water? Limited renewable water resources, and only the Nile. We have only the Nile that we are relying as a source for our livelihood, and this is a challenge. Actually, the sensitivity of us to any uncertainty or of the Nile flow or a change in the Nile flow is, especially during drought, is very high. Also, the network, the infrastructures, the canals and the hydraulic structures, actually, they are old and we need to rehabilitate. It is a network that is 55,000 kilometers long that needs rehabilitation and maintenance. Water quality is our highest priority and have to deal with, especially we are the most downstream country. So we receive the, changed quality of water from upstream, and we have to deal with it within Egypt due to different uses and reuse of our water. One key aspect also of the challenges is the public awareness, and this is vital. Financing, it is also one of the challenges. How can we allocate different or mobilize resources for financing water projects, as well as the governance, laws and legislation, because the laws that we're dealing with water management are old and we have to renew this or to update these laws. On the same time, climate change is another threat where we are suffering from sea level rise, and the threat is that it could inundate major parts of Delta area. Delta region is in the north here, and this could have or make about 4 million persons vulnerable to resettlement, and this is a challenge for us how to deal with it, in addition to seawater intrusion and affecting the quality of the groundwater. In the same time, the heat waves from different directions will affect the consumption and the productivity of the land, as well as extreme events, though it could happen once every 200 years or something, but still it is damaging, and I think we have witnessed some of these extreme events, and maybe we'll show little video in later slides about, the extreme events. The unilateral development, as I said, especially the Ethiopian GERD dam, leads to actually to dispute and will harm the entire system. So the cost of mitigating unilateral action is always expensive. Unilateralism is plans not to lead to ensure environmental sustainability. If there is no environmental sustainability, there can no sustainable infrastructure or society. So very important that we have to deal with all this unilateral action development that we have to deal with. In fact, the GERD dam, the Ethiopian dam, controls about 150% of the annual Nile flow. So the storage area capacity of the Nile, of the GERD is about 1.5 the capacity or the yield of the Blue Nile. At the same time, we have two major dams, the GERD dam and the High Aswan dam. If there is no coordination between the operation of both dams, I think this will create a lot of problems in operation. And I can iterate some of the problems that happens even before commissioning the GERD dam, when they did the first filling and the second filling. In the first filling, they caused drought and the flood, as well as environmental problems. They caused because of uncoordinated action. They caused the drought because they started filling the dam without need for filling the dam at the time, because they didn't make use of the water, stored water. And this caused the drought in Sudan because they were not prepared to accommodate this, sudden storage of water. Then they caused the flood because when the rainfall increased, then all the water released to Sudan. So if there is coordinated action, maybe the filling could have delayed 1 month, then you can attenuate the impact of flood, as well as avoid the impact of drought. When they released the water without coordination with Sudan, also they released sediment with water, and this sediment caused environmental problems on the water quality that affected the municipal water plants. So there are some specific impacts of the GERD. This is, if we look at this little schematic, On the right is High Aswan Dam, and on top is Gerde Dam. In between, there are 3 Sudanese small dams. So these 2 mega dams actually are important. I mean, the coordination between the operation of both 2 mega dams is important, because uncoordinated action actually could decrease the resilience of High Aswan Dam and resilience of Egypt to deal with severe drought and extreme impacts. Also, artificial drought could be, done, and as I explained in the last slide, that what happened in Sudan last year. Also, a flood, also artificial flood could happen, and this happened this year when they sent us a letter saying that, okay, we are going to store about 13.5 billion cubic meter of water, but in reality, they stored only 3.5 billion cubic meter of water. So this wrong information actually has led to some unprepared, action, and created some sort of emergency in Sudan and Egypt to deal with this wrong information, because when the information was sent, Sudan has prepared themselves that they have to store more water in their dams to accommodate the artificial droughts that will result from filling of Gerd. At the same time, we were prepared also to reduce some of the agriculture areas to save some water, to keep higher levels in High Aswan Dam, to accommodate also the impact of this artificial drought. So when they were not able to store this amount of water, Sudan started to release their water, and also together with the flood, then we were in emergency status to accommodate this uncoordinated action as well. So, the reduction of surface water level will affect the water intake level, the fisheries and navigation restrictions, and all this actually could cause some economic impacts and reverse economic impacts. In addition to that, shallow groundwater will be impacted due to reduction of the flows of the Nile. All this actually are the challenges, and these photos shows the impact of this from the media. We just screenshot what is presented here, the impact of low level on the operation of water supply stations in Sudan, and they run out of operation, and this caused actually people of Sudan suffer a lot from this municipal water shortage. So the dam safety is a major also, worry for us, because we are not sure. We have received the first level of design, but the actual implemented structure we didn't receive. So for us, dam safety is actually worries us a lot in terms of dam collapse, and this is for us it is still a big question mark to deal with. If we talk about Egypt, the water balance, it is imbalanced because now we are our needs exceed the available resources by 90%. So this means that we have a water shortage, 90% of our renewable resources. We accommodate this shortage by recycling water. Currently, we are recycling about 33% of our renewable water resources. With the current expansion of reuse and water treatment plants, we are planning to reach about 45% of our renewable resources. In addition to that, we import virtual water, different food products that accounts for 34 billion cubic meter of water. To meet these challenges, actually, we have formed the National Water Resources Plan and the strategy to deal with. It has 4 pillars. Actually, the plan, it is a strategy 2050. Then we converted this strategy into a plan. A plan identified the projected different challenges and estimated the costs, and then we divided this plan into implementation phases, 2020, 2030, 2037. and the urgent one is 2017 till 2020. And I mean, the main aim actually is to have a sustainable development strategy that meets the goals of Egypt strategy 2030, and to secure our water needs. The plan have 4 pillars, and the first high priority pillar is water quality. We have to enhance water quality, improve water use efficiency, and this is second high priority. Then develop water resources, new water resources, create enabling environment. To develop new water resources, the government have taken, strategic, decision in 2016 that all the developments along the shores, the Mediterranean and Red Sea, will be based on desalination, because if we project our needs till 2050, we need extra about from 7 to 10 billion cubic meter of water to meet our needs, different needs for the increasing population. So the fourth pillar is enabling environment in terms of capacity building, in terms of legislation, finance, awareness, and all these pillars we are dealing with. Then we converted all these projects into programs, for canal rehabilitation, modern irrigation, water reuse program, adaptation to climate change, different programs, sustainable groundwater, use of groundwater resources, master plan for rehabilitation of major infrastructure, hydraulic structures, using technology in terms of telemetry, remote sensing, and GIS applications to monitor every drop of water and its use. Then we have, this is the inclusive improvement of water resources management in Egypt. In the same time, we have to deal with 2 main pillars, the enabling environment, as I said, that the awareness and capacity building and finance, as well as new water resources being endorsed by the parliament. This is the canal rehabilitation program, and in fact, it is the plan is to rehabilitate till within 3 years from now. Maybe we'll finish by 2024, 20,000 kilometer long of canals, and this is the status before rehabilitation. Actually, with the aim that improve the water quality as well as the environment and the conveyance losses to accommodate with different losses. And this is the canals after rehabilitation. And currently, we are approaching about 3,000 kilometer long of rehabilitation. And the plan is continuing by the end of this year, I think, fiscal year, we are planning to finish 7,000 kilometer long of canals. Of course, these projects are very expensive, and this is the difference between canal before and after. We control the lining of the canal, creating, having new land, having faster reach of the end of the canal. The water can reach easily. It was used to take before 3-4 days, now a few hours. The farmers at the end could have equal rights like the farmer at the intake of the canal. As I said, that we are planning to, out of 33 kilometer long of canals, we are planning to target 20,000 kilometer long. Currently, as I said, we have accomplished about 3,000, implementing, about 5,000. I'm just averaging the numbers to make it easy, and to target approximately 9,000. In the same time, we are looking at on-farm water enhancement, and this is the internal canals within the lands of the farmers, and we are rehabilitating this internal, we call it mescas, in a way also that to reduce the losses and to convert actually the irrigation system from flooding and to modern irrigation, either drip or sprinkler irrigation, to increase productivity as well as reduce water losses. And this is for us very ambitious, and we must do that to meet the existing challenges as well as meet the different current and future needs for water. Public awareness, this is very important, either at policy level or at grassroots. So we are targeting by person-to-person meetings, as well as through media, through different sources, having the farmers present their experience in different venues, like Cairo Water Week. In few days, actually, there is a complete session for farmers to present experience, best practice, and they share this best practice with other farmers. So by this way, we can easily disseminate the experience. And these efforts actually have succeeded in, converting about 1 million acres of land into drip irrigation due to the awareness level without any intervention from the government, or making it mandatory. So the new law makes it mandatory that they have to convert to new methods. But when they found the, the benefit of this modern irrigation, impact on the productivity and reducing the cost, they started to convert without, applying any mandatory actions. So we reach them in the field, we reach them in meetings, in conferences, and this is a model actually that in Cairo Water Week, for the 4th year, that we'll have the farmer session, special session, farmers to present their experience. This is the stage of converting to modern and smart irrigation, and we are trying our best actually to have our indigenous knowledge and industry to create some simple tools that accommodate the level of knowledge of the farmers so they can deal with it. So they are able by themselves to install the network, to use some simple tools for soil moisture sensors to sense whether they need to irrigate more or it is enough for them, they don't need to irrigate more. So dealing with climate change, as I said that, the slide, there is a big network of drains. These drains actually, we have a closed cycle where when we have the water in the drains that comes from the agriculture, we mix the water maybe 3 times. We mix it with portable water to reuse it, and we reuse water about 4 times. But we see that this is not enough for us. This is why we have collected the remaining water at the end of the system and used it. First, the first benefit that it will protect the delta from seawater intrusion by creating water curtain. So we are collecting the water of the drains, with salinity up to 3,000 to 4,000 ppm, and use it as a water curtain, one in the east and the other one on the west, to protect from sea level rise. And we have 2 mega projects for water treatment to reuse this water again, maybe another 2 times, for creating new opportunities for development purposes. By having these different water uses, as you see that the Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Southern Eastern, they are the most in the world in reusing water because of water scarcity. And Egypt, I think, is we are reusing by 2 these mega projects about 45% of our renewable water resources. We are recycling it to meet different goals. By this, actually, Egypt will be the highest in the world cycling water and reusing it several times. This is a small film about the impacts of extreme events, and it was clear this year, especially in different parts of the world, what happened in Oman recently, in Europe, in Southeast Asia, and what is the impact and damage that happened during these different extreme weather events. to deal with this, actually, we have to have a system of early warning to give alarm for, decision makers, and actually we have taken serious action in that to forecast extreme weather events, especially rainfall and flash flood, either in Egypt or outside Egypt in the Nile Basin, and we are able now to have a sort of early warnings that increase our preparedness to deal with extreme weather events. This is one. We have climate and the canal network monitoring station. When the water reaches Egypt, we start monitoring through telemetry systems that we have about in different locations, the level and the discharge and water quality as well in different locations along the Nile. Then we can easily give warning, either if there is a change in water quality, this is one factor, then we can release more water to reduce the pollution, or the level, there is a water shortage or water increase, then with the mobile application, with water management, they can deal, managers, they can deal easily with different, circumstances, water management circumstances, and it is easy way to reach the problem and identify it. At the same time, we have built in the desert areas, though we have very little rain, few hours a year, we have built small infrastructure dams, with capacity from 500 cubic meter of water, 3 million or 5 million cubic meter of water to accommodate these flash floods or extreme weather events, and at the same time, for the Bedouins and the people that are living in these remote areas where they suffer from water scarcity, and they appreciate very much what we are doing for them. Though it is very small quantities, but it has, affected their livelihood and their stability around these water sources. As I said, that the sea level rise scenarios, different, scenarios show that in the worst scenario that major parts, maybe more than 1/3 of Delta will be inundated, and this is actually a warning for us to take action. So we have this, identified most vulnerable areas. The red dots is high risk areas. To deal with these high risk areas with some projects, we were able now to, protect about 118 kilometer long of, shore areas, seashore areas, and we are working another 118 kilometer long protection. These are samples of the protection. We use some indigenous knowledge on the north coast where the farmers, we learn it from the farmers. So we just create this small or environment-friendly kind of barriers, and when the wind brings the sand, then they fill the spaces among these barriers and they create natural embankment along the coast. This can protect the vulnerable areas. Also, we use other methods for protection. This is carried by, monument or historic citadel that was vulnerable to, collapse, and with protection, it became now it's protected, and at the same time, it is a sort of recreation for the people there in Alexandria. Different shore protection works that we have started. So the groundwater is very important. So the sustainable groundwater use is very important. So we are starting now major study to deal with groundwater exploration as well as abstraction, and we will have a sort of birth certificate for every well, the amount of water that should be abstracted, and also using some methods of renewable energy like solar energy to control the number of hours that we operate the well. And there is a central monitoring from the ministry headquarters in Cairo to monitor the amount of abstracted water from the wells. Of course, we have tried it in pilot areas, but we are planning to generalize it areas in the desert. Also, the rehabilitation of different infrastructure. As I said, that the barrages and the control structures are relatively old. We have conducted a master plan for hydraulic structures where we diagnosed whether we need to replace or we need to maintain, or the condition is good, there is no need for maintenance. We identified, we set priorities for this infrastructure rehabilitation, and we are working on that. Application of technology, this is a telemetry, as I mentioned. We just use controlling of different systems to observe the water levels, water quality, and the discharge. And through mobile applications, then the water manager can take the right decision in releasing or stop releasing water, and identify the areas where you have problems, then you can deal with. So we monitor the agricultural land and identify the illegal use of water in some areas, and we take action against, the misuse of water in different areas, and also monitor different crops. Recently created or implemented the water accounting unit using satellite images, where we can estimate the evapotranspiration rate, the amount of water used to consume different crops that are there, as the water scarce areas and water with high consumption areas. Then we look at where is the water is lost and try to tackle water highly consumptive areas of water. Then we can tackle them to resolve the misuse of water. And by this, I hope that it was not long, and I'd like to thank you for your patience for listening for me.
Minister Ati, we now welcome our second panel convener for the day, Professor Fatih Omer, Director of Energy, Environment and Water Research Center of the Cyprus Institute. The subject of the panel discussion is water.
The international organizations from the UN system, UNHCR, IOM, but also ESCWA, and who have really, and the World Bank, who really have helped us to put this together using a strong evidence base. So here's an outline of what I'm going to talk about. But before that, I'd like to comment on something I heard this morning. His Royal Highness Prince El Hassan bin Talal said something very important this morning, which essentially frames everything I'm going to say. He said we have to make a choice. Historically, he said, the time has come to talk about the Mediterranean as either a thriving human nexus or a sea of death. And in some ways, these are the choices that we are faced with. Are we going to be able, how can we build a thriving human nexus in our region that will reduce vulnerabilities, that will build resilience, and that will protect people from the impacts of climate change and prevent them from having to leave their homes? So our task force had this in mind as a mandate. And what did they find? I'm going to try and be a little bit different from everyone else. I've heard a lot that we don't have data. So what I'm going to say is that we don't have data. Or maybe to rephrase it, we do have data, but we don't know how to put it together. We saw this morning, we have climate models for the region. They're there. There also are data on the social cohesion in the different countries in the region, and there are data on migration and internal displacement. But those social data are collected in such heterogeneous ways that it is hard to put them together, and even harder to put them together with the climate data to come up with information about the climate migration nexus. In fact, when the World Bank decided to put together its 2 groundswell reports, which look at the impact of climate change on human displacement, and in particular internal displacement, they pretty much analyzed every region in the world except ours because of this. So this is a very important problem and a challenge that we had. Now, of course, we also heard from Professor Plionis this morning that climate change may originally have driven humanity out of Africa and to conquer the world. And of course, the first place that humanity, that Homo sapiens would have passed through on their way to conquering the planet would obviously be our region, the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, which connects the three continents of the old world. So, of course, there have always been movements in our region. Great empires since antiquity have sometimes managed to cover over 80% of our EMME region. Never all of it. Within those empires, population movement was quite simple. People were moving from one place to another depending on their needs. But definitely in the last 100 years, boundaries have been erected and movement is no longer straightforward. And yet, because of climate change, we are facing a pressure for human movement in this region that will probably be unparalleled in history. I don't have to repeat, we've heard it already many times today, that this region is already disproportionately affected by climate change. We've already heard that the demographics of this region, the population growth, the conflicts, the existing displacements, and on top of that, then we have climate change. And climate change, the exact connection about how or to what extent climate change at the moment is driving displacement and migration is very unclear. His Royal Highness mentioned this in the morning, that there are also in many countries other factors which are unrelated, which are still bigger drivers maybe of migration than climate change. But all the analysts agree that in the near future, this threat multiplier of climate change will probably become the biggest driver of migration in the region. And in this context, a question was asked to panel A this morning by Salam al-Rabadi, which probably was more appropriate for this session today, which is there an integrated regional framework to deal with this climate and migration nexus? And the answer is, unfortunately, no, there isn't. There has been a report by the European Parliament just last year in 2020 calling for such an integrated approach, at least at the EU level. There have been calls within the Global Compact for Migration, of which many countries in the region are signatories, to again integrate migration into climate adaptation measures and vice versa. But at the moment, we can say that we do not have such a regional framework. Another very important point that we found is that a lot of this migration will be internal displacement. So we need to help the states of the region to deal with that through their own internal means. But so in light of these knowledge gaps and policy gaps, what is it that we need to look into? Well, first of all, we need a tool that can shine a light in the dark. We need to look into where are the hotspots of climate and migration vulnerability. I mean, we know where the climate hotspots are, we know where they are on land, and we know where they are at sea. But how does that interact with the social cohesion of the communities which are affected? And then how do we build resilience in those hotspots? How do we transcend our boundaries to cooperate on these issues? How do we leverage climate adaptation and mitigation measures to create green jobs that actually will build that community resilience? And how do we also get people to understand that sometimes none of that is enough and that migration itself is, in some cases, a climate adaptation measure? So in terms of our proposed policies, the obvious priority is shining that light in the dark. So if you look at the diagram, you will see that the first thing we propose, and I will go into that in my next slide, is a climate and migration vulnerability index, which then will help us to work with policymakers to deploy a plethora of mitigation and prevention measures. So all of these, of course, including the research part component, will require regional cooperation. But after all, why are we here today? Because the governments of the region have asked us to be here. Therefore, there is a political will for us to do this. So I think that the main issue is going to be for us to deliver on those expectations. So how do we advance the knowledge? What are the questions that this index, or this shining the light in the dark, what are the questions that we need to answer? What is the exact causal nature of climate change on migration in the region? What are the confounding factors? What are the other factors that drive people to move? Are these effects direct or indirect? Is it mainly slow onset effects or sudden onset of climate change which are creating tipping points for people to move? In other words, what are these tipping points? What is the interaction between the physical change that is happening and the decision of people to say, I've had enough, I can't live here anymore, and I need to move? So also the question of the where, as I mentioned earlier. What are the hotspots? Which areas are most likely to experience not only the most dramatic physical change, but also are most vulnerable to that change, which is creating the conditions for a perfect storm. And then the ultimate peace-building project is how do we bring social scientists and climate scientists to work together to answer those questions?
Dear Nick, sorry, I know that the timer shut off. 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have proposed a range of measures, but the most priority measure of all is the Climate Migration and Vulnerability Index. It would be an evidence-based tool that can help policymakers, international agencies and communities to identify the climate-driven migration hotspots in the region, predict tipping points, not just in terms of the physical tipping points, but in terms of the social psychology of people, what will tip them over into moving, and point towards relevant adaptation options. The methodology for this tool already exists. The World Bank, for example, approach of the groundswell reports, which is called gravity modeling, based on scenarios. The Social Cohesion and Reconciliation Index, developed by the Center for Sustainable Peace and Democratic Development, and the vulnerability analyses developed by the RICAR initiative, which is an initiative to look at the impact of climate change on water resources and socio-economic factors. But the question is, how do we align these social research methodologies with the climate research models to create this index? So that's it.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of the session. I would really thank all the speakers and all the participants for being with us for the entire session. Thank you very much, and please, time for a break.
Thank you, Professor Carlucci, for chairing. Thank you, Dr. Gatti, Professor Karamanos, Dr. Lazar, Professor Sadala Alpouflassa, Professor Christofidis, Professor Bagirdzis, Professor Kokosis, Dr. Zachariou, and Dr. Jarot. On Friday, the 15th of October, for those that are staying in Nicosia, the CYI is organizing an excursion to Prodea's solar research facility in Pendakomo, just outside of Limassol, nearby the sea. As you can see in the video, Prodea's facility is one of the most complete research and development facilities in Cyprus, devoted to concentrating solar thermal energy systems. Buzz will leave from Nicosia at 10:30 in the morning, so if you are interested in visiting the facility, please sign up at the registration desk in front outside of the conference room. Let us now have a 30-minute coffee break outside of the conference room. Enjoy, and the session starts at 4:30. It's in 15 minutes. Apologies. Challenges in the EMA region.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassador. Allow me first to make a special tribute for prominent water personality, water leaders, water diplomat, who strives in order to implement the concept of hydrodiplomacy, seeking peace and seeking to link people around this area on water resources and letting water be a catalyst of peace and not a source of conflict. I would like to recall His Highness Prince Hassan from Jordan. I would like also to recall His Excellency Minister Mohammed Abdel Atif from Egypt. I would like also to recall His Excellency Minister Shaddad Atili. We've been working altogether since more than 20 years on those water issues. And I would like also to recall His Excellency Minister Hassan Janabi, who is joining us online today. So really a special tribute for those water personalities in order to let the region know that we are implementing peace through their action. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Let me also acknowledge the huge work that President Kostas Papanikolaou has launched 2 years ago within this initiative which gives hope to the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern countries, and this initiative which stresses that with the Cyprus Institute and the leading role of the government of Cyprus, no one will be left behind on the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern country. Also a special tribute to Dr. Papanikolaou. And I would like also to acknowledge the work of our scientists in the Water Task Force. Professor Adriana Brusman did an excellent work in the report that has been published on our Water Task Force, and also a research scientist, also Dr. Elias Ganiakis. I would like also to make a big acknowledgement for a scientist whose specialty is desalination. Dr. Jawad Al-Kharraz is with us. He's actually the director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy, and a special also tribute for a lady. She is Rula Majdalani, director of ESQA, director of Sustainable Development at ESQA. We have implemented since 20 years together the concept of integrated water resource management in the region, and we have launched also training session targeting all the water leaders in the region in order to implement IWRM. Thank you so much for all of you for joining our panel. Let me just brief you about some of the challenges that we have retained in our task force water report, and then I will let Professor Adriana Brusman to complete, in fact, the content of the report. I think that actually we are within the water crisis, within the water scarcity, because we are actually encountering severe water shortages in all the EMME countries. And I can say that these shortages, and throughout my long experience of 30 years of water expert, academician, and water diplomat, I can say that water has become an element of conflict, unfortunately. But our role at the EMME region is to turn this conflict back to implement peace. And this is a huge work we need to do, because we have around 60% of the water in this region are directly transboundary water, whether it is surface water or underground water. As His Excellency Minister Abdel Ati said, that we have a major problem of water efficiency within our network, within our irrigation techniques. So we need really to implement a huge reform in the region in order to stop the waste of water and integrate new technique, because irrigation is still the major problem in our region. It counts for more than 80% of the renewable water. We need to rely on non-conventional water, and we know that non-conventional water as desalination is highly energy intense, and we have our best example at CYI, which is the projects of Proteas, how we can use renewable energy in order to start desalination without producing any gas emission. So, ladies and gentlemen, all these problems we are facing all this problem actually, and these problems are complicated the water solution, how to find solution, and how to implement peace in the region. But the hope is still big through these eminent scientists and panelists and water leaders that are gathered here today, either online or in this panel. Let me now pass the floor to Professor Adriana Brugman. She will complete these challenges by highlighting the main issue of the report that 17 scientists has contributed to its publication. Professor Adriana, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fadi. I first would like to highlight that in this water-limited environment, water is not only an issue for water scientists, it's a multidisciplinary issue. We've already seen it mentioned a number of times today, also our health expert. So also in our water task force, we had different disciplines, civil engineering, hydrology, physics, environmental engineering, but also economics and social sciences. We know that the region has 9 countries which are at absolute water scarcity. We also have 4 countries which are at water scarcity level, which is 1,000 meter cube per capita per year of annual renewable water resources. Those are the water resources which are renewed by rain. With climate change, rainfall is reducing for the region, but in an arid and semi-arid environment, this change gets tripled or doubled or tripled in terms of water resources. 10% reduction in rain can be 20 to 30% of reduction in water resources. So this is what we need to plan for. We as scientists, we've seen it also today, we would like to have more data, we want more monitoring, more observational networks, and we have to compliment Egypt because they have been making great progress on expanding their observational capacity over the past decade. But I can also say that monitoring, it can be supported by research. We need to build capacity. We can come up with the best technologies, where to monitor, what to monitor, but it also requires a policy framework. Monitoring needs to be maintained, it needs to be continued, it needs to be reported, and the data need to be made open and available to all. Monitoring is done with public money, the data need to be open to the public. We can see that in the European Union, we have a Water Framework Directive, we have the Inspire Directive, which require monitoring, which require open access of data, but still not all the countries in the European Union have this. So we can also understand that in a region as complex as the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region, open access data, monitoring stations as much as we need them, this is a dream. But this is a dream that we need to keep on pursuing, and we need to build capacity, and we need to be moving forward. However, in the meantime, as we all know, and as we have also seen today, climate change is already there. Droughts, floods, they're happening, so there is a need to adapt. So our task force reviewed the national adaptation plans and strategies and the national determined contribution reports, and we extracted the water-related climate adaptation measures, more than 40 different measures, but many countries identified the same water adaptation needs. The experts of the team scored these measures for their implementation in their country and for the effectiveness. And we agreed that there is a clear need for an assessment and analysis of the economic and environmental cost and benefit of these adaptation measures. We need to prioritize, we need to come up with implementable projects. We also identified the need for financing, because we see the list of adaptation measures, but implementation is not there. There's a great emphasis nowadays on public and private financing, the linking public and private financing, But we also know that water is a public need. It's a human need, it's a human right. So it's not a very attractive commercial entity, and investment in water, private investment in water, it remains low. Right? So we need to be aware of this. We need to tap into the green funds. We need to tap into international development funds. So we need to make attractive adaptation, climate adaptation measures. We need to prioritize and make and improve water access for all in the region, because the Sustainable Development Goal 6.1, affordable and safe and secure water services for all, it's not yet achieved in the region, and especially countries like Palestine, like Iraq, they need to be supported. So these are some of the things we identified in our panel, and I think I'll make it not too long because we are already in the red over here. One final addition to this is the importance of the climate, water, energy, food and ecosystem nexus. We need to think as a nexus, right? We need energy for water, we need water for energy. This is not only for desalination. We're also pumping water over long distances. We're using energy to pump water for irrigation. We need to always think of these nexus issues.
Thank you so much, Professor Adriana, for presenting the main output of our Water Task Force report. You might have seen and realized that what was presented by His Excellency Professor Mohammed Abdel Ati concerning the reforms in Egypt are directly linked to the output that Professor Adriana has presented. Let me stress on two major issues. The first one that you have highlighted, we need to work, we need to create the hub of water, energy, food ecosystem, and we need also to highlight cooperation on governance, cooperation on transboundary water for the sake of the human right and for the sake of equitable sharing and reasonable use. Concerning the water, energy, and food ecosystem nexus, let me now directly ask a question to Dr. Jawad Al-Kharaz. Dr. Jawad, how can this nexus contribute to improving the water governance? We all know that the water governance is a main issue. If we win on the technical side and we lose on the governance side, we lose everything in our water project as engineers. So how this nexus can contribute in achieving the climate resilience and water security in the region? In 5 minutes, if you can give us a highlight on that, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fadi. Thank you, Cyprus Institute, for having me today. I'm very honored to be with you today. As mentioned by Dr. Fadi earlier, my background is desalination, and desalination, as you know, is a clear example of nexus. So desalination is energy-intensive technology. So we treat water, we treat seawater or brackish water to get fresh water, and obviously we need a lot of energy. And we can even extend it to water energy food nexus, because many projects in the region are using desalinated water to produce food. So obviously the governance is one of the most important aspects, if I can say, in the nexus. Water, energy, food, ecosystem, even climate nexus. There are many aspects when we talk about the nexus. Since this concept appeared officially in the Conference of Bonn in 2011, we had many conferences, initiatives. When we talk about the region, for example, the Mediterranean, the MENA region, there was many initiatives led by the European Commission, Joint Research Center, by Union for the Mediterranean, Arab League of States, GIZ, many other actors like ESCWA. They did a lot of effort to try first to understand the nexus, to see how can we implement this concept, because it has been for long years used by everybody, but we don't really have so many examples in the ground, like examples. But in the last years, I can say that there are many project because we have innovative solutions. We have the technology aspect is improving. But in the level of governance, still there is a problem. Probably like what happened with integrated water resource management. Because everybody, when we ask the ministries in charge of water in the region about the participatory approach, they say, we apply it. When you go to the ground, it's not really applied. You know, the farmers or NGOs or private sector are not really involved. So the same issue happened actually with the Nexus. What I can say is that in particular, I mean, when we, by definition, the Nexus, if we want to contribute to the governance, by definition, obviously, we want to ensure water security, energy security, food security at the same time, not ensuring one on the expense of another. This requires more coordination between the different actors. This requires not only, for example, we can find in some countries the Ministry of Energy and Water or Ministry of Agriculture and Water. But this doesn't mean or doesn't reflect necessarily a good coordination between those sectors, and we don't see necessarily an impact on the Nexus. The Nexus, on the other hand, offers opportunities for synergies, such, for example, I saw in the many initiatives that it allowed coordinated investments in infrastructure related to water, food and energy, innovation to improve resource use efficiency. A lot of effort done in this regard, because you know that 80% almost of the water resources are used in agriculture. So the efficiency of using water in agriculture is very low in our region. A lot of effort to be done there. The use of economic instruments for stimulating investment, including pricing of resources, water and energy, and ecosystem services, maximizing the beneficial uses of water and energy amongst competing demand, applied and adaptive research to enhance adaptation to climate change in the agriculture sector and ensure production system resilience. Obviously, capacity building, sharing experiences, data that was mentioned by my colleague Adriana and by Professor Jarod earlier today. Data is important. I have been working a lot on National Water Information System. We were trying for years to push the ministries in charge of water to develop a sort of national water information system where the decision makers can have access to what's going on in terms of data. And obviously, every country has different commitments. We have commitments vis-à-vis SDGs, vis-à-vis Paris Agreement, and others. And unfortunately, we measure sometimes data many times. We need to measure data once for multiple purposes. So that's why the importance of having sort of national information system, not only in the case of water, but also in energy. And what I can also mention that I mentioned examples. So in the region, we have many successful stories. For example, in Saudi Arabia, we have the Al-Khafji plant, which is a solar desalination plant, one of the biggest ones in the world, powered by CSP. It's producing like 60,000 cubic meters per day. We have also recently a project launched in Morocco and Sidi Slimane. It's a sort of floating solar panels or plants in a lake. So from one side, we produce electricity. The other side, we reduce the evaporation of water in this lake. So very innovative, project, which also reflects a Nexus project. The integrated approach for managing, again, water energy for Nexus is well illustrated in the using renewable energy for wastewater treatment plants, for example, in Khirbat al-Samra in Jordan. This is another success story where we can have, a clear Nexus example, especially that the system in these plants had reduced CO2 emission by around 300,000 tons per year, and the effluent of the treatment plant is used for agriculture production. Nowadays, the private sector, civil society, as you know, are institutions and need to be involved. There is an inherent need to develop and implement systematic approaches where all stakeholders have a sense of ownership and willingness to cooperate. In this sense, obviously, we have a lot of effort to push or boost PPPs, public-private partnership, because we cannot afford, for example, to build big desalination project or big wastewater treatment plant without, the help of the private sector. In urban setting, I can mention also that renewable energy technologies are being developed to improve the resilience of urban water system. Energy costs make up a substantial share of water utility expenditures, and therefore tapping into locally available energy resources, which allows utilities to reduce costs and improve the reliability of water supply and contribute to water security. So we can see clearly here an example of how can we apply a nexus for the benefit of the water utilities. Finally, just to finish my point of view, at the more strategic level, implementing various solutions simultaneously and in a coordinated manner will also help achieve cross-sectoral goals like coherent planning for sustainable development, enhanced local resilience, and circular economy, while still contributing to sectoral development by minimizing intersectoral trade-offs and negative impact and maximizing synergies. So the Nexus approach, again, to implementation would help achieve such common objective. So SDGs, the different SDGs 2, 6, 7, 13 at least, and obviously also the Paris Agreement to which all our countries are committed to.
Thank you, Dr. Jawad, for this highly instructive presentation concerning the Nexus. How can we implement the concept of cooperation on the Nexus? And I think that we will lay the ground of future cooperation between CYI and the Regional Center of Renewable Energy that you manage actually in Cairo. Thank you so much. Back to our water diplomats, back to our water leaders, I would like to also introduce Dr. Hassan Janabi. His Excellency was the Minister of Water in Iraq and former ambassador also at FAO. Minister Janabi, you are a water diplomat, and a month ago we were together with Dr. Shaddad Atili thinking with the Jordan University of Science and Technology with the Cyprus Institute, how are we going to launch, to consolidate a water diplomacy center in Cyprus. How can water diplomacy could drive the scientists that you are? You are a prominent engineer, PhD in water engineering. How water diplomacy can give the scientists driving forces in order to implement water diplomacy. Back to you, Dr. Janabi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague, Dr. Fadi, and hello to all friends in the panel, and I wish I could be with you. I am a bit envious today. In today's scientific presentations and political statements, fact showed a grim picture of the climate change impact on all sectors in the region. Water and related ecosystems are the most vulnerable sector of all. This is a formidable challenge affecting human security. To me, it seems that not all decision makers in the area, country included, are fully aware of the risk of the business as usual approach towards this challenge. In most instances, convincing of the medium and long-term consequences of overlooking the seriousness of the situation. The climate change challenge is current and visible and not a distant future one. Therefore, immediate actions are required. Providing science-based and undeniable evidence is the most effective way to get the decision makers on board and to act accordingly, particularly on the adaptation aspect of the required responses, but also in resource allocations for science and research, for example, as well as to protect the environment and enhance resilience. As we all know, rivers are natural formation. They originate at the upper reaches and flow downward towards the sea. So every river is one hydrological unit that doesn't recognize borders. Political borders, unlike the rivers, are not natural. They exist on maps, not in nature. So when border crosses any river, it becomes transboundary river. This way, rivers get divided between the states. This requires both technical cooperation to manage the available water as well as political arrangements, obviously through diplomatic means, to establish treaties or agreements as frameworks for bilateral or multilateral collaboration. In our area, Some borders are still disputed. Lands and water resources are under occupation, case in Palestine. In other instances, the natural occurrences of transboundary water are not recognized or respected. This comes in the form of over-control, unreasonable utilization, unagreed upon infrastructure constructions, and so on. Knowing that nearly 2/3 of the flowing waters in the Middle East is transboundary, it represents a potential conflict and is a constant threat to stability and peace. This fact is ignored. She can play a vital role in averting this. On top of it, water scarcity and the climate change-related variability and extreme events make water issues high on the agenda. If we add to this the inefficient use of available water, lack of workable regional frameworks, tensions between some countries, desertification, pollution, environmental degradation, the picture will look even worse. So when the life-sustaining conditions are destroyed, and external displacement is the ultimate outcome. We are also witnessing an increased demand versus a declining or limited supply due to population and economic growth, making competition over transboundary water worse. My final point with this limited window of time is that the traditional approach to water shortage and water scarcity in our area is to construct more dams and more water control structures. So while certain capacity to store and control water is necessary, embarking on this approach only is not working anymore under the prevailing and the future hydrological conditions. Science doesn't support this. It has the potential to deprive other riparian countries of their rightful access to water. It's most likely a misplaced investment, as those extra dams and reservoirs may be full of air rather than water during the coming decades. Let me finish, Dr. Fadi, by saying that shared water should be allowed to enhance peace in our region rather than conflicts. Diplomats can make this happen.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Janabi, for really stressing on the linkage between science and water diplomacy, and also how water diplomacy should enhance technical process at first in order to implement treaties between nations and between riparian countries. Thank you so much, Dr. Janabi, for this very important presentation. Let me now pass the floor to His Excellency Dr. Shaddad Atili. With Dr. Shaddad Atili, we started mainly 20 years ago, of course, also with Dr. Janabi and Professor Abdel Ati as water diplomat in negotiation processes. And Dr. Atili has launched a month ago the Green Plan in Palestine, linking the spirit of launching the Green Deal for all the EMME region. And this is what the Cyprus Institute and the government of Cyprus are targeting in order to implement this initiative. So, Dr. Atili, could you brief us about your initiative concerning the Green Plan in Palestine, please?
Well, let me first thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Kumer, Dr. Baba Nicholas, for the kind invitation for me to visit Cyprus and also to visit your excellent institute, Cyprus Institute. And let me also thank you on behalf of the Palestinian for offering Palestine with 2 full scholarship for PhD. We will be very honored to have our student graduated from your excellent institute. Now, thank you. Now, I know it's late. I know you are tired, but I have a few words in responding to Dr. Kumer's question about an initiative that I launched, and I hope it takes some attention from the leadership. But let me tell you something before I talk about the initiative. All what we hear is good today. And I really noticed that there is a consensus among all participants or lecturers about the climate change, about the reasoning, and about how to address the climate change. There is a consensus. There is no one said something different. There is no one said something that you don't agree with. So we're all in agreement about what needs to be done. But the only thing that we didn't address at certain length here, that we are the one who bear the consequences. We're not the one. No one here in this room, his country is responsible for the degradation or the climate change impasse. The greenhouse emission, there is no contribution from our region, Dr. Kumer. Then the focus should be on adaptation and mitigation, because whatever you're saying, how to reduce the climate change, how to reduce the greenhouse emission, it's not here. It's China, it's the state, it's those who's really damage the atmosphere, and we are the one who's bearing the consequences. And let me tell you something that really is disappointing. You know, with all good things that has been said today here, the report of the FCCC, the Framework Climate Change Convention, is telling if business remain as usual, in 2030, the reduction of greenhouse gases, it will be 1%. 1%, with all good work you're doing, with all good recommendation you're saying, if business remain as usual, it's 1%. And this is why Guterres, in preparation for Glasgow, and Her Excellency Janet, you have a lot of work to do, because Mr. Guterres said for all countries to come, you have to seriously commit to reduction of the global warming. And to reduce global warming, we have to reduce 46% of green gases emissions. 46%. Then it's a lot of work that has to be done. So this is not my work. This is Janet, the UK, those who's convening in the COP26. But our work, we need to know how to adapt. We need to know how to mitigate. And this is why, Your Excellency, there should be a recommendation in the coming Glasgow that the developing country has to receive this pledge of 100 billion. Okay, we have to receive this. We have to receive. The developing country have to receive the money in order to know how to adapt and how to mitigate. Because we're not only suffering from climate change, we do suffer from also conflict in our region. I don't want to talk about conflict, but on top of the conflict, we're now bearing the consequences of climate change. The reduction of rainfall, the reduction of crops, and the report, it says 30%, by 2030, 30% of crops will be reduced, which means it will be affecting population more than 50 million, will be facing food security problem. And when it comes, I will not think how to resolve the whole world. I'm just thinking about Palestine, because we're living in Gaza, 2 million living under siege. Okay, and the UN report says that Gaza is a livable place. Our people in Gaza, they don't have water fit for human consumption. This is not me who's saying this. This is the UN report. Our people in Gaza, okay, they're living under poverty of 80%, under poverty line. And our people in the West Bank were living under occupation. And despite all of this, and because we do share resources with Israel, and here's the ambassador of climate change is sitting here, and he's hearing me. We do share the aquifers. And this is why the water right issue, which is a conflict between Israeli and Palestinian, has to be resolved. Because hand in hand, Israeli and Palestinian, we have to protect this shared resources. We are sharing the air, we are sharing the space, we are sharing the land. So it's our intention to protect these shared resources, whether water or land or sea. The other day, because of Gaza, because of lack of electricity, there is sewage running into the Mediterranean Sea in Gaza. The sewage doesn't stop there. It goes up until it reaches Ashkelon. Israel has forced to shut the Ashkelon facility because what they are taking it's sewage. And Israel figured out that they have to provide Gaza with electricity in order for us to be enabled to function the sewage treatment plant. So whether we like or we don't like, we have to work together. This is why, in response to your question, we launched an initiative, and there is serious consideration to this initiative, that Israel is a signatory to International Environmental Convention. State of Palestine, since we became a state, we did join this international convention. So there is obligation on Israel as much as the same obligation on Palestine. So why not Israel and Palestine signing an environmental protocol? We shouldn't negotiate because we already committed to certain obligation of Basel Convention, of biodiversity, of Paris climate change. Second, we have to work together addressing the future because they are not leaving, we're not leaving neither. We are remaining in this Holy Land. And this is why we have to see how the future, we have to protect our generation, okay, from the worst future that it's awaiting for us. This is why addressing how to address the climate change, the consequences of climate change, we have to work together, even scientifically. We have to do research together. And it's not only, we're not only living Israel and Palestinian, but we're also having the Jordanian and having the Egyptian. In the meanwhile, we are the people who's looking for their self-determination. We're not saying that we are forgetting that we are under occupation. We're not saying that, okay, we are done with this. No, 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 no. We would love to live in peace and prosperity next to Israel, and because the fear now that all people, international community is saying it's a complete failure of a two-state solution, but they're not putting an alternative. The alternative is the worst that the world expecting. It's the worst, if a failure of the two-state solution. With this, I'm saying let's give a hope. If a shared resources is there, we're relying on the aquifer. Let's sit and meet and discuss how to protect this aquifer, how to protect the shared environment. And this is our contribution to the global work on addressing climate change, Dr. Kumer. Thank you for this short intervention.
Thank you, Dr. Shaddad. Thank you for these very touching and straightforward words and progressive words in order to give hope to the population so we can implement peace. And let me maybe also propose another recommendation is also to adopt the spirit of equitable sharing and reasonable use of water. We cannot live with upstream countries and downstream countries. We cannot live with water hegemony and water unilateralism. We need to share the water together because we are all human beings, we are all ready in order to secure the future generation by implementing science in water and in hydraulics. And this is the main concept of the new strategy of IHP, the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program at UNESCO. We have ratified strategy number 9 for the next decade, and we rely on science in order to implement governance, in order to implement water demand management. Without science, we cannot implement water diplomacy. So a lot of words we have heard about investment today. And I know that we need to shake hands with the private sector. We need to seek for investment. As Dr. Shaddad have said, we need to go and have the money for the emerging country. And now I will pass the floor to Madame Majdalani in order to enlighten us. How can we tackle the private sector? How can we tackle the donors in order to implement the 3 major SDGs, water, energy, and food, in order to secure our future generation? Rula, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Fadi. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. Let me first contextualize the discussion and why do we need address very seriously the question of climate finance for adaptation. I will not repeat, I think it has been unequivocally stated how much this region is suffering from the impact of climate change, the rise in temperature, the reduced precipitation, the extreme weather events, and that is having, water is even more vulnerable than, and it's affecting its scarcity and is having spillover effect on agriculture, the urban structure, ecosystem, the health, everything. So there is no doubt that our story in this region is adaptation. But if this is our story, then why, when funding is going for mitigation, is skewed for mitigation? I think we really need to address that question at the heart. Just to give an order of magnitude, the Arab region receives only 6% of the international climate finance flow from the international climate finance flow. And out of these 6%, it's only 4 or 5 countries that receive them. It's Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, and Morocco. Recently, I think Palestine and Jordan have received the Readiness Fund with a lot of push, but that was really difficult. Lebanon has also received it. There is some improvement, but compared to other regions, it's really slow. There is, according to the OECD figures, there is a bias of, there is a serious bias of 8.5 times more debt financing than grants. And this is, with water, we have heard that water being a human right, water not being a profitable business as energy, as renewable energy, this is really affecting that disparity. Although it has improved from recent years where the ratio was 10-1 of loans to grants. We also got, as a region, 3.5 times more support for mitigation than adaptation between 2013 and 2019. Although the share has improved. Now, and according to a recent study that we have done that we are completing with UNFCCC, reviewing the nationally determined contribution, the 21 countries from the Arab countries that have submitted their NDCs, they have all stated water as important. But only 13 countries have quantified their needs in adaptation and mitigation. And this is a serious setback because donors want easy costing so that they can fund. So only 13 countries have costed this. And out of these, water, there was 29% of this costing for water. Yet only 14% came to the region. So this mismatch needs to be seriously looked at in terms of the quantity, the volume of funding that we need, and the type of funding that we need. And I'm stressing this because it's very important that when we talk about a public-private partnership and the private funding, this should come to support, and especially innovative finance, this should come to support the process and not come as a substitute for countries that have committed to fund, to provide the climate funding. As Dr. Shaddad mentioned, I think that we need to see countries moving from pledging to actual transfer of the resources, of the funding for climate finance. And in that context, I would like also to highlight that even though we're talking about the ME sub-region or region, if you want, climate adaptation is high on the agenda, but we are not yet there. And I think that that will be a very important portfolio in the discussion at the COP26, and especially the need to push for a global, for a climate adaptation goal in the process that quantifies the resilience. How do you build the resilience? And in that, we need to see the finance coming in and to take the countries to their original commitment of a 50-50 funding process. Now, having said this, you're asking me, Fadi, about what are the options for bringing the private sector in. Now, most of the examples that we have are unfortunately going for mitigation, but they can be tested in the context of adaptation. We know, for example, that there is risk mitigation finance that basically covers, provides insurance and support for in the context of political insecurity, of default on payment, and these are important. This is one of the avenues that can be looked at for climate, for water project adaptation. There is the blended finance. This is also another important source that can be looked at, where we look at the concessional and non-concessional private financing. And this comes with clear accountability mechanisms. And that I will get to the last point when I talk about what is the enabling environment. Ouarzazate in Morocco, they have used the blended finance with funding from the Clean Technology Fund to instigate the private sector to come in with funding. This provides a strategic choice for providing support from development fund so that you can bring in the private sector on board. The Swedish, the SIDA is very much interested in this process, but what needs to be done is really to show how water project is linked to a climate adaptation impact. And this is another shortcoming in when we look at the water proposals from the climate funding, because the linkage does not always come very clearly. Another source is the green bonds and green sukuk, which has gained a lot of momentum recently, even though it mainly works with mitigation project. The green bonds benefit. The Arab region has not been very forthcoming in using the green bonds, even though there have been some examples. For example, the UAE in 2017 have issued the bond, the first green bond in the region with $587 million. Morocco has provided guidelines for using the green bonds. And Egypt recently in 2020, they were the first to issue the first sovereign green bonds which has managed to raise $570 million. And this is a good avenue because that allows the country to negotiate well what they want when they get the matching funds. They can push for adaptation as opposed to mitigation or select the project, and this is what Egypt is doing. The green sukuk are similar to the green bonds, but the green sukuk are, they have to follow the Islamic law. The Islamic Development Bank has also recently launched the green sukuk for €1 billion in that, and this is a good opportunity for looking at it.
Rula.
And the last one, I would like to mention the debt swap, the debt for climate swap. this is also a good possibility to explore in bringing in the funding. But having said this, I want to mention that it's very important to look at the enabling environment. No funding is coming if we don't look at reviewing the subsidies, if we don't look at institutional reform, if we don't look at accountability and transparency. And even though you are proposing in the Cyprus Institute a portfolio of projects on water, it has to show the type of reform and the institutional restructuring that you need to have in
Thank you so much, Rola.
Three recommendations,
Okay.
in conclusion, 3 recommendations that need to go hand in hand. I think that you need, from the Cyprus Institute, to step up and coordinate well as you're going to the COP26, to work with the G77 and China, who are really pushing for the goal on adaptation. This is very important to maintain that pressure, to think about the reforms that are needed for the enabling environment, and to study very carefully the different types of funding mechanisms from the private sector that I gave, because if we think that our governments have not been efficient in providing the water service, I am not sure how efficient they will be in working with multinational corporations, in working with the private sector, unless there are serious capacity building, reform, and evidence-based to back their...
Thank you, Rola, for showing us the way again, how can we shake hands with the private sector, with the donors, in order to implement the mechanism of climate change adaptation. And I link this discussion with what Professor Papanikolas yesterday says, that the money exists. The money exists. We need to go and get the money. And this is very, very important in order to launch our project within the EMME initiative. Let me finally conclude by stressing on 3 major items that were highlighted today. Cooperation, we need to launch cooperation on water issues between riparian countries, because we are sharing the same water, we are sharing the same aquifer, and we need to secure our future generation. Number 2, adaptation. We need to adapt. We need to implement the policies that Dr. Adriana has highlighted in our report, and those policies should be directly supported by capacity building, by reforms, by shaking hands with the private sector, because without the private sector, we won't be able to raise the efficiencies of our network. Our network leaks up to 50% in this region. Our irrigation system, our surface irrigation system, we consume 80% of the fresh water. This should be stopped. And we can stop that by shaking hands with the private sector. Final conclusion and idea. As chair of IHP UNESCO, I urge all the countries, all the water leaders who are here to start implementing their national hydrologic commission in each country. Without the data, without sharing this data with WMO, without our cooperation together as scientists, we won't be able to initiate the hub, the data hub. We won't be able to initiate the water, energy, food hub that we are hoping to implement at the Cyprus Institute. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have time to take 2 questions, maybe from the audience. Thank you for Professor Papanikolas for letting us the space to implement a water panel, because at COP21, you have discussed for a week the issue of climate change, and we have discussed only water with Madame Ségolène Royal for 60 minutes only. So thank you, Professor Papanikolas, for giving us the opportunity to discuss water in Cyprus within our Cyprus Institute. Thank you, and thank you for all the great prominent figures that we have here today in this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Comer, for chairing. Honorable Dr. Ati, Professor Brueggemann, Dr. El-Kharaj, Honorable Dr. Janabi, and Dr. Attili and Dr. Magdalani. We now welcome to the stage the Honorable Kyriakos Kokkinos, Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, for his keynote address, Combating the Climate Change and Opportunity for Innovation and Digital Transformation.
Thank you. I'm sure you all had a tiring, but I'm sure very productive date. And I am in a very difficult position to stand between a long day and an upcoming relaxing dinner and cocktail that will follow. And as we are 40 minutes late on the program, I will try to relieve you and give you 10 minutes out of the 40 by shortening my speech to not more than 10 minutes. So, distinguished guests, it is truly a pleasure and a great honor to be joining you today at the second International Conference on Climate Change in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, hosted in Cyprus. Please allow me to congratulate and thank the Cyprus Institute for the impeccable organization and, of course, all distinguished speakers for honoring us with their presence and support. I strongly believe that through this immersive agenda of insightful and interactive discussions, we will succeed in designing tangible steps to effectively address the climate change challenges facing our generation and the generations to follow. With the passing of time, these challenges have become more pressing and their consequences more severe. Yet our response at national, regional, and European, and even global level is only just beginning to catch up to the enormous task that we are confronted with. In the words of Kristalina Georgieva, CEO of the World Bank, we are clearly the last generation that can change the course of climate change, but we are also the first generation with its consequences. This once distant threat has moved firmly into the present, with climate extremes becoming the new normal. Europe today, through the Green Deal, stands at the forefront of global efforts for a quick and efficient green transition. According to Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, our goal is not just to cut emissions, but most importantly, to create jobs and boost growth and innovation through reconciling our economies, the way we produce and consume, and with our planet, making it work for our people. Research and innovation in digital technologies play a central role in accelerating and navigating the necessary transitions, deploying, demonstrating, and de-risking solutions, and engaging citizens in social innovation. The Commission made €1 billion available under the Green Deal call, the last and biggest call under Horizon 2020, for breakthrough solutions that can turn green challenges into innovation opportunities. Under the new program, Horizon Europe, over 35% of the €95.5 billion total spending will contribute to climate objectives, both in terms of new wave of green partnerships as well as within 4 out of the 5 program missions. These program missions are: 1, the healthy ocean, seas, and coastal and inland waters; 2nd, climate neutral and smart cities; 3rd, soil health and food adaptation to climate change; and 4th, societal transformation. Climate also has its own dedicated instruments through the LIFE program, which has seen its budget increase by 60% to reach a total of €5.4 billion for the period 2021 to 2027. Moreover, the Resilience and Recovery Facility, which offers an unprecedented opportunity to speed up the recovery in Europe, reinforces the commitment of the twin transition, having set targets of minimum of 37% expenditure for climate investments out of the total budget, and 20% expenditure to foster digital transformation. For Cyprus alone, it's 41 and 23% respectively, 41 for the green transition and 23% for digital. Ladies and gentlemen, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, space and satellite communications, and others can be instrumental to the assessment of climate risk and the support of climate change mitigation and adaptation plans, facilitating, among others, the monitoring of extreme weather events which are potentially linked to climate change, the assessment of the state of thermal environment in urban areas, the combined use of climate and geospatial data to depict climate risk and assess vulnerabilities to climate change, and many more. When one considers that 80% of all carbon emissions are due to energy consumption, and 60% of the way we manage energy is inefficient, the scale of the task is in changing the ways we generate, manage, distribute, and use energy is enormous, but so are the potential benefits. Digital technologies are key in this direction. Sensors that can monitor performance, software that can connect operations with IT systems, automation and analytics will equip organizations and individuals alike with the ability to better manage and optimize their environment. This requires a digital-first approach and investment to create smart grids, smart homes, smart workplaces, smart industries, smart transports, smart world overall. Dear colleagues, 2030 is approaching fast, and we need to reflect back and evaluate our efforts towards a carbon-neutral economy using the experience accumulated over the past years to achieve the ambitious 2050 targets. There is no doubt that in order to succeed in our goal to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, it is imperative that we stand united in promoting joint projects, taking advantage of synergies and exchanging know-how and best practices. As such, initiatives like today's events are crucial in facilitating the high-level dialogue needed to come together and collectively formulate and implement tangible actions towards our shared sustainable future, not only at European level, but of course in a regional and global context. Transformation is possible, but political will and collaboration is needed to make it happen, and the event today is a vivid demonstration that the political will is in place. The Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region has been classified as a global climate hotspot. We are on a climate crisis, not just on climate change, one that will be immensely affected by climate change. With increasing pressure on the world's resources and an urgent need to cut emissions, research, innovation, and digital transformation can help set the world's economy on a sustainable footing. Cyprus' climate change initiative for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East aims at forging a true partnership with neighboring countries in order to develop a comprehensive action plan addressing and mitigating the impact of climate change. At the national level, we are fully committed to the ambitious objectives of both the Paris Agreement and the European Green Deal. And to this effect, we have developed our national energy and climate plan. As a ministry, we place a great emphasis in facilitating access to funding for research and innovation projects tackling climate-related issues. In the past 5 years, through our Research and Innovation Foundation, 119 projects in the areas of environment, energy and climate change, and sustainability and digital related to climate, were funded with a total budget of 27 million, and soon we will also launch a new funding scheme of 6 million on green transition under the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. This mission-based program, inspired by the relevant missions under Horizon Europe, aims to fund high TRL projects using the latest digital technologies. And last but not least, the Cyprus government also supports the MKR Center of Excellence that is hosted at Cyprus Institute, focusing on climate and atmosphere research in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region, and producing remarkable work over the years. It is worth noting that all 6 Cypriot Center of Excellences, which are co-funded by the European Union national funds, exceed in total 30 million each. The Center of Excellence is engaged in activities relating to the use of emerging technologies for climate change adaptation and mitigation. It is clear to all of us that where climate change and digital innovation meet, opportunity emerges. Extensive and impressive scientific work has already been performed in the context of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative, which could serve as the basis for a targeted action plan at the regional level addressing this most pressing challenge of our times. According to the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report 2021, the failure to mitigate and adapt to climate change is the most impactful risk facing communities worldwide, ahead of even weapons of mass destruction and water crisis. As it transforms global ecosystems, climate change affects everything from the places we live to the water and we drink to the air we breathe. President von der Leyen puts it in this way: the fight against climate change will be the engine for our global recovery, and it will be our compass for cooperation with all of you in so many areas. Now is the time to act and make the change happen fast and by design, interconnecting our ecosystems, sharing and expanding our knowledge base, policies and best practices, building capacity at national and regional level. I would like to congratulate the Cyprus Institute once again for this very important, thought-provoking and impact-oriented gathering, and look forward to the results of its deliberations. Let's all work together, policymakers, industry and academia, to turn climate and environmental challenges into opportunities, while making this transition just and inclusive for all. I wish to thank you all for joining us and wish you a productive and insightful experience, and also enjoy Cyprus. Thank you very much.
We have now concluded the first day of the conference. A warm thank you to all participants, speakers, chairs, and panelists. For all of you here at Aphrodite Hills, we invite you to join us for a quick drink at the terrace. For the many hundreds of you joining us online, thank you very much. For those who are in Cyprus again, kindly remember to bring your name tags tomorrow morning for better organization. We will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For our second and final day. Have a lovely evening.